Introduction. With sunken cheeks, a deficiency of the 5 vital energies within, dark purplish nails, and bloodshot eyes, it appears that a malevolent force has invaded the body, stated Heng. Upon hearing this, Jun and Lu Xiangjin could not help but think, "There's no hope, we are doomed. Farewell." This phrase was learned from Jun. What should we do? The Wang family, though perplexed, sensed the gravity of the situation. Your condition is similar, but you are young and robust, and for now, you are unharmed. However, if you linger here too long, you too may face this dire predicament, Heng remarked. Is the house problematic? Though phrased as a question, the tone was one of certainty. With the state of the courtyard, even an untrained I could perceive the abnormality. Chapter 1. The Recovery of Cheong and Clinton. My Lord Illyrio, you and Aegon have finally arrived. Clinton sheathed his short sword, offering a slight bow. The wrinkles on his face bore witness to years of exile. His countenance may have been ordinary, yet this unassuming demeanor only heightened his aura of danger. Aegon, with a mere glance, sensed the formidable presence of this man. Having endured the twilight of a dynasty and years of wandering, Clinton had become astute and unyielding. Several of Illyrio's servants, upon encountering this valiant warrior, found themselves transfixed, utterly captivated by Clinton's charisma. Illyrio discreetly cleared his throat, rousing the entranced servants from their stupor, before turning to Clinton with a smile. "Pray tell, how fares Captain Toyne these days?" Clinton's expression remained serene. "You need not worry, Governor. I have not disclosed my arrival to anyone, nor did I know until now that Rhaegar's youngest son still lives." Illyrio nodded slightly. "In that case, what are your intentions?" Clinton traced a semicircular arc in the air with his sword before resheathing it, his voice softening. "The Targaryens are a thing of the past. The last dragon perished during the year of the dragon's tragedy. And the final true dragon in my heart, my silver Prince Rhaegar, was slain by Robert at the Trident. I too have been exiled to this contested land now. I am merely a mercenary of the Golden Company." At this revelation, silence enveloped the pond's edge. Clinton's implication was unmistakable. He wished to distance himself from the tumult surrounding any Targaryen restoration. This sentiment is readily understandable. As the former prime minister of the kingdom, he had led the Tyrell forces against the insurgents at Storm's End during the Usurpers' War, nearly losing his life to Robert on the steps of the Stone Hall, proving his loyalty. After the war, he was held accountable by the Mad King and exiled to an unfamiliar continent, joining the most renowned mercenary company within the Free Cities. And after 5 years of toil, he had ascended to a position near the captain's right hand. As long as he remained with the Golden Company, upon Captain Misto's death, he was likely to become the new leader. Clinton had no reason to forsake a promising future to gamble everything on the uncertain path of vengeance. Had it not been for Illyrio personally seeking an audience, Clinton would scarcely have entertained the notion of meeting one who claims to be of House Targaryen. Revenge is a treacherous path, one from which there is little hope of retreat in their quest to eradicate the remnants of the dragon. The new dynasty shows no hesitation in traversing oceans to pursue their vendetta to the bitter end. King Robert's animosity toward House Targaryen is largely rooted in his disdain for Rhaegar, the prince whose birth coincided with the tragic events of the Summer Hall, elegant and serene, beloved by many, including Robert's queen, Cersei Lannister. Yet, during that fateful spring at the tourney held by the Earl of Riverlands at Harrenhal, Rhaegar, an unstoppable force, bested renowned knights such as Brandon Stark, Arthur Dayne, Jon Royce, and Barristan Selmy, claiming victory and, in a gesture of profound insult, awarded the crown of blue flower symbolic of love and Betido Lyanna Stark, who was already betrothed to Robert. Such a humiliation was intolerable to any man. Thus, the rebellion commenced. Illyrio's smile gradually froze, his eyes growing as cold and venomous as a serpent. Clinton, weathered by the trials of time, remained unfazed, meeting Illyrio's gaze with unwavering courage, even displaying a hint of mockery. At that moment, when the atmosphere was as stagnant as still waters, Aegon unexpectedly stepped forward. "Since Lord Clinton has no intention of pledging fealty to me, let us bring this to a close." Faced with disdain, Aegon felt a surge of anger, but he understood that the ire of the impotent would not sway anyone. As Aegon prepared to depart with Illyrio, Clinton's expression shifted ever so slightly. Now Clinton scrutinized Aegon from head to toe. The prince wore a sword at his side, his black leather boots polished to a sheen, a black cloak trimmed in blood-red fabric, silver hair framing violet eyes, and around his throat hung 3 large rubies strung on black iron. Red and black, the colors of the dragon. "Wait," Clinton called to Aegon, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. You bear a striking resemblance to your father. Aegon met Clinton's gaze and felt an inexplicable flicker of sincerity. This revelation left him momentarily taken aback and evoked a long-held rumor. Clinton had long harbored unrequited affection for Rhaegar, Aegon's father, endearingly referring to him as my Silver Prince. Seeing a shift in the conversation, Aegon seized the moment and declared with conviction, Lord Clinton, I carry the blood of Aegon the Conqueror within me. Have faith in me, for I am the true dragon you seek. If the first Aegon could conquer Westeros, why cannot the sixth? The usurper occupies the Iron Throne. Perhaps the moment for my return has not yet arrived. But when I proclaim my name, those who remain loyal to House Targaryen shall flock to my side, and I shall be restored to the Iron Throne. Clinton found himself somewhat swayed by Aegon's words, for it was true that many warriors loyal to the dragons still roamed Essos, such as the Golden Company, who, despite their conflicts during the reign of House Targaryen, would not wish to see the dynasty's downfall. Illyrio's eyes sparkled as he stroked his beard, proclaiming, black and red aside, a dragon is a dragon. When Clinton echoed this famous saying, Aegon understood that the tide had turned. My Lord Clinton, have you grown weary of caution and fatigued by waiting? Follow me, and whether in victory or defeat, you shall once more behold the griffins roost before your eyes close for the final time, buried beside your father's grave. As Clinton listened to Aegon's words, he closed his eyes, his mind echoing with the chimes that had resonated in his dreams night after night. He could have ended this war once, and for all the dynasty would not have fallen, and his Silver Prince would not have met his demise. Thus, Clinton rose, knelt, and placed his sword at the feet of the young prince. I, John Clinton, in the name of the Earl of Griffin's Roost, the Clinton family, and the right hand of the Golden Company, swear my allegiance before the seven gods to the great Aegon Targaryen VI. From this day forth, your will shall be my steadfast conviction, and the direction of your sword shall be my path forward. Aegon, listening to Clinton's loyal vow, nodded in satisfaction and quickly assisted Clinton to his feet. My Lord Clinton, with your assistance, my father's spirit will surely find solace. Lord Clinton rose, gazing at this prince who bore an uncanny resemblance to his Silver Prince, his excitement overwhelming. He then offered a piece of advice. My lord, as your right hand, and with the prospect of succeeding the Golden Company, it would be unwise for me to depart. My service shall be unwavering. However, I happen to know of a place where you may certainly find opportunities. Chapter 2, The Banquet. My Lord Clinton, I would be most eager to hear your thoughts. Aegon followed Clinton's finger to a grand wooden table in the hall, intricately carved with a detailed map of Essos. Here, Clinton declared emphatically. It was a region on the eastern continent, south of Bravos, to the east of the Narrow Sea, and west of the Norvos Hills. The western part of Andalos, near the Narrow Sea, consists of plains. What is so special about this place? Aegon inquired, puzzled. Clinton slowly responded. Andalos is the homeland of the Undulls, and the ancient kingdom of King Hugo lies at the heart of the hills of Andalos. If one seeks loyal supporters of the Targaryens, there is no more suitable place. Aegon pondered for a moment and replied. However, migrations and invasions have long erased most traces of Undull culture from this land. Clinton shook his head, insisting. Long ago, during the Age of Heroes, the Father above plucked 7 sacred stars from this very place to forge a crown for Hugo. This is the cradle of ancient civilization, and many Undulls still uphold the old faith. If you can win them over, you will gain a formidable ally. The so-called Undulls are one of the 3 great peoples currently inhabiting the continent of Westeros. Their arrival dismantled the dominion of the First Men and the Children of the Forest, and after a protracted series of conquest wars, they established the 7 kingdoms prior to the War of Conquest. The faith in the 7, the iron weaponry, and the chivalric code of Westeros all stem from the Undulls. To the south of Andalos lies a fertile and bounteous plain known as the Reeks. Countless farmers toil diligently here, while numerous governors and nobles hold vast estates in the region. Illyrio Mopatus possesses extensive orchards, farmlands, and mines in the Reach, though he seldom pays a visit. Clinton's words were delightful, but regardless of whether he could win over the Undulls, the geographical barriers of the Reach are nearly non-existent, and the predatory wolves and leopards eyeing this land are plentiful. For instance, the tall Dothraki, with their bronze skin and bells braided into their hair, covet the rich plains. My Lord Clinton, your expectations of me fill me with trepidation. I fear I may not be worthy of your counsel. John Clinton gazed intently at Aegon, as if probing the depths of his soul. Aegon too once proclaimed that whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods cast a coin into the air, choosing between madness and greatness. Forget the Dothraki. Forget the Undulls, they are merely the confines you perceive. Your true adversaries reside across the narrow sea, the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, particularly the Robert who struck down Rhaegar at the Trident. I shall request 50 mercenaries from the Golden Company for you. Go forth and demonstrate your capabilities, if indeed you possess them. Aegon nodded slightly, contemplating whether to elevate the number, but John Clinton raised a hand to halt his utterance. If you fail even this, it will merely affirm that you are not the prophesied prince and are unworthy of the sacrifices Rhaegar made to take Lyanna and the efforts that brought you into existence. Within a courtyard where ivy climbed in abundance, the arcades were adorned with carvings of two stone leaves, the moonlight casting the shadows into a skeletal silver. The black lanterns on the walls burned quietly, illuminating the colorful stained glass depicting the fall of Valyria, alongside a silhouette of a small figure wielding a sword. This figure was Aegon Targaryen, diligently practicing his swordplay. As the moonlight descended, Aegon gradually felt overwhelmed. His fine garments were thoroughly soaked with sweat. Fatigue surged through his limbs like a relentless tide. The moment he paused his swordplay, it was as if a button had been pressed, and sharp pain pierced through him. Then, Aegon found himself confronted by an apparition. Aegon Targaryen. Strength, 0.57. Agility, 1.24. Spirit, 1.8. Aegon tapped his head, and the translucent panel became even clearer. Could it be that this is my golden finger? Aegon could not contain his excitement, realizing that this panel responded entirely to his will, manifesting at his beck and call. Moreover, after careful experimentation, he discovered that, apart from himself, the servants and attendants were entirely invisible. The indicators on this panel should be calibrated against a typical male. Evidently, my strength is a weak point. My mental state appears to be quite robust, he mused, stroking his chin as he gazed at the panel. This remarkably pronounced mental acuity stemmed from the unique experiences of his 2 lifetimes, surpassing the average individual's capabilities. He had even gathered some historical evidence to support this assertion. By solidifying his conviction, he could, to a certain extent, shield himself from the distractions of bodily desires and achieve a state of flow. Whether through reading or martial practice, he could swiftly enter a flow state that most could scarcely attain, thereby facilitating his progress. Yet, he presently faced a daunting dilemma: how to enhance the panel's data. If he were to adopt the same rigorous training methods as the knights instructed to their squires, he would be no different from the average person. Unless he could discover a method to rapidly augment his metrics, he would fail to grasp the true potential of this remarkable ability. Nevertheless, he had another approach. Through various means, he could train his corresponding capabilities and observe the pace of his numerical advancement. The swordsmanship he was currently practicing was imparted by a mercenary from Illyria that night. Sir William Derry had once served as a master at the Red Keep and was exceedingly proficient in combat. Seeing his practice yield real-time feedback reignited Aegon's enthusiasm. If he had previously been akin to a fish at the mercy of the butcher, now he might find an opportunity to negotiate at the table. Should he discover a swift method to elevate his data, he could even envision a distant throne or perhaps something far more enigmatic. Is there joyous news for His Highness the Prince? Governor Illyrio emerged from the corridor, his corpulent figure unexpectedly light and graceful as he walked. With each step, his ample flesh swayed beneath the loose, crimson silk garment. Each of his fingers sparkled with jewels, and a servant polished his yellow mustache, making it gleam like pure gold. Even a king is not beyond this, I suppose. Illyrio bowed, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth through his golden beard. You shall surely have your desires fulfilled. From where does your confidence stem? Aegon inquired, lifting his gaze. Behold your silvery gold hair and those violet eyes. You possess the ancient bloodline of Valyria, without a doubt, without a doubt. Otherwise, how could you possibly satisfy John Clinton? Illyrio inclined his head slightly. Our captain of the Golden Company invites you to a banquet. Chapter 3. The Gift of the Sword. It was a meticulously organized military camp, encircled by a deep trench lined with sharp wooden stakes. Tents were aligned in neat rows, separated by a broad thoroughfare. The communal latrines were strategically positioned by the riverbank, allowing the current to carry away waste. The stables occupied the northern side, while before them, 2 elephants grazed by the river, using their trunks to uproot reeds. Towering golden banners fluttered atop long poles that marked the perimeter of the encampment. Beneath them, Armed sentinels patrolled with spears and crossbows, scrutinizing every approach. At the entrance, Clinton awaited their arrival. Upon spotting Egan and Illyrio, he turned to speak with the guard. Shortly thereafter, a messenger was dispatched to summon the commander. When he returned, he was accompanied by a large, portly man who moved with a staggering gait. This mercenary bore an old scar shaped like a cross on his face, and his right ear appeared as though it had been chewed by a dog, while the left one was completely absent. Has his Han been elevated to commander? Clinton jested. I thought the Golden Company adhered to certain standards. Indeed, they have. Caspar his Han replied with a chuckle. They have also dubbed me a knight. He embraced Griff with a bear hug that could fracture bones. I find you increasingly inscrutable, remarked Little John. When you arrived, I nearly soiled myself. Then, turning to Illyrio, he added, You duplicitous scoundrel, it is a pleasure to see you. How have you been? He gestured toward the young Egan. And this is Egan, son of Rhaegar. This is Caspar his Han. Egan nodded and said, His Han is an illegitimate son from the west. Correct? His Han replied, My mother was a laundress at the Hall of the Hen, until one day, the son of a lord assaulted her. Thus, I was born a wretched piglet. Or so I perceive it. His Han waved them through the door. Come inside. Mistoyne has summoned all the officers to the tent for a military council. Those damned Tyroshi are banging their spears, questioning our intentions. Outside their tents, the men of the Golden Company were engaged in games of dice, drinking, and swatting at flies. The commander's tent was made of golden fabric, encircled by a circle of spears topped with gilded skulls. Among them, one skull was notably larger and grotesque, while beneath it rested a second skull, no larger than a child's fist. This was a tradition of the Golden Company, at the behest of its founder, Aegar Hivrin. Upon his death, his head was to be boiled, gilded, and placed atop the standard, to be carried before the army when they crossed the narrow sea to reclaim Westeros. His successors had followed suit, adorning the banner of the Golden Company with their own golden skulls after their demise. As Egan and John Clinton entered, the senior officers of the Golden Company rose from their camp stools, extending smiles and embraces as a warm welcome. Mistoyne's visage was a peculiar amalgamation of large, protruding ears, a crooked jaw, and the largest nose Egan had ever encountered. This renowned commander sat in a folding chair, his feet soaking in a tub of salt water. Forgive me for not rising to greet you, dear prince, he said with an air of welcome. Our march has been exhausting, and my toes are prone to blisters. It is a curse. Before Aegon could respond, a voice akin to a venomous serpent pierced the air. A true dragon, albeit a small one. The speaker was a strikingly handsome young man with dark hair, glistening strands interspersed with silver, his locks forming a widow's peak above his brow. His eyes, as black as eternal night, sent a shiver down the spine. Enough, Red Viper, this is not Dorne. Show respect to our esteemed guest, bellowed Casparis. The Red Viper, Oberyn Martell, the dark-haired youth, was the Prince of Dorne, the foremost heir of one of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Oh, I merely wish to present a gift to our little prince as a token of my sincerity. Oberyn glided past the officers adorned in intricately carved armor, offering a curved blade with a dragonbone hilt. This was a scimitar forged from Valyrian steel, symbolizing the enduring friendship between House Martell and House Targaryen. The blade, with its obsidian sheen, shimmered with rippling waves, evoking envy among the onlookers. Aegon, unreservedly accepting the scimitar, remarked, Uncle, you are too kind. Indeed. Aegon's mother was Elia Martell of Dorne, making Oberyn his uncle. With a smile, Oberyn noted Aegon's acceptance of the blade and strode away. As Aegon sheathed the sword, he suddenly froze, for on his panel appeared in a tribute point, a singular point of freedom. Was it true that a gift from Oberyn would enhance his attributes? No. For the esteemed Illyrio had gifted him items without ever augmenting his abilities. A glimmer ignited in Aegon's eyes. Valyrian steel. Could it be that collecting Valyrian steel would increase his attributes? A surge of excitement coursed through him, for he realized that Valyrian steel was tangible and traceable. Many renowned Valyrian steel swords resided within the hands of the ancient nobles of Westeros. Merely touching one could yield a point of enhancement. Mistithin observed Aegon's smile, a discovery that filled him with profound disappointment. When Mistithin learned from Jon Connington that young Aegon had survived, he had envisioned the resurgence of House Targaryen. For Rhaegar had expressly declared that his second son Aegon was the prophesied prince, the song of ice and fire. However, Aegon's inability to control his emotions at the feast raised doubts in Mistithin's mind, recalling the beggar king wandering the alleys and taverns of Pentos. The survival of House Targaryen extended beyond Aegon alone. It also encompassed his Aunt Daenerys and Uncle Viserys. However, the experiences of Viserys were rather tragic. Initially, the governors of the various city-states were quite willing to embrace the descendants of Targaryen. Yet, as the usurper became increasingly entrenched upon the Iron Throne, The doors that were once open to them began to close one by one. From Bravos to Meereen, from Meereen to Tyrosh, and then to Coer, Volantis, and Lys. Viserys pawned all his jewels. Recently, it was rumored that even the coins earned from selling his mother's crown had been entirely squandered. Of course, Viserys sought assistance from the Golden Company, but after enjoying a lavish banquet hosted by him, they laughed at him mercilessly. Chapter 4. The Request of Prince Dorne. Do you truly believe you are the last scion of the dragon? Misthoin observed Aegon quietly. When the day comes for you to cross the sea with your army, you need only raise your arm in a call, and the lords and noble houses will rise in revolt. Misthoin gazed into Aegon's violet blue eyes, almost envisioning yet another emaciated and withered Viserys. However, Aegon's response exceeded his expectations. Only a fool would think so, Aegon shrugged. The common folk pray for fair weather, the health of their children, and an everlasting summer, while the noble lords are engrossed in their power games. This statement earned Aegon a measure of respect from Misthoin, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging. Yet they have never achieved their desires. Aegon discerned Misthoin's profound sympathy for the common people, yet he understood that the Golden Company was not easily swayed. The three free trade cities of Tyrosh, Lys, and Meereen, which had emerged from the fractured realm of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, were embroiled in disputes over contested territories, with the Golden Company employed by Meereen. Indeed, mercenaries who prioritized wealth were often fickle, but the Golden Company was an exception. Since the age of Cold Iron, their creed had been to speak with unwavering authority. The impending conflict between the three cities promised substantial rewards and spoils. Why would they choose to terminate their engagement? Unless Aegon could offer the Golden Company something that even Blackfire and Cold Iron could not. Captain Toyne, I can hear the prayer of your heart, Misthoin lamented. I long to return home. So do I, Aegon quietly responded, their eyes locking in mutual understanding of their shared sentiment. The members of the Golden Company were all exiles and their descendants, and returning home was their most fervent desire. Your uncle Viserys said the same, but I dismissed him after indulging in his feast, Toyne chuckled. He will never be able to bring you home. Even if he commanded the entire Golden Company, he lacks the power to rule. Aegon replied, without renown, reduced to selling crowns to survive. The citizens of the free trade cities mock his weakness. Misthoin took a sip of mead and solemnly stated, I have heard of Clinton's plan, and it appeals to me. If you can establish a grand city in Andalos within 10 years, I shall release you from your contract with Meereen. With these words, Misthoin dismissed Aegon from the military camp. As the warm breeze enveloped his hair, the crimson sun cast a glowing light upon his face. Aegon, mounted upon his steed, pressed his heels together, swiftly leaving behind the palace like tents upon the hills. In his brief encounter with Misthoin, Aegon discerned that this last scion of House Toyne, whose ancestors had dallied with Aegon IV, harbored a semblance of distrust towards him. In contrast, Clinton, who harbored an unyielding love for Rhaegar, remained steadfastly loyal. With no ulterior motives, this exiled knight regarded Aegon as the son he wished to see ascend the throne, restoring the lands and glory of House Targaryen, thereby bringing an end to the haunting echoes of his obsession. These echoes resonated with the cries of the mad King Aerys, Elia of Dorne with her young daughter, the myriad men and women of the Seven Kingdoms, and his Silver Prince, all denouncing his sins. However, Misthoin's desires diverged from Clinton's. The mercenaries of the Golden Company sought gold and land, those ancestral estates and castles seized after their forebears fled. Should Aegon fail to provide them with these treasures, the Golden Company would not dissolve their pact with Myr. Moreover, the city of Andalos, a critical hub that could be traversed along the Rhoyne River to reach Norvos, Coer, and Volantis, might conceal ulterior motives. Yet, Aegon remained indifferent. The Golden Company exploited Aegon's name to achieve justice, while he, in turn, harnessed the might of the mercenaries to bolster his own power. The essence of the game of power lies in the balance of sacrifice and reward. By midday, Aegon returned along the coastal avenue to his residence, only to be met unexpectedly by a visitor beside the stables, adorned in sandals crafted from sandsnake leather. With laces tied high upon her thighs, her raven locks cascaded in tight curls down her back, crowned with a sun-shaped copper headpiece. Beneath a bejeweled belt, her flowing, wind-kissed purple and yellow silk robe revealed her voluptuous form. A round shield hung from her horse, its polished surface emblazoned with the sigil of House Martell, a golden spear piercing the sun. This slender figure was none other than Arianne Martell, who had brought countless heroes to their knees beneath her pomegranate skirts, exuding an air of sensuality and fragrance. Aegon could not help but marvel at Arianne's untamed beauty, recalling the tales that claimed she could tame any horse or man within Dorne. Young prince, Arianne greeted, her voice a melody of delight. Dorne rejoices at your survival. Indeed, I can perceive your heartfelt joy, Aegon replied with a slight nod and a smile. You appear to be in splendid health. I can detect the aroma of seagull eggs cooked with ham and fire-roasted pepper. I inquired with the cook, and he informed me it is your favorite dish. Arianne chuckled. Yet we must postpone our meal for a while. A gentle voice floated from the long stone steps of the courtyard, where Oberyn sat cross-legged upon a cushion beneath the raised platform, clad in a snug light blue satin robe. Oberyn's hair, akin to the Lannisters, was a golden hue. Yet his eyes were as dark as the endless night. Aegon suddenly realized that color was inconsequential. What truly mattered were the eyes of a venomous serpent. Prince Oberyn, he said, I have been awaiting your arrival. Speak plainly if you have something to say. Oberyn replied, This is not our first encounter. Your mother, my dear sister Elia, once brought me to meet you. A wistful expression flickered in Oberyn's eyes. When the news of Elia's brutal murder reached King's Landing, my heart shattered. I care not for golden crowns. My singular desire is to avenge Elia and her children. First, I shall slay that brutish fool Gregor Clegane. But it does not end there. Before dispatching this scoundrel, I must uncover the puppet master behind these schemes. Let it not be Ser Tywin Lannister, Oberyn chuckled. An old maester once told me that my birth was accompanied by fire and sword, and I believe he was not mistaken. Sunlight bathed the fortifications, towers, and halls across the riverbank. Aegon squinted and turned to see a great procession following along the road. What would you have me do? Aegon inquired. Oberyn's eyes narrowed into slits. Revenge, he whispered, as if fearing the very walls might overhear. Justice. The Prince of Dorne pressed a gold dragon into Aegon's palm, murmuring, Blood and fire. Chapter 5. Enlisting soldiers. Oberyn placed a weathered parchment before Aegon. What is this? A document? Quite exquisite, Aegon remarked, glancing at the seal and signature. His heart quickened at the sight of Willem Derry's name. A secret accord, Oberyn explained, recently forged in Braavos. Willem Derry, the man who secretly removed Viserys and Daenerys from Dragonstone before Robert could seize them, has signed this. I represent Dorne, attested by the Sea Lord of Braavos. Aegon read the parchment's contents. It stated that a union would forge an alliance. In return for Dorne's assistance in overthrowing the usurper, Viserys would wed Princess Arianne of Dorne. But now I have changed my mind. Viserys is unworthy of your consideration. Oberyn rubbed his thumb along the hilt of his sword, offering a congenial smile. I wish for you to marry Arianne. This is the purpose of my visit. In place of Viserys and your aunt, should you desire Dorne, fulfill this agreement with me. Aegon's face betrayed hesitation. He did not respond immediately. Arianne was not his favorite choice for a queen. Considering alliances, he had other candidates in mind, such as his aunt Daenerys or Sansa Stark. From the perspective of dynastic continuity, uniting with Daenerys would ensure the purity of the ancient Valyrian bloodline, akin to Aegon the Conqueror's unions with his sisters. And from the standpoint of political alliance, marrying Sansa Stark would effectively secure half of Westeros. As her father was Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North, her aunt was Lady Jon Arryn of the Vale, and her mother the eldest daughter of House Tully of Riverrun. To wed Sansa would indeed be tantamount to marrying half of Westeros. Dorne, Aegon remarked. In a land where sand and scorpions abound, the landscape is dominated by somber red mountains under the relentless sun. These words caused Oberyn's smile to gradually fade, and he gazed at Aegon with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. However, Dorne possesses 50,000 spears and swords, ready to pledge allegiance to our grand endeavor. I would certainly be honored to enter into a marriage alliance with you, your highness. Aegon inscribed his name upon the contract, and upon seeing the signature Targaryen on the parchment, Oberyn's face blossomed with joy, akin to a clear sky following a storm. He immediately dispatched 200 of his 300 elite Dornish guards to Aegon. These light cavalrymen wielded metal-round shields and were armed with polearms, throwing spears, or recurved bows, clearly skilled in the art of mounted archery. Their armor was light yet protective, allowing for swift movement without hindrance. Elements of copper adorned the scale armor, stitched together with leather to resemble scales. Their helmets were wrapped in headscarves, and flowing capes draped over their armor. Among the 200 light cavalrymen stood a leader, a tall man with sandy brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard. My name is Daemon Shad. The leader bowed to Aegon. I am a retainer of Prince Oberyn, and these 200 knights will heed my command, now at your service as per the prince's wishes. Excellent. Aegon exclaimed with a smile. With your Dornish support, alongside the Golden Company, I shall fear not the threats posed by the Undol or the Dothraki. In a village named Andis, a young boy with smooth, olive-toned skin and long black hair swayed gently in the grass. Holding his breath, he parted the foliage, revealing a mature stag, separated from its herd, drinking from a clear spring. Blissfully unaware of the impending peril, Anthony smacked his lips, his breath quickening, for the hunt of a single deer would provide sustenance for his family for an entire month. The deerskin could be fashioned into leather garments. The antlers could be used for medicinal brews, and the venison was a direct source of nourishment. Trembling, Anthony retrieved an arrow from his quiver, steadying himself as he drew the bowstring, aiming for the stag's most vulnerable neck. Whoosh! The arrow embedded itself in the soft white fur of the deer, blood blooming like a flower, and the stag collapsed. Victory! Witnessing this scene, a smile illuminated Anthony's face. He hurried forward, methodically binding the stag's carcass with ropes and securing it to his horse's rear. Just then, a pair of green, glistening eyes emerged from the thicket ahead. Gazing hungrily at the deer's remains, Anthony froze, recognizing the shadow lynx. The shadow lynx, a large feline, possessed thick, dark fur with stripes, making it a formidable predator with incredibly sharp claws. The foul, decaying odor emanating from the shadow lynx sent a shiver through Anthony's legs. The fur of the shadow lynx can be fashioned into cloaks, fetching an exorbitant price. Even north of the Great Wall, it retains warmth. Anthony furrowed his brow, yearning to slay a shadow lynx, for such a feat could remedy his mother's ailment. She had succumbed to a highly contagious plague, exhibiting high fever, intestinal hemorrhage, and diarrhea. The village shaman was at a loss, merely guiding Anthony toward a resolution: gather funds to journey to Pantos and consult the scholars of Westeros, who might possess a cure for this affliction. The illness was referred to by the village shaman as the Pale Mare, with an alarmingly high mortality rate. Upon detecting the presence of a human near an elk, the shadow lynx promptly retreated, vanishing into the jungle. This fearsome predator rarely initiated attacks on humans. I cannot let it escape. I need the money, and my mother's condition cannot be delayed any longer. Taking a deep breath, Anthony made a difficult decision: pursue. Yet the jungle served as a natural veil, and the shadow lynx vanished within its depths like a fish in the sea, nearly impossible to trace. As twilight descended, Anthony's search yielded naught. What to do? Emerging from his home, he covered his face in anguish, his eyes filled with turmoil and conflict. He desperately needed funds. His mother's illness could not afford further delay, her forehead burning, oscillating between lucidity and delirium. Clearly, without treatment, she would succumb. The damaged deer hide would fetch but a paltry sum, insufficient to take his mother to Pantos. Despair began to envelop Anthony. At that moment, he spotted a gathering at the village entrance, curious about their origin. He inquired and learned that a noble lord had arrived to recruit soldiers. The compensation was said to be substantial. Those who joined the ranks would receive monthly pay, and it was rumored that medical treatment by scholars would be provided at no cost. Upon hearing the mention of scholarly treatment, Anthony's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 6. Extracting funds from mercenaries. Gold dragons do not come from the wind. Oberyn had financed him with 3,000 gold dragons and 200 guards. While this sum appeared lavish, it would scarcely sustain him for long under the immense expenses of city construction. Robert could saunter into the brothels of every corner of the Seven Kingdoms, for he had a wise chancellor, Jon Arryn, and an entire council to bolster his position. The king dreams, the chancellor builds dreams, an ancient proverb morphed in Robert's mouth to signify the king feasting while the chancellor defecates. Aegon, lacking a chancellor to support him, was compelled to take matters into his own hands, this time setting his sights on the Golden Company. Along the winding path by the Roida Pond stood a grove of willows and a field of poppies, crowned by a towering wooden mill whose sails creaked like ancient bones. Beside the mill stood Aegon, clad in ornate armor and wielding a gem-encrusted sword. "Sir Highstone, I thank you for your farewell." Aegon bowed respectfully. "Why? Must we exchange parting jests, or perhaps share a farewell kiss?" His Han replied with a grin. "You have misunderstood me, my lord," Aegon said. "I merely intend to embark on my journey, accompanied by 200 valiant warriors of the Golden Company and 200 Dornish knights, departing from the Valyrian Avenue of Pantos, traversing through the velvet hills of Gather, and arriving at Andalos." Aegon chuckled shyly. "However, I find myself at a loss for other means. Considering the expenses for the Golden Company warriors and their subsequent prosperous lives in Andalos, might I beseech you for a loan?" Upon hearing this, a conflicted expression crossed Hishan's face. The scar on his forehead twisted slightly as he furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that I borrow money from the commander? I am not quite aware of the agreement you have reached with him, but from what I gather, he is rather frugal." Aegon ran his fingers through his hair. "I believe the commander would consent if he realizes that by supporting me, he could establish a foothold between Pintos and Bravos. It is a most lucrative endeavor." At the northeastern tip of Essos, the two free trade city-states, Pintos and Bravos, are merely separated by a vast plain and the ruins of old cities. Devoid of geographical barriers, one could traverse the Valyrian Avenue in mere days between the two cities. Bravos, the only city-state built by slaves, has recently transformed into the most powerful federation, influenced by the Iron Bank and maritime trade, while Pintos has witnessed a decline from its former glory. The crux of the conflict between the two city-states lies in the practice of slavery, alongside the control over fertile lands and water resources. The Golden Company is also employed by the pro-slavery faction of Mir. Thus, should the pace of Braavos' prosperity be hindered, it would be most welcomed. Hizan found the notion of obstructing Braavos' southern advance intriguing. He cast a glance at Aigen. I must admit, my young prince, from the moment you arrived, you have known how to seize our lifeline. Aigen shrugged. I merely believe that the Golden Company is my loyal ally. Hizan erupted in laughter, choosing not to expose Aigen's faade, and proceeded into the commander's tent. Shortly thereafter, Hizan emerged, accompanied by a cart brimming with gleaming golden dragons. Here are 1,000 golden dragons. The commander expressed his irritation when he bestowed them upon me, remarking that it has always been mercenaries who receive payment for their services. This is the first instance of a mercenary offering money to another. On the journey to Andalos, Aigen anticipated encountering numerous villages inhabited by undull people, and his strategy was straightforward: to expand his ranks as much as possible. To confront the fierce Dothraki and Braavosi, he needed to bolster his own strength. Generously spending the golden dragons belonging to others, Aigen promised the summoned troops ample provisions and benefits. The starving slaves and villagers, who had never witnessed such a grand temptation, stirred with excitement, eagerly requesting to join the team tasked with building the new city. Gazing upon the soldiers, each adorned in diverse attire and embodying vastly different customs, Yig understood that his foremost task was to establish military discipline and cultivate respect. Otherwise, no matter how vast the army, if they disregarded orders, they would ultimately be nothing more than a disorganized rabble, scattering before a regular army. After a hearty meal, I shall take you to the barracks. I have matters to discuss, Yig instructed Daemon Sade. Through their recent interactions, Yig had observed that this retainer of Prince Oberon was a loyal and dependable individual, albeit somewhat taciturn. Thus he contemplated nurturing him into a confidant. Outside the encampment, Daimon led nearly 1,000 soldiers, all standing tall and straight, forming an orderly line. Their eyes filled with curiosity as they gazed at Yig, who sat before them. Before them lay military uniforms crafted from linen, along with shoes, hats, bowls, and cups. Now, step forward one by one to receive your provisions. Upon utterance of this command, the camp erupted in spirited discussions. While some were eager, others expressed reluctance, including a Dornish man named Lesinomer, who possessed lavender eyes and platinum hair, with lips that could incite envy in the most alluring of courtesans. Lesinomer, brushing his purple nails against the pearls and amethysts of his earrings, indignantly exclaimed, "Why must I be grouped with those savages?" Chapter 7. Uniting the troops. My name is Anthony, and I hail from a nearby village, announced a young man, his longsword and dagger hanging at his side, his eyes alight with a fervent desire to enlist. Consequently, Daemon Sade inscribed Anthony's name on a wooden plaque, affixing it with the number 001. This measure had been specifically requested by Yig to instill discipline within the ranks. Handing the plaque to Anthony, Daemon Sade kindly remarked, "Keep this token safe. It shall serve as proof of your identity." "Thank you," Anthony exclaimed, elated as he accepted the plaque. Outside the encampment, Daimon stood respectfully beside Yig, his gleaming sword in hand. Yig issued a command to transform the camp into an obstacle course reminiscent of trials from a previous life. Climbing, crawling, balancing on beams. These challenges were designed to be far more arduous than anything encountered before, a true enhancement. Although Daimon did not fully grasp the intent behind this undertaking, he faithfully executed Yig's orders, as Yig had articulated that these tasks were meant to assess the soldiers' capabilities. 10 soldiers lined up, taking turns to navigate the course. While Daimon supervised, Yig stood nearby, meticulously recording their performances. 10 minutes elapsed, yet not a single soldier had completed the course, a result that surprised Yig. In his mind, he had not deemed the difficulty level to be exceedingly high. On the Lewin Novel Network, for instance, the exercise of crawling did not include mud. The ascent of the slope was controlled with remarkable gentleness, and there was no fire placed beneath the balance beam. Yegin waved his hand, and Daemon sent the individuals out, ushering in the next batch for the assessment. Those participating in the evaluation were few, with many not even completing half of the course. "Your Highness, is the difficulty perhaps set rather high? Even the elite of Dorne have failed," Daemon remarked, exuding a sense of helplessness as he observed the results of the previous group. Yegin shook his head, asserting that this merely indicated a need for improvement in their skills. "In my view, anyone who fails to complete the challenge within a minute has failed," he stated. Daemon's expression subtly shifted, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. "Is that truly the case?" "Nothing is impossible," Yegin replied calmly. "In my homeland, many untrained individuals can complete the assessment within a minute." Daemon inhaled sharply. a sense of respect for Yegan's homeland rising within him, for such feats were unattainable even for the Dornish. Having never visited King's Landing, he could not doubt Yegan's words. And his thoughts turned simply to increasing the training regimen for his own soldiers. Those who successfully passed the assessment were already discreetly arranged by Daemon. Failure. Next group. Daemon's voice rang clear. None of the 10 in this batch had succeeded. By this point, 10 teams, equating to 100 individuals, had participated. And not a single one had completed the entire course. The best result came from a Dornish man who took a full 4 minutes to finish, causing Yegan to question whether the difficulty he had set was overly challenging. It appeared that the matter of training soldiers needed to be prioritized sooner rather than later. After a day's time, the final results revealed that 13 individuals had completed the full course, while 58 managed to finish half. Yegan was naturally dissatisfied. Your Highness, the individual with the best result this time hails from a village. Among Yegan's team, a portion was from Dorne, another from the Golden Company, and the remaining few were summoned from nearby villages. Yegan had initially expected the best performer to be the Dornish man named Lezenomer, but unexpectedly, it was a villager who emerged victorious. What is your name? Yegan inquired. Anthony, came the reply. Very well, this beautifully adorned dagger is yours. As a reward for first place, Yegan declared, bestowing the exquisite dagger upon Anthony. Anthony's face lit up with excitement. His initial purpose for joining the army was to cure his mother's illness, but upon discovering the numerous privileges within the military, he developed a sense of belonging. Now, receiving a reward from a benefactor only deepened his commitment. Nodding vigorously, he suddenly knelt on one knee. I am willing to offer my life to become the sword in your hand. Seeing Anthony receive his reward, Lezenomer felt a pang of bitterness. As a bastard of the Elian family from the divine city of Elysium, noble blood coursed through his veins, and he considered himself one of the finest men, second only to the Red Viper. Suddenly, a wild man emerged, stronger than him, a notion he found utterly intolerable. There must be some hidden agenda. How could I, who have undergone nightly training since childhood, possibly face defeat? Lezenomer roared within himself. Indeed, it must be so. This young prince is intentionally targeting us Dornish. As Daemon Shard, who oversaw the entire soldier assessment, occupied a position of command, he discerned matters that others could not. At the onset, when Aegon decreed the removal of various garments in favor of a unified military attire, many harbored lingering dissatisfaction. However, through days of adjustment, the distinctions between the Dornish, the Undulls, and the Golden Company began to blur, to the point that even Daemon occasionally misidentified the Dornish among others. This development was undoubtedly a result of Aegon's new regulations, which he observed had united the soldiers' hearts. With this in mind, his loyalty to Aegon deepened. Upon the conclusion of training, in accordance with Aegon's regimen of marching by day, resting in the afternoon, and training by night, it was estimated by the scholars that they would reach Andars in half a month. After one training session, Lezenomer approached Daemon. Sir Daemon, have you noticed that Prince Aegon seems to be targeting us Dornish? Daemon raised an eyebrow, perplexed by such thoughts from his subordinate. Seeing no reaction from his superior, Lezenomer continued. He confuses our noble Dornish with those barbaric folk. This is intolerable. My lord, you are our only hope for preserving the honor of the Dornish. Daemon narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glance at Lezenomer. Do not speak of this again. Obey orders, and refrain from harboring ulterior motives. A bonfire crackled in the camp, as soldiers relished the exquisite flavor of a wild boar weighing 300 to 400 pounds. A soldier of noble birth roasted the boar over the fire, seasoning it with spices. As the wind carried the rich aroma, it wafted through the air, making the surrounding soldiers' eyes gleam with desire, their breaths quickening. Just as the crowd licked their lips in anticipation, a group of soldiers presented porcelain bowls, each containing noodles made from ground wheat. Accompanied by a slice of boar meat and a few wild greens, a sumptuous dish of roasted meat noodles was completed. After the first soldier took a bite, the others erupted in fervor, extolling the virtues of King Aegon. Aegon smiled as he observed his soldiers feasting heartily. Providing sustenance for those who follow him was the scenario a ruler yearns to witness. This bowl of noodles signified that Aegon had won their hearts. He was no longer a solitary exile, but a king whom the people pledged their loyalty. Your Highness? A voice suddenly called from outside the tent. What is it? Is the food to your disliking? Aegon turned to see the unexpected arrival of Anthony. Not at all. Anthony nervously spoke. I merely noticed that you often enjoy handling that curved blade. I recall having seen a similar one before. Valyrian steel. Aegon's eye suddenly narrowed. Chapter 8. The regicide. Aegon gazed at Anthony, who knelt before him, and urgently inquired, where have you encountered a sword of such likeness? Startled by Aegon's suddenly amplified voice, Anthony realized the significance of the sword to him. Down the course of the Rhone River, at the confluence with the Norvos Hills, I witnessed an assembly of perhaps several hundred individuals. Their leader possessed a sword that was remarkably lightweight yet exceptionally hard, sharp without a blemish. Said to have been unearthed from the ruins of an ancient kingdom. I see, Aegon replied, his heart momentarily steadied upon hearing the mention of ruins. Valyrian steel is a metal imbued with magic. However, the technique of repeatedly forging it to eliminate impurities and the method of incantation are known solely to the Valyrian craftsman. The cataclysmic event of 102 led to the abrupt collapse of the once thriving Valyrian freehold, causing the loss of the craftsmanship required to forge Valyrian steel. It is quite plausible that the ancient kingdom established in the mountains of Andalos engaged in trade with the Valyrian city-states, and it would not be surprising for the later Undul people to unearth Valyrian steel swords from the ruins. With this thought in mind, Aegon's desire to reach Andalos intensified. At dawn the following day, clang. The sound of a bell reverberated throughout the entire camp. All troops assemble. At the moment the command was issued, the rustling of clothing and the pounding of running feet followed swiftly, surging forth like a black tide towards the outskirts of the camp. This too was one of Aegon's established rules. When the bell tolls, whatever the matter, all must immediately gather at the sound's origin. Daemon, who was ringing the bell, observed the soldiers aligning themselves in an orderly manner, and his admiration for Prince Aegon deepened. Although Aegon's training methods were peculiar, unheard of by Daemon, it was precisely these unusual regulations that drew soldiers from various backgrounds together, gradually smoothing their differences through subtle influence. When the bell tolled for over 30 seconds, any soldier not yet present would be deemed in violation of military orders. Aegon cast a cold glance over the assembled soldiers in the dim light. I have conveyed this to you multiple times. This is the final warning. Daemon, how many have arrived? Daemon's shadow swiftly counted the numbers and reported, currently, there are 456 present, but there should be 459. 3 are missing. To disregard military orders is my fault. Aegon closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. What are the consequences of disobeying military orders? Decapitation. Daemon's shadow replied respectfully. In the dimly lit hall, silence enveloped the space, save for the distant howl of wolves beyond half the castle's walls. The base of the elevated platform was filled with Aegon's commanders and soldiers, clad in white armor and arms. Aegon rested one hand upon the throne's backrest. Though devoid of a crown, his every movement exuded the air of authority. Daemon, bring them in, he commanded. Upon hearing these words, Daemon silently turned, and his footsteps echoed through the grand stone hall. He subsequently escorted the prisoners into the chamber, while the onlookers hastily recoiled, as if the very essence of sin could be transmitted through mere contact, gaze, or even a cough. The foremost prisoner was a Lysian with pale lavender eyes and platinum hair, adorned with pearls and amethysts dangling from his earrings, followed closely by 2 towering figures clad in chainmail linked by iron rings. As the prisoners stood quietly beneath the high platform, Aegon regarded their faces, coldly proclaiming their disobedience to his orders. Lesinomer, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, chuckled. It's not as dire as you say, my lord. My friends and I merely stayed out a bit too late. We shall certainly be punctual next time. Do you believe there will be a next time? Aegon's expression darkened like the turbulent waters, reflecting a king's inability to govern his subordinates, akin to a farmer sowing erroneous seeds. Are you suggesting you wish to kill me? Lesinomer stared into Aegon's icy demeanor, akin to obsidian, and abruptly ceased his laughter. Aegon remained silent. Suddenly, rain cascaded from the heavens, pouring down the soldiers' cloaks and helmets. A crack of thunder split the sky, while the torrential downpour relentlessly pounded the ancient sandstone walls of the ruins. I am the grandson of Count Elian of the City of Divine Grace. You cannot slay me. Lesinomer stammered in panic. If you kill me, Count Elian will not spare you. Conversely, if you spare my life, I will give you anything you desire. Gold dragons, is that what you seek? I shall provide it all. Lesinomer gazed at Aegon with hopeful eyes, attempting to discern a glimmer of mercy upon his countenance. However, he was met with disappointment. Aegon understood a fundamental truth. As a leader, when faced with the seedlings of rebellion, one must first eradicate the disobedient shoots. Power resides within the hearts of the people. It exists where belief flourishes and dissipates where it wanes. The authority of the upper echelons is granted by the thoughts of the lower ranks. Grasping this allows even the most diminutive of individuals to cast a formidable shadow upon the wall. Conversely, if a problem arises from someone's thinking, that individual must be dealt with accordingly. Save me. Lesinomer, perceiving the icy gazes of those around him, finally succumbed to desperation and pleaded for mercy. His purple nails clawed at the mire, yet he paid it no mind as he attempted to crawl towards the crowd. only to find them unwilling to grant him even a moment's proximity, as if evading a wretched insect. Have mercy. Lesinomer ultimately crawled towards Demon, imploring, Lord Demon, kind sir, plead with Lord Aegon to spare my life. Tears streamed down his face, disrupting his carefully crafted appearance as he desperately grasped at Demon's garment. Demon, say something. With a resounding crack, Demon swung his armored fist, striking Lesinomer down to the ground, a bloody tooth flying from his mouth. As a noble officer, you failed to set an example, brazenly contravening military discipline. Should you not swiftly kneel and prostrate yourself, seeking forgiveness from Lord Aegon? Daemon pummels Lesinomer with fists and feet, each strike resonating throughout the hall, a chilling spectacle. Ultimately, Lesinomer curls upon the ground, and Daemon turns to His Highness, Prince Aegon, inquiring if this suffices. Aegon remains silent, surveying the assembly with an imposing presence. Suddenly, he casts the gleaming curved blade to the ground, the clash of steel against stone producing a crisp sound. Not enough. He must perish. Beneath the throne on the dais, Aegon's gaze, descending upon Daemon's upturned eyes, conveys an unspoken understanding. After a moment, Daemon stiffly utters, I comprehend. He raises the sharp, curved blade, proclaiming in the names of both old and new deities, I, Daemon Shad of the City of Divine Grace, shall execute your death sentence. The blade descends, heavy and precise, delivering a fatal blow. The head separates from the body, and at this moment, both the deceased and the living are drenched in blood. Chapter 9. The appointment of the Imperial Forest Guard's rain cascades throughout the morning, the rivers swell, transforming the meadows into a watery expanse. Aegon sits serenely upon a rock, the Valyrian curved blade resting across his knee, cleansing the blood from its surface with the verdant waters of a secluded spring. Daemon Shad approaches slowly, standing by the frigid pool. You have performed admirably, Aegon remarks without lifting his gaze. As per your command, Daemon replies, kneeling on one knee. With these words, silence envelopes the area once more. I do not grieve for the death of your brother, Aegon states, wiping the blade, observing the ripples within the steel marks of countless forges. Each kitten eventually matures, initially appearing harmless, small, and silent, lapping milk from a shallow dish. But once their claws develop, they may scratch, even wounding their caretakers. Aegon looks up to see thick smoke rising. He recognizes it as soldiers constructing a pyre to burn the corpses. The flames reach skyward, the smoke obscuring the sun. The odor of roasted human flesh bears no distinction from that of horse meat over a campfire. Aegon smiles softly and turns to Daemon, who was mouthing words, his throat constricted, rendered speechless. Lesinomer is Daemon's half-brother, yet as a bastard, Daemon possesses no claim to inheritance, while Lesinomer holds the rights to the City of Divine Grace, located at the confluence of the Hujiang and Wan's rivers. This illegitimate son, with his beard closely cropped and dimples revealing themselves when he smiles, departed from his homeland as an adult to serve as a squire to Prince Oberyn, who personally knighted him. Aegon's silver hair billows in the wind. For those who aspire to ascend to the pinnacle of power, mercy is a luxury they cannot afford. There exists but one principle: if one does not hunt, one becomes the prey. Today, Aegon intends to test this subordinate. Perhaps this maneuver is premature, yet the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Should he succeed in winning him over as a confidant, Aegon could further consolidate his control over the forces. Certainly, should a traitor infiltrate the core team, one would find oneself akin to a fish on the chopping block, vulnerable to manipulation. Pray, elucidate why you would willingly turn against your own kin. I hardly believe my commands instill such profound fear in you. After all, the act of drawing blood from one's family is cursed by the gods, and those who slay their own are forever scorned by society. Aegon spoke with a light-hearted tone, aiming to lower Daemon's guard, his gaze unwavering as it met Daemon's eyes. Daemon cleared his throat softly and replied, though I am merely a bastard, I have encountered countless treasures of gold and silver. Wealth has never held any allure for me. While all yearn for riches, I find no value in them. Pursuing wealth is, in my view, a foolish endeavor. Wealth is a mansion built upon rock, with a mere decade of durability, whereas power is akin to the ancient castles of Westeros, enduring through generations. As Daemon's tone grew somber, he paused and concluded, power is the greatest treasure. Alas, you are a bastard, born without the right to inherit titles or lands. Aegon understood. Indeed, Daemon nodded, my father acknowledged my identity. But what of it? King Robert recognized the legitimacy of Edric Storm as well. Residing in a castle and possessing one are two entirely different matters. Daemon spoke with a mix of anguish and struggle. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized you as the most powerful individual I have ever encountered. Your mere words can compel others to serve you. Even Oberyn would gladly ride for you. Thus, you wish for me, Aegon, to gaze into Daemon's eyes, his words lingering in a delicate balance. I desire you to become king. Restore my power. To legitimize a bastard is a privilege solely belonging to a monarch. In the annals of Westerosi history, there have been 2 instances where kings have legitimized bastards. Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen legitimized her brothers, Adam and Aelin, from Driftmark, intending to draw them into her faction, for in the fervor of the blood dragoness dance. Every dragon rider is a precious asset. The second instance was Aegon IV, who, on his deathbed, legitimized all his bastards. Consequently, these legitimate bastards troubled 5 generations of Targaryen monarchs until the fearless Baelor extinguished the last of the Blackfires on the stepstones. Aegon scrutinized Daemon, his gaze penetrating and discerning. What can you bring to me? Daemon clenched his jaw and confessed, in truth, I was sent by Prince Oberyn to observe you. I report your actions to him daily through a raven. Aegon regarded him with keen interest. How can I trust you? Daemon replied, you know, the Red Viper is bisexual, and I am one of his lovers. A flicker of pain crossed Daemon's eyes. At times, he even invites the Sand Snakes to join in. The Sand Snakes are the bastard daughters of the Red Viper. He has 8 of them. I am aware that this is profoundly wrong. Yet it is he who has compelled me. I dare not disobey his commands. A plausible justification, Aegon nodded. There exists a rumor that Daemon Shard, as the knightly squire of the Red Viper, is also his clandestine lover. By day he rides horses, and by night he rides men, occasionally even summoning his daughter. As Daemon uttered these words, his hands clasped his face in anguish, clearly recalling some unspeakable past. Observing this, Aegon shrugged, approached, and patted Daemon's shoulder, stating, this time, you have made the right choice. I am generous. Daemon's sobs ceased, and he lifted his head, his blue eyes shimmering with newfound light. I, Aegon Targaryen, do swear that by my hearth there shall always be a place for you, and upon my table there shall eternally be meat and wine for you. I vow never to compel you to commit any injustice, by the names of the old and new gods. Upon hearing this solemn oath, Daemon stood frozen. As if turned to stone, Aegon gazed at him with a smile, and after a considerable pause, Daemon finally responded, kneeling excitedly on one knee, drawing his sword, and laying it across Aegon's feet. I, Daemon Shard, am your loyal protector, or any role you wish me to assume. I shall safeguard your well-being and heed your commands. In times of peril, I willingly offer my life. By the names of the old and new gods, I solemnly swear. This vow was not merely an oath of knighthood. It was the pledge of the Kingsguard. After Daemon revealed the secret he had harbored, Aegon resolved to place his trust in him. At that moment, Daemon was both elated and anxious. My lord, do you wish for me to sever ties with Oberyn? Aegon resolutely shook his head. No. Chapter 10. The seeds of faith. A pale, gaunt hand rested steadily upon the edge of a wooden tub. The bath exuded a rising white mist. And seated upon a stone stool was a man with silvery golden hair. Upon entering, the scalding hot water washed away the fatigue of days spent on the march, prompting Aegon to let out a pleasurable sigh. Though he had dwelled in this world for 7 years, Aegon still found himself retaining vestiges of his former life. These remnants rendered him an outsider in this era rife with swords and blood. It was this incongruity that made him feel he was not akin to a wild beast. With a splash, Aegon reached for a jade plate at the edge of the tub, which held a solid white substance emitting a delightful fragrance. He applied it to his skin, cleansing away all the grime. This substance was soap, crafted from his own experience, and the method was quite simple. First, char the wood into ashes, soak it in hot water, and mix the resulting liquid with lard. Once solidified, one obtains a rudimentary soap. Aegon had even added 2 slices of mint, which made his body feel all the more refreshed. While scrubbing himself, he inevitably glanced downward, only to be met with an unadorned sight, a discovery that brought him a twinge of sorrow. Amidst the company of prominent figures, he nearly forgot the reality of his own youthful age. After bathing, Aegon donned fresh coarse linen undergarments, pristine black wool trousers, a loose green tunic, and a leather vest fastened at the front. The following day, as Aegon leisurely enjoyed the afternoon in his palanquin, a sudden commotion broke his reverie. Peering outside, he beheld 3 soldiers struggling to carry an unconscious man back. Upon witnessing this disturbing scene, Daemon immediately halted the training and approached to investigate. It turned out that a small detachment under Aegon's command had encountered a dispute with local indigenous people while conscripting soldiers from nearby villages. As the elite members of Aegon's ranks, they swiftly subdued the troublemakers, resulting in fatalities on both sides. Sir, is there still hope for him? Inquired one of the soldiers carrying the injured man. The individual bore a grievous wound, an iron-tipped arrow embedded deep within his abdomen, surrounded by clotted black blood and festering pus. Daemon furrowed his brow. The prognosis was dire, as the injury evidently involved internal organs, and the victim lay unconscious from a high fever. Moreover, arrows wielded by these indigenous people were often smeared with excrement or poison, ensuring a fatal outcome upon impact. Even if bleeding could be halted, the risk of sepsis loomed large, a condition for which there was no remedy at this time. The nearest healer was 3 kilometers away. Yet Daemon feared the injured man would not survive long enough for assistance to arrive. The soldier, anxious and agitated, clutched the sigil of House Targaryen, a black field emblazoned with a red, 3-headed dragon. Initially, Egan had no intention of intervening, for he was not the designated healer. However, the sight of the emblem stirred something within him. "If there are no other options, let me attempt something," he declared. "Let us treat this dying horse as if it were still alive." He instructed Daemon to procure a freshly slaughtered bull, ensuring its entrails were entirely removed, into which the wounded man would be placed. The outcome would be left to fate. Daemon paused, perplexed by Egan's intentions, yet recalling previous instances that had proven fruitful. He dutifully executed the command. Soon, a vigorous bull was brought forth by several soldiers. Daemon sharpened his blade, and with a swift motion, the knife pierced the flesh, resulting in the bull collapsing to the ground. The carcass was swiftly skinned and opened, its bloodied entrails removed, and the injured man was carefully placed inside. The freshly slaughtered animal provided a naturally sterile environment, with a temperature perfectly suited for staunching blood flow. Is this method truly effective? Daemon harbored doubts. Having never witnessed such an approach, and observing the injured man's eyes still tightly shut without any indication of improvement. Moments later, a faint breath escaped the wounded man's lips. It worked. He has truly come back to life. Lord Egan's method has proven miraculous. The bleeding ceased, granting precious time for rescue, and the injured man was safely transported to the nearest healer for treatment. Witnessing such grievous injuries miraculously healed by Egan, the inexperienced soldiers, having never encountered grand spectacles, bowed in reverence, venerating him as an ineffable deity. A mere glance into their eyes revealed to Egan that they had submitted to him, not out of fear of authority, but from a profound, heartfelt allegiance. In this savage era, where people are scantily clad and barely fed, only the supreme belief can bridge the chasm of reality. Once the soldiers embraced faith, they became impervious to the threats of blades. Their spiritual fortitude rendered them fearless. This was akin to the impoverished gatherings and sons of warriors within the armed faction of the cult. Regardless of their origins, gender, or profession, these individuals hailed from the destitute assembly, having once instigated a rebellion against the Red Keep, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by King Maegor. Maegor declared the armed faction of the cult illegal, placing a bounty of a silver stag on each member of the destitute assembly who resisted. Now, Egan felt as though he had stumbled upon a shortcut. Chapter 11. Conspiracy. Beneath a vast archway of gold and stained glass, adorned in the armor of the burning sun, Oberyn sat at a table fashioned for the game of Syvass, his legs resting on a cushioned footstool. He toyed with an agate carving, turning it over in his swollen hands. "I brought wine," announced a plump eunuch, exuding the scent of powder, dressed in vibrant silks, as he glided to the table. After many years apart, our reunion today was truly exhilarating. Varys' skin was soft and moist, his breath scented with the fragrance of lilacs. With such a great hero as your protector, Egan must surely feel at ease. "Enough," Oberyn scoffed, "even here, in a subterranean storeroom in Pentos. I sense your little birds are watching." Varys smiled. "My lord, it is my duty to gather information, and thus I know much. In this world, I consider only 4.5 individuals to be unfathomable. You are one, and the little finger counts as another." Oberyn, intrigued, inquired, "What conspiracy are you concocting with the little finger this time? I suspect someone is destined for misfortune." Varys chuckled, as the narrow window allowed a sliver of light to cast a giant shadow upon the wall. "Jon Arryn found the book I gave him," Varys revealed, "and the rest will be uncovered soon enough. 1 or 2 days, at most 2 weeks. Oberyn set down the piece, pondering what he would do once the truth was unveiled. "Only the gods above know," Varys gently shrugged. "But I suspect that the old eagle won't disclose the matter, for it would surely plunge the 7 kingdoms into chaos. Alas, we may never witness that spectacle, deer against lion. Just imagine how thrilling that would be." "I thought you would relish such a scenario," Oberyn retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Varys laughed like a young girl, questioning the purpose of war when they were unprepared. "What is your objective?" he inquired. "My lord Varys, what is it that you truly seek?" Oberyn was puzzled. Dorne sought vengeance for the fallen Elia, but what of Varys? "Peace," Varys replied without hesitation. "If there is a soul in King's Landing that genuinely wishes to safeguard the innocent, it is I." Oberyn chuckled, observing, "In my view, you are no different from Littlefinger. Both of you are merely striving to ascend to the pinnacle of power." This seemed to amuse the eunuch greatly. "If I must ally with him, I would sooner wed a black sheep from Coer. Littlefinger is the second most cunning individual in the 7 kingdoms. I shall provide him with just enough useful information to make him believe I am his ally. much like I have made Cersei believe. What have you compelled Littlefinger to do? As Oberyn posed this question, a man with a distinctive yellow mustache entered, his rings gleaming in the firelight, gold, silver, adorned with rubies, sapphires, and tiger's eye. Each finger bore a ring, some with two. We have tasked him with assassinating Jon Arryn. Illyrio's voice flowed smoothly, characteristic of the Free Cities. Only with Jon Arryn's death can the alliance of the stags, wolves, and eagles be dismantled, granting House Targaryen a chance to reclaim the throne. Jon Arryn was the head of House Arryn, the Duke of the Eyrie, the protector of the Vale, and the husband of Lisa Tully, as well as the foster father of King Robert and Duke Eddard Stark. It could be said that he alone had facilitated the alliance of nearly half the continent of Westeros as long as he lived. Chaos would remain at bay across the Seven Kingdoms. This Eagle of the Vale, the hand of King Robert, devoted his life to upholding the esteemed motto of House Arryn. In the original storyline, it was Jon Arryn's death that prompted Robert to journey north to enlist Eddard Stark as his hand. Tragically, this venerable guardian of the Seven Kingdoms had an opportunity to reveal to Robert that his children were born of the incestuous union between Kingsguard Jaime and Queen Cersei. However, he chose silence, unwilling to witness the realm descend into turmoil. Upon Jon Arryn's demise, Robert would undoubtedly seek his old friend Eddard to serve his hand. And at that juncture, King's Landing would devolve into utter chaos, Varys lamented. Illyrio displayed a crooked grin, 100 balls thrown into the air. Even the most skilled magician would struggle to control them. Oberyn cursed. Damn it, why are we discussing these matters? Soon we shall be in Dorne, free from Illyrio and his rotund presence. Until then, let us indulge in revelry and dreams, with fine wine and sumptuous feasts at our disposal. Why must we dwell on war and death? Tell me of her. Prince Oberyn chuckled. Daenerys. Illyrio fell into contemplation. When Daenerys first arrived, she was still a mere child, yet possessed a charm that eclipsed that of my concubine, nearly stirring within me the desire to take her into my household. However, her overwhelming fear dissuaded me, for I knew that companionship with her would yield no joy. To rid myself of such foolish thoughts, I sought solace in the warmth of another. But you intend to sell her to the Dothraki horse lord, Oberyn interjected. It is indeed his brother's plan. Illyrio chuckled softly, his beard quivering. Her brother Viserys intends to offer her to Khal Drogo to win the favor of the Khal. A vain and greedy young man, Oberyn summarized. Varys nodded in agreement, asserting that the Dothraki never engage in trade. They merely use Daenerys to curry favor with the Khal. Since the conqueror Aegon wed his two sisters, intermarriage among the Targaryens has been customary for centuries. Only in this manner can the purity of blood be preserved, ensuring the birth of true dragons. If true dragons were to consort with common beasts, mingling their blood with that of the lowborn, what dignity of kingship could remain? Varys spat. The wedding between Daenerys and Khal Drogo is inevitable. His Khalasar boasts 100,000 warriors. Only by returning with Drogo's mighty host can one hope to reclaim that lost realm. The Dothraki are a nomadic warrior nation that roams the vast plains of the Dothraki Sea. Their tribes are known as Khalasars. And Khal Drogo is among the most formidable and fearless, an unparalleled horseman and a devilish archer. As for Daenerys' willingness, it appears to be of little concern to anyone. Chapter 12. The Savior Aegon, however, what of the Golden Company? Varys inquired. The eunuch had departed from King's Landing, traversing the Blackwater River, passing through the Blackwater Bay, navigating the straits between Dragonstone and the mainland, and crossing the narrow sea, only to arrive in Pentos a day prior. Through his little birds, he learned that Aegon had struck a pact with the Golden Company, yet the specifics of that agreement remained elusive. It is indeed the case. Illyrio tilted his head, revealing his disheveled yellowed teeth, and ordered another flask of strong wine. Mysaria still harbored doubts regarding young Aegon's capabilities. He required further proof. The Golden Company is, after all, the largest, most renowned, and most costly mercenary band in the free cities of the Eastern Continent. It is improbable that they would heed the commands of another based solely on a contract. Furthermore, mercenaries are notoriously fickle, yet the Golden Company stands as an exception. They never break their oaths unless presented with an irresistible reason. Oberyn took the strong wine poured by a servant and downed it in one gulp. Prince Doran, with his long and melancholic visage, possessed a pair of dark, coal-like eyes that shone beneath his finely arched brows. His forehead and nose were sharp, and among his lustrous black hair, only a few silver strands were visible. He spoke with a deep and detached tone. Eunuch, old man, I have no interest in the lies spun by the two of you. Do you believe we are meek sheep or mindless fools? I simply wish to ascertain when the justice you promised will be realized. Indeed, he has come for that very purpose. In the realm of literature, the bond between Oberyn Martell and Illyria has been unyielding since childhood. She is one of the few individuals he holds dear. 16 years ago, a horrific murder ignited the fury of the Dornish people, who have thrived in the scorching desert, cherishing their families above all. The ruling family of Dorne was ruthlessly slain. Who could possibly endure such a tragedy? Following Robert's usurpation of the throne, to quell the resentment among the Dornish, Jon Arryn promptly brought the remains of Valeria's children to Dorne, offering a solemn apology. This act briefly stifled a rebellion. Varys sighed, and with a tone reminiscent of a general commanding a vast army, he noted that you brought merely 300 men, having gifted 200 to Aegon. Oberyn chuckled derisively, reflecting on how the likes of Tywin Lannister and his kin often bear their grievances in silence like St. Baylor. I fervently wish to see them slain by my own hands, stripped of all they hold dear. To hear their anguished cries from the depths of hell, such thoughts bring me a modicum of solace. Oberyn's countenance twisted momentarily, as if the mere utterance of his desires caused him pain. Varys sighed once more, his voice laced with a sweet, rancid aroma. I express my deepest regrets regarding your sister's fate. However, you must observe closely, Your Highness. In this cesspool of King's Landing, there are no fewer than 500,000 souls, certainly more than your 300, as you must recognize. Do you see the golden cloaks? They number around 5,000. While Lord Tywin's forces approach 20,000. Not to mention the roses. Those fragrant blooms are steadfast allies of the lion, and together they could total 50, 60, or even 70,000 scattered throughout the city and its outskirts. Oberyn shrugged dismissively. In ancient Dorne, before our union with House Dane, there was a saying, blossoms must bow to the blazing sun. If these roses were to trouble me, I would gladly trample them all. Varys interjected. As you did with the hands of Valerion? At this, the Dornish prince's face flushed with a mix of red and purple. Valerion Targaryen, the eldest son of House Valerion, was once a dear friend of Oberyn, united by their mutual interest in the culinary delights of horsemeat. However, during a tournament, Oberyn's spear struck Valerion's breastplate, but fate intervened, ensnaring Valerion's foot in the stirrup, causing him to fall and be crushed beneath his steed. Despite the efforts of Oberyn's maester, who managed to save his thigh, Valerion was left with a shattered knee, rendering him a cripple. Yet soon, Varys resumed his kindly demeanor, lessening his previously aggressive stance. The Golden Company, however, could supply us with 1,000 warriors and thousands of steeds. Their motto is gold above, cold steel below, and they are undoubtedly endowed with unwavering resolve. Moreover, these exiled knights, seasoned by countless battles, possess the ability to deftly employ tactics, transcending their own limitations in combat. With the presence of these cavalry, infantry, retainers, archers, and war elephants, invading any family within the realm of Westeros poses no challenge. Oberyn was momentarily rendered speechless by Varys's grandiloquent discourse. Observing Oberyn's silence, Varys offered a gentle smile, remarking that he should feel pleased. Our dear Aegon has not been subjected to the indignity of being directly expelled by Toyne or ridiculed. Unlike his uncle Viserys, Illyrio could not suppress a chuckle at this. Viserys has become the laughingstock of the free cities, derisively labeled the Beggar King, while he foolishly seeks to reclaim the Golden Company, a tale that has become a source of mirth in every tavern across the eastern continent. Oberyn replied nonchalantly, indeed. It is fortunate that not all of the last 3 dragons of House Targaryen are worthless. I have seen Aegon. Though young, he exhibits a remarkable steadiness. If Rhaegar and my sister were still alive, they would surely take comfort in Aegon's demeanor. Upon mentioning Aegon's name, a shadow of gloom lifted from Oberyn's face. Establishing a city in Andalos is no trivial endeavor. Lacking natural geographical barriers for protection, I remain uncertain of Aegon's capabilities. Suddenly, a glint of hunger sparked in Oberyn's eyes as he turned to Varys and Illyrio with a predatory gaze. I have bestowed 3,000 golden dragons and 200 guards upon Aegon, yet I understand this is but a trifling contribution towards the establishment of a city. My lords, might you also lend your support? Certainly, Varys responded, moving towards the window to gaze at the ships anchored beyond the narrow sea. Only those of House Targaryen can guide Westeros through this protracted eternal night. Illyrio gently patted his friend's shoulder, stating, I have faith in the prophecy you witnessed in Meereen. The governor of Pentos then quietly commanded, and 4 robust slaves promptly advanced, carrying a bronze-adorned cedar chest. Upon opening it, they revealed it to be filled with the finest velvet and cotton produced by the free cities, atop which lay 3 large eggs, glimmering with a metallic sheen in the fading sunlight. Illyrio's face still bore a trace of hesitation. What if he is not the savior we seek? Varys replied without hesitation. You would do well to pray that he is, and to hope he becomes the person he is destined to be. Chapter 13. Conducting business, the relentless sun hung high in the sky, heat radiating from the exposed rocks of the low hills. Aegon and his forces had arrived at the chosen site for establishing a city in Andalos. The first challenge he faced was the procurement of cement and bricks. It is only with an ample supply of these materials that a solid fortress can be erected. Establishing a stronghold and maintaining order within through military might is the foundation for any future development. Such endeavors are not conjured from thin air. Enlisting knights, who are solely adept in warfare, to assist in constructing a city is evidently impractical. It would be far more straightforward to procure artisans from other regions. And the raw materials must also be sourced externally. While each of these undertakings may not seem substantial in isolation, collectively they amount to a considerable sum. 3,000 golden dragons would merely evaporate like a drop in the ocean, failing to fill the significant void. Just as Aegon pondered ways to generate income, a figure appeared, steering a cart towards them. Upon his approach, Aegon discovered that this was a naming day gift from the governor of Illyrio and Lord Varys. This gift comprised a letter and an entire cart filled with golden dragons. As he broke the black wax seal on the letter, he found words of encouragement from Illyrio, expressing support for his endeavors. Aegon understood that these sentiments were not entirely genuine, yet they provided a balm for his spirit. Naturally, upon witnessing the wealth transported by an entire cart, Aegon's eyes sparkled with delight. While money may not be omnipotent, its absence is undeniably crippling. Aegon's ambitions extended beyond merely establishing a rudimentary settlement in Andalos. He envisioned the construction of something akin to a free trade city-state. The 9 free cities are each independent entities, sharing a common heritage as descendants of the original Valyrian colonizers. To inherit the legacy of the Valyrian freehold is to possess the means for flourishing trade. Aegon realized that creating a city to rival theirs necessitated support from various fronts. Alongside his own efforts, the fertile plains along the southern banks of the Lorne River in Andalos represented a treasure trove awaiting cultivation. An abundant supply of labor, slaves, was essential for the rapid construction of the city-state. Aegon harbored no delusions of altruism. His primary desire was to enhance his own power. Hence he did not feel compelled to liberate the slaves, were it not for his current limitations and strength. Aegon would have considered directly overpowering the 9 city-states to seize their resources. The brutality, violence, and aggression of such an approach entail significant risks. Yet the potential rewards are equally immense. The Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands espouses a motto, "To take by force is superior to toiling in the fields," which encapsulates this philosophy. Only when unable to seize from others do people willingly adhere to their own pursuits and engage in constructive efforts. Currently, the Dothraki, ravaging the lands of Essos, eschew productive labor, relying solely on plundering neighboring territories to sustain their economy. Aegon contemplated the paths available to him. He could opt for a route of conquest or choose agriculture, representing divergent trajectories of civilization, neither inherently right nor wrong, merely suited or unsuited. Presently, Andalos is a weak player on the eastern continent, ill-suited for instigating a violent upheaval. Perhaps I should leverage the support of Varys and Illyrio to achieve initial capital accumulation. The growth of population and resources must unfold gradually. However, these considerations were beyond Aegon's immediate grasp. The makeshift wooden barricade appeared precarious, rendering this city-state a mere name without substance, lacking a foundation, drainage system, or any semblance of a thriving community. It was devoid of the vitality expected of a proper city. Outside the wooden enclave, a caravan laden with provisions approached. At its forefront was a merchant named Gil from Volantis, whose reputation spanned the continent. He traversed from the dense forests of Norvos and Coer to the undulating mountains of Pantos and the scattered islands of Bravos. Far to the north, he could reach the Shivering Sea and the isolated Isle of Ibn, inhabited only by seal-skinned whalers. To the south, he could find himself at the Summer Sea in the Bay of Slaves. Yet, he could not recall when a settlement had been established here. It was not uncommon for clusters of hundreds to emerge unexpectedly. Gil approached, a man in his 40s adorned with a squirrel fur hat. "Greetings, I am Gil, a merchant from Volantis, seeking to engage in a transaction with you." Egan regarded the caravan leader calmly, inquiring, "What do you have?" Gil replied courteously, "We possess grain available for purchase, along with some other items." As he spoke, he lifted the burlap covering the carts, revealing baskets of golden wheat and various jars. Egan stepped closer to inspect the goods. The scene was rather peculiar. Gil had not anticipated that the leader here would be a boy scarcely past childhood. He observed Egan with curiosity, while Egan's subordinates watched Gil warily. The cart was filled with pelts, utensils, provisions, flint, and other essential supplies desperately needed within the city. Egan swiftly concluded that these items were indeed necessary and returned to Gil, stating, "I will take all of these. Name your price." Gil felt a sense of unease under the scrutinizing eyes of the sharp-eyed soldiers, recognizing through years of experience that these individuals were formidable and well-connected. As a merchant, His primary concern was profit, and he understood that being overly greedy could lead to one's downfall. Not wishing to offend them, he hesitated, then smiled, saying, 40 silver stars for a stone of wheat. If you buy the whole lot, consider the other items complimentary. Egan nodded in agreement, pleased by the favorable price, which was indeed below the usual market rate. Being the first merchant to arrive, Egan contemplated pursuing additional transactions. I also require some pork, fish, and honey. Can you procure these? Gil paused momentarily before responding, no problem. Is there anything else you need, such as trained horses, sausages, or ale? Andes was a region of rolling plains, abundant with farmland and orchards, ideally suited for the development of agricultural civilization. In contrast, high-end crafts such as jewelry, cavalry, amber, and ivory were scarce, and the maritime industry had seen little advancement, with trade monopolized by neighboring city-states. Yagan nodded, observing that Gil appeared quite capable, and inquired, do you have any means of procuring armor? I do not seek the luxury of full-plate armor. Even a lesser chainmail or leather armor would suffice, provided there is a considerable quantity. Gil readily agreed. As the merchant departed with his caravan, Daemon stealthily approached, gesturing towards Gil's retreating cart. My lord, should we? He mimed a beheading motion. Yagan chuckled, declining his request. We are a city-state, not brigands. Chapter 14. In my command, Yagan rode atop his warhorse, declaring that their mission was to rescue those unfortunate souls still trapped in a primitive era. He pointed his sword eastward, addressing his subordinates, who dutifully knelt before him. Yagan turned his gaze to the leader, Anthony, and having witnessed his capabilities, appointed him as the vanguard. Have we located the savages? Anthony replied, they have concealed themselves well. Further investigation is required. After a moment of contemplation, Yagan suggested, let us rest for a while. Encountering a tribe of hundreds, we must ensure we possess sufficient combat strength. Understood, Anthony replied, suddenly recalling, I remember there was a tribe of 300 when we first arrived. Their chieftain is formidable. Yagan's curiosity was piqued. How formidable? Anthony responded, we call him Redbeard. He stands nearly as tall as a giant, wielding a long battle axe. When he slaughters, his beard becomes stained red, hence the name. Yagan's eyes gleamed. Such a mystical figure was precisely the type he sought. Soon, they beheld rows of houses. The land was flat and expansive, with structures arranged in neat order, intersected by numerous pathways, and livestock could be seen grazing. Yagan's forces entered the village as wolves among sheep. The villagers, upon seeing the unfamiliar outsiders clad in white chainmail, were instantly struck with terror. Yagan observed from the outskirts, directing his men to herd the inhabitants into the central clearing. Are they all women, the elderly, and children? He exclaimed upon witnessing the gathered savages. The village comprised dozens of households, yet only the frail and vulnerable appeared, with the able-bodied men conspicuously absent. Yagan had anticipated a fierce battle, yet victory came with unexpected ease. Take what food and meat you can use. This shall be your meal for today. However, do not destroy the buildings, kill, or commit acts of violence, for perhaps one day all of this shall belong to us, and it must be cherished. Daemon, somewhat perplexed, argued, what can be taken should be seized, what cannot be taken should be burned. This seems only reasonable. His sentiments echoed the thoughts of many. In war, bloodshed and destruction were deemed justifiable. However, Egan halted the actions of the crowd, declaring that slaying those incapable of battle would only drive the returning men to madness, rendering it of no value to us. Murder should be for gain, not for the mere pleasure of bloodshed. Do you understand? Let this place serve as a temporary respite. Go and dine using the village's original hearth. We shall rest here, leaving a few to keep watch, while we await their return. Cosbo gazed at a voluptuous woman from a mountain clan, his eyes wide with astonishment as he struggled to divert his gaze. Aren't we here to fight? He inquired. Egan, somewhat exasperated, affirmed, indeed. We are here to engage in battle. Cosbo swallowed hard, gesturing toward the defenseless captives on the ground. Then why not execute them? If it were up to our commander, we would have already divided them among us. Cosbo Hizhan was the type of mercenary easily stirred by bloodlust. His excitement was unmistakable. At that moment, the others realized that Cosbo was becoming overly eager. Killing was not the objective, it was merely a means to an end. Even if these captives were to be kept as slaves, they held considerable value. Upon hearing this, Cosbo reluctantly rubbed his hands together, abandoning his murderous intentions. Egan understood that some of his subordinates did not fully heed his command, merely acknowledging him as their leader in name. War has a way of igniting masculine allure, and a group of enraged men would hardly submit to discipline. They adhered to the law of nature. The strong devour the weak through violence. Yet, Egan recognized the necessity of curbing this rebellious spirit, lest his commands be undermined in the future. Hizhan, you are older and more experienced. and you represent the Golden Brigade here. You are welcome to voice your true opinions at any time. However, I must convey this. While I treat you all with kindness, I am the Lord of Anda's city, so you should trust my judgment rather than question it. Of course, I am young and lack grand experiences, which may lead to erroneous decisions. Nevertheless, my judgments here are unequivocally sound. Chapter 15. Confrontation. Will these captives remain silent? 2 hours have passed, and not a single one of the frail and elderly has spoken, even under the threat of knives at their throats. Refusing to divulge any information about the men who departed the village, I will speak with them, Egan declared as he approached the leader among the captives, his demeanor serious. Let me be clear, the unification of Andes is inevitable, and I am its master. Submit to me, and I shall provide you with abundant benefits, grain, poultry, housing, all that you desire. I advise you to swiftly alter your kin's mindset and embrace the great Egan, rather than resist the tide. With that, Egan paid no mind to whether the elder accepted his words and proceeded to discuss the forthcoming matters with Anthony and Damon. Cosbo his own remarked, "We shall wait here for the return of their men, and then confront them head-on." Damon declared, "I have obliterated the vessels of these barbarians. They are left with no avenue of escape." Yet, Aegon entertained a different notion and inquired, "Are you certain this is the domain of the Redbeard?" Anthony nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. This is the very place. I recall it vividly." The contingent established by Aegon was divided into 3 factions, the Dornish led by Daemon, the Golden Company overseen by Casbosh, and the Undul contingent commanded by Anthony. The 4 men sat within the warmth of the hearth, partaking in a meal while deliberating strategies for their impending challenges. Should they incorporate the barbarians into their ranks, it would necessitate a capable individual to oversee them, ideally someone well acquainted with their customs and frequently engaged with them. The barbarians' perception of the mundane differed vastly from that of the typical Westerosi. Thus, mishandling the situation could lead to dire consequences. Aegon and his companions dined on pea soup and pigeon bread while the soldiers remained quietly concealed within the village, each armed and clad in armor. As night enveloped the land, a kilometer away from Aegon's position, a band of barbarians returned through the pitch-black forest, brandishing torches that illuminated their path. Quickly detected by Aegon's sentinels who alerted the upper echelons of the army, including Aegon himself, Daemon was eager, poised to engage in battle at last. Aegon turned to Anthony, curious about the counsel his subordinate would offer. After a moment of contemplation, Anthony remarked, "To subdue the Redbeard, one must not only vanquish his body but also conquer his heart." The sentiment was straightforward. Their victory through ambush would not secure the loyalty of the barbarians. Casbosh, irked, retorted, "Does warfare still require notions of righteousness and morality? It is the victor who possesses the right to dictate. I suspect your mind may have faltered." Anthony countered, "In my view, those who rely solely on ambush cannot be deemed true sovereigns. I believe it is your judgment that has faltered." The mercenaries of the Golden Company rose in indignation, their anger palpable. The 2 exchanged heated glances, each spark igniting an invisible flame. "Enough." Aegon struck the table. "We shall confront the barbarian directly." Though he sensed the potential folly in a head-on clash, he ultimately placed his faith in Anthony's insight. Death was not their aim. For the purpose of killing was to pierce the heart. Daemon and Casbosh hesitated briefly but ultimately acquiesced to Aegon's command. Aegon's men received their orders and emerged from their well-concealed thatched shelters, brandishing swords and shields as they exited the village. "Let us greet them," Aegon signaled to Anthony. Understanding Aegon's intent, Anthony addressed the soldiers, "Light the torches." Daemon and Casbosh resignedly observed as Aegon embraced Anthony's counsel, powerless to alter the course of events. In the pitch-black village, crimson flames ignited like a tide, casting a light akin to daybreak. The torches of the tribe were swiftly noticed by the returning barbarians from afar. Indistinct roars and the sound of metal clashing echoed, causing the returning warriors to shift into a state of vigilant readiness, seemingly startled. Their eyes widened as they gazed towards what was once their home, now transformed into an unknown beast. "Ryman, come forth, we have matters to discuss," Anthony called out. The name Ryman reverberated like a bouncing ball from Egan's forces to the ears of the distant barbarians. Egan and his men stood at the village's entrance, torches igniting along the roadside, their flickering flames reflecting off Egan's gleaming white armor. "Who calls for me?" Emerged a stout man with a broad chest and a protruding belly. His beard was as white as winter snow, and his muscular arms bore runes engraved in heavy gold cuffs, clad in black chainmail of indeterminate origin. Egan's warhorses stood menacingly at the village's edge, yet this stocky man appeared oblivious to the army behind Egan as he stepped forward nonchalantly. Ryman stood alone at the bridgehead, unflinching before Egan's hundreds of soldiers. Anthony drew his sword, gripping it firmly with both hands as he advanced toward Ryman. Just a few meters away, Anthony suddenly transitioned from a leisurely pace to a full sprint, raising his long sword above his head before leaping into the air, bringing it down forcefully upon Ryman. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly unguarded Ryman produced an iron rod, too thick for a single hand to grasp, and deflected Anthony's blade. Anthony's muscles bulged as he summoned all his strength, his body trembling with excitement. Ryman, pinned beneath the sword, braced himself with his right foot, exerting his full power to resist. There was a noticeable disparity in their physiques. Anthony resembled a towering knight, while Ryman appeared as a stout potato. Despite the razor sharpness of Anthony's sword, it could not breach the defense of this ordinary iron rod. Egan furrowed his brow, recognizing this unfavorable situation. If Anthony struggled to defeat this barbarian, the others would surely fare even worse. Suddenly, a cracking sound reverberated as the longsword cleaved the iron rod in two. Ryman stared at the severed piece of metal, then glanced at the double-handed sword in Anthony's grasp, his expression finally turning serious. With a heavy exhale, Anthony's gaze hardened. "Do you wish to continue?" His sword, a gift from Egan, felt exceptionally well balanced in his hands during this first use. The brief skirmish had heightened the excitement for both men, establishing a mutual recognition. "Who are you?" Ryman inquired gravely, fixing his eyes upon Anthony. "What do you intend?" Ryman realized the man before him was a formidable opponent, and behind him stood hundreds of fully armed warriors, motionless and exuding an intimidating presence. Chapter 16. The surrender of Ryman. Ryman despaired as he realized that these well-equipped warriors were on an entirely different level compared to the savages he was familiar with. Demon, hoarse with urgency, proclaimed, "Before you stands the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and the protector of the realm, the builder Egan. In his name, I come to conquer this land. Should you choose to surrender, the great Egan will forgive your transgressions and become your master." The word master ignited fury among the savages, for they had never knelt before anyone, nor did they acknowledge any lord. Ryman scoffed. God created the world for humanity to share. Yet these so-called kings arrive with crowns and steel swords, stealing everything and claiming it as yours. However, confronted with the overwhelming disparity in strength, not all the savages could uphold their convictions. To live on one's knees is better than to die standing. To survive is to savor wine and feast on meat. Egan cast a cold gaze upon the savages before him, declaring, "Those who do not surrender shall witness the might of our weaponry." At this proclamation, Egan's soldiers unsheathed their swords in unison, the sound of metal scraping against its scabbard sending a chill through the savages. Perceiving the wavering resolve of his comrades, Ryman implored those who had fought alongside him, "Do not be deceived by his words. There is still a chance for survival if we resist. Surrender means certain death." "I would rather die with you than live in shame," Anthony suddenly interjected. The savages stared at Anthony in shock, taken aback that their enemy could utter such sentiments. Demon affirmed, "Lord Egan would never harm anyone. We are all his subjects. Surrender is the only path to survival. Resistance leads only to death." After these statements, a heavy silence fell over the savages. Even Ryman, the most resolute among them, began to waver, particularly upon witnessing the formidable strength of Egan's army. Gritting his teeth, Ryman grasped a broken iron rod and said to Anthony, "Come, let us continue to fight. I shall not submit." In the flickering firelight, Ryman exhibited unprecedented bravery. His gaze remained fixed on Anthony, ever vigilant. Yet, Anthony made no aggressive move. With a sigh, Ryman realized his struggle was in vain. Egan's forces numbered in the hundreds, clad in armor and wielding weapons, more than sufficient to deal with his band of savages. Ryman muttered, "If I fall, you must surrender. I trust this man to protect you in my stead." After delivering what felt like a final testament, Ryman raised the iron rod once more and charged at Anthony, ready to face his fate. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as sparks flew into the air. Both combatants exerted their utmost effort, confronting each other with the strongest of postures, which is the greatest form of respect. Lamone's weapon was significantly inferior to Anthony's, necessitating greater caution during their clash to evade the formidable sword strikes. Enraged, Anthony found his sword lodged in the center of a metal rod. With a fierce shout, he yanked it free. Seizing the moment, Limon raised the rod, spun around, and brought it crashing down upon Anthony, who was clad in chainmail. With a resounding thud, Anthony staggered back several paces, clutching the area that had been struck with a peculiar flush upon his face, indicative of internal injury. Yet he did not display any weakness. Rather, he exhibited a fervent excitement, a madness befitting a martial enthusiast. "Come again." With a clang, the heavy sword descended from above, striking Lamone's defenses. "Bring it on," Anthony bellowed, launching into a frenzied flurry of strikes. For a moment, Limon was taken aback by the lunacy of this foe, narrowly evading this terrifying blow. The sword cleaved into the stone, shattering it into fragments. Limon inhaled sharply, fully aware that had that strike landed upon him, it would have cleaved him in twain. "Wait." Limon suddenly halted Anthony's assault, indignantly exclaiming, Your weapon is far superior to mine. I refuse to accept this. What gall! In the midst of battle. One must also consider fairness. Anthony, however, regarded this statement as self-evident. He glanced at his own heavy sword and then at Lamone's fractured rod, seemingly acknowledging the truth in it. In that case, I shall forego my weapon. Let us fight barehanded. With that, Anthony relinquished his weapon to Casbohi. Upon receiving the sword, Casbohi recognized its exceptional nature. If the weapons wielded by barbarians were classified as level 1, and those of the other soldiers under Egan as level 2, then Anthony's heavy sword was undoubtedly a level 3. Egan's Valyrian blade, of course, was a level 5. After limbering up, Anthony provocatively gestured at Limon with a beckoning finger. Limon smiled and, like an arrow, launched himself forward. His fist aimed for Anthony's cheek, but in doing so, he exposed a vulnerability that Anthony swiftly exploited. Spinning around, Anthony delivered a powerful kick that struck Limon squarely on the head. Limon stumbled back 2 steps, his head spinning. He realized that even in unarmed combat, he was no match for this savage. Anthony followed up with another punch, landing an uppercut on Limon's fragile chin. With a resounding thud, Limon spat blood and collapsed to the ground, motionless, like a lifeless pig. That blow had rendered him entirely unconscious. I haven't even exerted my full strength yet, Anthony lamented. The battle concluded so swiftly that Limon lay still for a moment before quickly regaining his composure and rising to his feet. Enough, I concede, Ramon said with a hint of dejection. After suffering 2 consecutive defeats, he had finally lost the will to challenge. Having surrendered, he became one of their own. And Egn treated his own with great kindness. Egn subtly gestured to Daemon, who then led the fearful savages to the village, where they were reunited with their captured families. Daemon, ensure that all the natives are properly accommodated, and that there are no instances of abuse or murder. We possess ample provisions to share with them. Upon hearing this and seeing the meat strips and abundant food in the house, the savages finally yielded. Egn sent additional grain and returned the women and children, who had previously been held as hostages, to their families and homes. However, their status had now transformed into that of Egn's slaves. Anthony dispatched several soldiers to transport a few barrels of wheat, stating, "We shall dine together tomorrow morning. Rest assured, my Lord Egn will ensure your safety." Chapter 17. The Horned King in the lush forest. Flickering campfires illuminated the way as hundreds of silhouettes advanced silently, their footsteps barely disturbing the grass. Egn, surrounded by protection, gazed at Ramon, who walked ahead and spoke. "You wouldn't be deceiving us into an ambush, would you?" "I would never dare," Ramon exclaimed in trepidation. "Then why is there not a soul in sight? Could they all be out hunting?" "I do not know. They used to come here to pay homage to the Horned King, the mightiest of the savages. We believe that in a few years, he might become the first barbarian to rule the entire hills after King Hugo." Egn nodded slightly. This was his first encounter with the Horned King, a benefit of having an insider to unveil secrets unknown to him. "My Lord Egn, the Valyrian sword I mentioned earlier seems to belong to this Horned King." Anthony interjected suddenly. "Then I must eliminate the Horned King," Egn replied resolutely. The Valyrian sword was of utmost importance to Egn, possessing the potential to facilitate his evolution. Casbohi, perplexed, remarked, "But there are still many savages left after the Horned King is slain." "No," Ramon refuted Casbohi's assertion. "If it were the Horned King of a decade ago, indeed, slaying him would have invited an onslaught from thousands of savages. But today, I assert that if you can kill the Horned King, the remaining savages will be like scattered sand, inconsequential." "Why do you say that?" Daemon inquired, stroking his chin as he regarded Ramon. "Because the Horned King erected a 50-meter-tall statue, proclaiming himself to be Azor Ahai, born of smoke and salt, wielding the hero's red sword, the Lightbringer." The more Egn listened, the more familiar the tale sounded. Was this not the legend of Azhara and the prophecy of the followers of Rahl? Moreover, the prince foretold in this prophecy is none other than myself, yet I have become a mere substitute. Egan nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation. "I will take action to eradicate this hypocritical false deity." The words of Limon revealed to them that this Horned King was instilling fear among the ignorant savages of the mountains through a colossal statue, gathering faith. In this era of divine manifestation, the savages were easily ensnared by belief. While brute force could not unify the tribes of these savages, faith could. Egan pondered for a moment, as if a new world had been unveiled before him. "By the gods, I shall not permit the existence of deceived savages in this world." He slammed his hands heavily on the table, then turned to Daemon, who, like him, was consumed with righteous indignation. Egan patted Daemon on the shoulder, saying, "I need you to lead 100 men to seal off all possible retreat routes. I intend to capture everyone here in one fell swoop." Daemon bowed slightly, replying, "As you wish, my lord." Then, Egan turned his gaze to his capable subordinate, Anthony, and declared, "As for the frontal assault, that responsibility falls to you. You are to mobilize all remaining personnel and charge from the front. Remember, our primary target is to eliminate the imposter deity at the forefront. The rest can be disregarded." After dispatching the two, his Han approached, seemingly with something to convey. "My lord Egan, are you not wary that this is Limon's scheme? What if he intends to ensnare us in a trap?" His Han remained skeptical that Limon, a savage, would ally with Egan. Egan chuckled softly at his subordinate's concerns. "His Han, you're mistaken. What error have I made?" Egan scrutinized his subordinate, asserting, "Some may deceive, that is true, yet at times one must rely on intuition. My instinct is to trust Limon. Do not seek to sow discord between us. Otherwise, even if he harbors no ill intent, your suspicions may provoke such thoughts within him." "I understand, my lord." His Han stepped back. Egan then reassured his Han. "The reason I have not assigned you to the main force is that I believe you are better suited for rear-guard duties, ensuring the safety of our escape routes. Should any mishap occur, you shall be there to support me." "Understood, my lord." Hishin's concerns were not unfounded. However, Egan was more confident in Anthony's ability to have subdued Limon. Individuals who held the sword as their faith lacked a definitive sense of right and wrong. They cared little for who ruled over them. Their philosophy dictated that whoever could conquer them would earn their allegiance. Once defeated, whatever was spoken would be regarded as truth. Anthony had effortlessly triumphed over Limon in both armed and unarmed combat, leading Limon to relinquish his pride and join Egan's ranks. Thus, there was no need to worry about Limon's potential rebellion. Of course, a lurking peril remained. Should Egan fail to subdue his subordinate in the battles to come, it would be him who first betrayed. This realization added a degree of pressure upon Yegun, whose subordinates were fierce and formidable, while he felt like a mere bud. Chapter 18. The Charge. This battle was pivotal for Yegun's advancement, not only for himself but also for his soldiers, all of them. Over the past few months, Yegun had devoted considerable effort to their specialized training and reorganization. Now was the moment for the results to be assessed. A victory would signify the first step toward success, a step that is often of paramount importance. As his army stood ready for action, Yegun exited the camp and surveyed his surroundings. The soldiers hurriedly made their way, weapons at the ready, their faces etched with fatigue. They had effectively breached an entrance, with no barbarian sentries in sight. Towering cliffs flanked them, and a narrow fissure in the middle could accommodate only 5 horses side by side, making it defensible yet difficult to assault. Above, massive boulders tethered by ropes loomed precariously, threatening to tumble at any moment. As the sunset cast its first rays upon the mountainside, Yegun's forces divided into 3 groups. From above, they appeared as 3 black currents flowing towards distinctly different directions. The mountain winds howled day and night, and under the moonlight, reflections glinted from their metal armaments. Shadows approached from all around. "Who goes there?" A barbarian soldier called out in a low, urgent tone, peering towards the rustling thicket nearby. "On this cold night, why not join us by the fire? Though we have no wine to offer, you are welcome to savor our roasted lamb." The campfire crackled with embers as soldiers, clad in horned helmets and wielding hunting knives, lumbered towards them. "All ours," they declared, breaking through the underbrush, one after another, brandishing gleaming silver blades. These unfamiliar faces, fully armed, signaled to the barbarian soldier that trouble was imminent. He attempted to raise the alarm to the distant wildlings, yet the ambushing soldiers denied him the opportunity. With a swift motion, a blade sliced through flesh, and blood gushed forth. The barbarian soldier grasped his neck in disbelief, gazing at the soldier who had attacked him. Ultimately left only able to mouth silent words, devoid of sound. The same grim fate befell every corner of the barbarian camp. Assassinations, ambushes, treachery. The unfortunate barbarians, oblivious to their invaders, were mercilessly slaughtered in their slumber. Yegun, concealed beneath the poplar trees adjacent to the mountain path, watched the carnage unfold while his horse drank from a mountain spring. As he witnessed the bloodshed, he felt a disquieting detachment. As a modern individual from an era of peace, he had yet to acclimate to the medieval reality where human life was as expendable as dirt. Yet, he discovered that he did not feel disturbed, much like the indifference he experienced when he had slain the benefactor who betrayed him. This mindset embodies a state of selflessness, transcending limitations and observing the world with the most tranquil perspective. Undoubtedly, this ability is bestowed by the Golden Touch. Egan allocated his first attribute point of freedom to the mental domain, eager to witness the transformations that would occur upon reaching an advanced realm. Thus, Egan acquired an almost out-of-body rationality. Charge forth. Daimon brandished his longsword, leading the charge at the forefront, followed by soldiers who echoed his battle cry. The sound of clashing steel reverberated as the elite soldiers clad in chainmail, wielding sharp longswords, surged towards the still dreaming barbarians. Wails and the crackling of flames intertwined in a chaotic symphony. Countless barbarians, once formidable on the battlefield, were unwittingly swept away from life. Find the Horned King. Relinquish the whereabouts of your leader. The soldiers, steadfastly recalling their orders prior to the battle, scoured every barbarian tent. However, to their surprise, they found no trace of the so-called Horned King. The once peaceful camp had transformed into a scene reminiscent of hell. The sole observer of this gruesome feast was Heng, hidden among the thickets of mountain poplar. Heng felt a profound sense of satisfaction with the victory in this conflict, particularly pleased that his soldiers executed his commands flawlessly. Victory was merely a foregone conclusion, emblematic of the relentless advance of the war machine. Severed limbs, blood, wails, and corpses painted a vivid tableau. Individually, Heng's soldiers may not have exhibited formidable combat prowess, yet when their collective strength converged, the impact was unparalleled. This, however, was merely the embryonic form of the army Heng envisioned, still far from his ideal. Break through. Find a way to escape. After enduring the initial harrowing moments, some barbarians regained their senses and hastily devised a defense against Heng's forces. These individuals, scantily clad, wielded nothing more than pitchforks, sickles, and makeshift spears fashioned from branches. Nonetheless, the dwindling number of remaining barbarian warriors continued to decrease. Meanwhile, Heng's elite soldiers launched wave after wave of assaults on the surrounded barbarians. Clad in helmets and wielding shields, Heng's soldiers held the advantage during their offensives, suffering no casualties, while the barbarian fighters faced dire fates. With each charge, yet another layer of barbarian corpses blanketed the ground. Chapter 19. The final battle. Have we ascertained which tribe has come to invade? Beneath the moonlight, the stream flowed like a silken ribbon, beneath the frozen stone banks. A massive boulder lay obstructing the passage. The surrounding cliffs grew ever steeper, and the stream wound toward a twisting, towering waterfall. The leader was adorned in the remnants of bones from cattle, sheep, goats, bison, and deer, along with the colossal bones of a woolly mammoth and human remains. The bones were loosely strung together, creating a cacophony of clinks with the slightest movement. Leather garments were stitched with countless bear claws. The individual in question is indeed the barbarian king that Heng is in search of, despite having subjugated all the barbarians. There seems to be a flaw in the execution of his strategy. A frail youth, wielding a stone mace, shouted, "I shall turn them all into my trophies before the sun sets." Another brandished a battle axe, showcasing its glimmering steel, sparkling ominously on both sides. "This ambush has cost us at least half our soldiers. It infuriates me. I shall cook their flesh, use their ribs for armor, fashion necklaces from their teeth, and drink porridge from their skulls." These men are the closest subordinates of the Horned King, huddling together to devise a plan against Heng. Heng's forces, clad in splendid armor and disciplined, advanced with a fierce determination, threatening to ensnare them entirely. The typically unflappable Horned King found himself agitated by the significant losses. He hastily summoned his remaining troops, seeking a way to break through the encirclement. However, Heng appeared unhurried in tightening his siege, fully aware that relentless pursuit could incite the barbarians to fight fiercely for their lives, thus gradually eroding their will. 14 barbarian chieftains stood at the cave's narrow mouth, leaders of the tribes along the banks of the Milk River, collectively commanding thousands. These robust barbarians, clad in animal skins, brandished wooden clubs in their right hands and axes in their left. While they seemed cumbersome, their movements were as swift as those of knights clad in chainmail. Although the barbarians were not outnumbered, they faced a significant disadvantage in morale and psychological warfare, which often proves more fearsome than physical might. Those who narrowly escaped the initial ambush were now utterly terrified, dreading the prospect of battling Heng's men. To them, Heng's warriors appeared as demons emerging from the depths of hell, come to harvest their lives like phantoms. Such is the plight of the ignorant barbarians. They may worship a particular individual due to a colossal stone statue, and thus, they harbor an even deeper fear of Heng's army. Each wail from the barbarians, each life extinguished, serves to amplify Heng's terror. "How many of us remain?" one of the chieftains inquired hesitantly. This seemingly ordinary question took on a heavier significance in the moment. How many remain? How many were there originally? How many have perished? Behind the numbers lie vibrant lives that have vanished. "What shall we do now?" lamented another female barbarian leader, her despair evident. Their morale had utterly collapsed. A fatal flaw in warfare. "Fear not, for they dare not ascend the holy mountain," the Horned King suddenly interjected, drawing the scattered gazes of his comrades back to him. The holy mountain. The sacred mountain stands among the peaks, cradling a profound lake within its embrace. A circle of standing stones, allegedly erected by giants, encircles this tranquil body of water, accompanied by a solitary Valyrian sphinx statue, adorned with a woman's visage and the body of a colossal dragon. The Horned King, in his ambition, has constructed an even grander statue, a staggering 50 meters tall, modeled after himself. If there exists a source of confidence for the savages, it is undoubtedly this final stone effigy. The gathered tribesmen, as if infused with a potent elixir, shed their previous lethargy and found vigor anew. Their once dulled eyes sparkling with renewed life. Yet, the Horned King, who uttered these words, felt his hands tremble slightly behind his back, hidden from the crowd's gaze. The tribesmen had no retreat. The sacred mountain was their last stronghold. Should they falter again, even if the Horned King survived, decades of toil would be rendered meaningless. It is far easier to transition from modesty to opulence than to descend from luxury to poverty, to revert to the status of a destitute savage. Rather than remaining the revered Horned King, whom the masses rallied behind, would be a fate more unbearable than death itself. Thus, with no option to withdraw, the Horned King resolved to fight. Suddenly, a tribesman clad in bone leather pointed outward, exclaiming, "It is them. They have returned, those demons." This declaration ignited the powder keg, shattering the erstwhile calm of the warriors. What shall we do? Must we confront them? We shall fight them. Even if death awaits, I shall not kneel before them. The tribesmen, aflame with fervor, clamored to engage in a fierce battle against Aegon's subordinates. Under Aegon's relentless advance, the savages found themselves once more imbued with the courage to fight to the bitter end. The Horned King rose abruptly, surveying the faces of the warriors before him. All familiar to him, yet he pondered how many would survive after the day's ordeal. Drawing his sword from its sheath, the ancient Valyrian blade, intricately adorned, rested firmly in the Horned King's grasp as he raised it high above his head, directing it towards the heavens. 5 years ago, when I heeded the prophecy of doom and erected this statue, I anticipated this very tribulation. In this moment of terror, I shall unsheath the burning sword from the flames. The crimson sword of heroes, wielding it to banish the darkness. The Horned King descended from the dais, his feet crunching upon the stark white bones, presenting his broad back to his kin. You call me king, yet I do not consider myself greater than any of you. Under the watchful eyes of the tribesmen, the Horned King thrust the ancient sword through the flames of the torches, igniting the intricate beasts depicted upon it. He strode forth to confront Aegon's menacing army. Those who still remember the glory of the old ways, come forth with me. Let us march against them. In this defining moment, the Horned King's silhouette loomed as a giant. Survival or annihilation hinged upon the valor displayed in this instant. The Horned King gazed upon the encircling army. These soldiers were impeccably uniform, as if shaped from a single mold, a terrifying war machine poised for battle. He beheld Daemon, clad in resplendent white armor, standing at the forefront, alongside Limon, who donned leather armor. Upon meeting his gaze, Limon averted his eyes, seemingly reluctant to engage in direct contact. Most significantly, amidst the throng of warriors, he spotted Aegon, akin to a celestial body surrounded by stars, who was quietly observing him in return. Chapter 20. The golden cicada's shedding of its shell. Aegon scrutinized the Horned King, the adversary he was destined to confront. In this moment of shared gaze between two individuals from opposing factions, an unmistakable intent to kill emanated from both. It was a slow yet profound malice. Aegon understood that should he allow this savage to escape now, he would never know tranquility again. Only one of them could emerge alive. At present, Aegon held the upper hand entirely. In terms of equipment, his forces overwhelmingly surpassed those of the wild men wielding mere sticks, and when it came to morale and prestige, he was undoubtedly victorious. Aegon had firmly established control over the situation. He need not initiate an assault. Merely encircling these wild men for a while longer would see them disband of their own accord. This was the essence of information. Without Lamon's assistance, those robust savages would be exceedingly difficult to contend with. If their numbers were greater, a direct confrontation between Aegon's soldiers and the wild men could yield unpredictable outcomes. In bare-handed combat, the savages' combat prowess far exceeded that of the cavalry. The disparate training methodologies of various troop types led to significant differences in their ultimate capabilities. Should the contest involve weaponry, Aegon's forces would undoubtedly prevail. Furthermore, the current engagement showcased the training methodologies of the stationed troops. Such cultivation was not without its challenges. Charge. Defend the honor of the free folk. For the free folk, the wild men roared, rallying themselves with fervor. Yet, in truth, Aegon was indifferent to the fate of the wild army. His focus was solely on eliminating the Horned King. Caspahus emerged from an unknown direction, riding a magnificent snow-white steed, wielding a meteor hammer, as he charged directly at the Horned King. Receive my blow, he bellowed, swinging the chain of the hammer, which then hurtled towards its target with the force of a meteor striking the earth. The hammer descended heavily upon the Horned King, launched into the air. With a swift motion, the burning red sword cleaved the hammer in two, each piece crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, sending a spray of earth into the air. This spectacle was indeed memorable. The Horned King effortlessly deflected the blow, showcasing the might of the Valyrian sword, which could slice through steel as if it were mere clay. Yet, while a single opponent may falter against numerous foes, how could hundreds of soldiers fail to overpower a solitary savage? The blazing steel sword rendered the Horned King akin to a divine being reincarnated, complemented by his extraordinary combat strength, which undoubtedly endeared him to so many wild men. The Valyrian sword glided across the visor of an advancing soldier, the searing heat instantly melting the iron surface, releasing the scent of charred flesh as the man's face dissolved within the confines of his helmet. The intense temperature became a lubricant for both flesh and metal. How formidable he truly was. The soldiers gazed in astonishment as the Horned King navigated through the throng. With each sweep of his crimson blade, he claimed another life. Egan watched in despair as the soldiers fell like harvested straw, his heart bleeding for each precious elite warrior lost. The savage king moved through Egan's ranks with the ease of a wolf among sheep, effortlessly reaping the lives of his subordinates. The prowess of the Horned King surpassed that of a typical barbarian by a considerable margin, even eclipsing that of Anthony and Ryman. Surround him. We must not allow him to escape. Egan commanded his herald. His objective was singular. The Horned King must perish, and he would employ every means necessary to achieve this. Even as an adversary, Egan could not help but marvel at the barbarian's ferocity. In a one-on-one confrontation, it seemed unlikely that any of his soldiers could stand against him. The savage indeed possessed the makings of a hero. Yet, this was where it would end. Shield-bearing soldiers advanced step by step, creating openings for the spear-wielders behind them. Encircled by a web of iron and valor, no matter how formidable one's strength, escape was unfeasible. After several waves of assault, the Horned King bore the marks of battle. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he suddenly let out a low growl and hurled his flaming sword towards a soldier shielded behind a barricade. The red blade pierced through, sending the shield crashing down. Seizing this fleeting chance, the Horned King transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing forth, abandoning his Valyrian sword in exchange for a slender hope of survival. He had indeed managed to escape. Chapter 21. Assassination. As the sun set once more over the hills by the Milk River, the earth lay barren and silent. Corpses scattered across the landscape, and beside one such body, a fawn drank from a spring, seemingly oblivious to the battle that had unfolded. In this moment, life and death wove together into a symphony. Egan's camp had been established, with warriors indulging in a lavish feast, a celebration ordered personally by Egan to reward his troops. When he had decisively vanquished the barbarians upon their sacred mountain, it became apparent to all that the era of the Horned King had come to an end. This battle had forged the soldiers into formidable warriors, tempered by the trials of fire and iron. Following such a grueling confrontation, bonds of camaraderie had been established among the troops. Egan, however, reaped even greater rewards. He had utterly obliterated the barbarian stronghold, marking a monumental triumph. He not only garnered prestige among the soldiers, but also achieved fame through his remarkable victory in battle. Following this triumph, no one would ever doubt his insight and strategic acumen, nor would they underestimate him due to his youthful appearance. Daemon strode purposefully into Aegon's tent and respectfully announced, "My lord Aegon, we have secured victory in this campaign." Aegon inquired, "What are the spoils?" "In this engagement, we have slain 1,451 savages and captured 3,000. This revelation rendered all who heard it utterly astonished. Considering that their forces numbered merely over 700, such a monumental achievement was indeed unprecedented. Moreover, this was Aegon's first time leading them into battle. Even the renowned commander of Westeros, Lord Daemon Targaryen, who was celebrated for his military prowess, had never attained such an extraordinary record. Although the adversaries were ill-equipped savages, the results were indisputable. As Daemon contemplated this, his respect for Aegon deepened further. Fearless in the face of danger, possessing both courage and cunning, decisive and ruthless, these were the qualities of the finest leaders, and Aegon had grasped them at such a tender age. A true genius of warfare. He was indeed the son of Rhaegar. His ability to assimilate knowledge swiftly was a testament to the extraordinary capabilities bestowed upon him by the ancient Valyrian bloodline. "My lord, how do you intend to handle the wounded?" "Of course, we shall incorporate them all." Aegon paused and added, "Daemon, you must remember this. When someone rises to challenge you, respond with iron and blood. When they kneel in submission, you must personally lift them up, lest no one wishes to yield again." "Do you mean, my lord, that since the savages have been subdued, they should no longer be regarded as enemies? They are now my subjects as well. By the way, have you captured the King of Horns?" "Not yet, but we have dispatched men to pursue him. Regardless of the cost, I want him brought to me alive or dead. In a savage encampment surrounded by a protective moat and fortified with iron palisades, a tall watchtower stood within. Though the camp was not particularly extravagant, it possessed essential functions. A soldier stationed in the watchtower vigilantly observed an approaching figure, his bowstring taut and ready. This location was a distant outpost from the Holy Mountain, thus ensuring its safety following the savages' defeat. However, news of their downfall had spread here as well, instilling fear among the tribe's inhabitants. They were uncertain whether the terrifying presence from Westeros would come to scourge them. "It is I. Let me in." Upon recognizing the familiar face, the sentinel momentarily hesitated before ultimately granting him entry. The long-horned king, clutching the wound on his waist, inquired of the sentinel, "Are there any medicinal supplies here? I am gravely injured. Please bring them to me." The sentinel scrutinized him for a moment before nodding and entering the building. It was fortunate that such a concealed place existed. Otherwise, he would have had no idea where to flee. The long-horned king mused to himself, observing the surroundings of the room, which mirrored how it had appeared when he departed in his youth. This location was scarcely known to others. Thus he could rest assured while hiding here. "My lord, you have returned?" A figure cloaked in black approached, head bowed. The voice was peculiar, as if deliberately distorted. However, considering this individual was the healer attending to his wounds, such oddity was to be expected. "Can you treat my injuries? I am infuriated. This defeat has been catastrophic. I have learned my lesson, Yegan. I shall seek vengeance upon you, mark my words." The long-horned king exclaimed, striking the table with his fist in frustration. "This is your medicine," the cloaked healer said as he approached the long-horned king. At that moment, the king was engrossed in cursing Yegan and contemplating the prospects of revenge. Entirely oblivious to the healer's presence, he reached out for the bowl of medicine, only to find it was not placed in his hands. "What is going on? Where is the medicine?" The long-horned king looked up, only to find the healer gazing at him with an expression of peculiar excitement. That gaze felt strangely familiar. He thought to himself, as if he had seen it before. Suddenly, the healer removed his cloak and thrust a small dagger directly into the king's abdomen. "Ryman?" The long-horned king stared in disbelief at the dagger embedded in his belly. The one who had shed his cloak was indeed Ryman. Looking at this heroic figure with a gaze filled with sorrow and pity. "My lord, your era has come to an end." Chapter 22. The establishment of the Church. If the long-horned king could gain faith through the establishment of wonders, why cannot I? Constructing miraculous edifices is one of the most expedient means of gaining recognition, and Braavos has a similar phenomenon. At the entrance to the Great Reef Lagoon leading to Braavos, there stands a colossal statue crafted from stone and bronze, known as the Titan of Braavos. This giant, adorned with a green bronze war skirt, stands with 1 foot on each of 2 small islands, allowing passing vessels to navigate beneath its imposing form. Dubbed one of the 9 wonders by the long-legged Lomas, the Titan of Braavos bestows a profound sense of security upon the inhabitants of Braavos, a sense of assurance that those without faith can never comprehend. The following day, Yegan descended to the foot of the Holy Mountain accompanied by a multitude of followers. He intended to destroy the statue erected by the long-horned king and repurpose its materials to forge his own likeness. This statue was designed to stand 45 meters tall and 10 meters wide, resembling the full-bodied Titan of Braavos. One can only imagine the formidable intimidation such a colossal figure would evoke upon its completion. The colossal figure, crafted from black granite, boasts a bronze breastplate and wears a crown-like half-helmet. Its flowing hair is fashioned from green-dyed hemp ropes, while its eyes resemble 2 cavernous openings, within which fierce flames flicker. One hand rests upon the left ridge, the bronze fingers grasping a massive boulder, while the other hand reaches skyward, clutching the hilt of a broken sword. Merely contemplating this sight is enough to stir one's soul. Yegan intends to erect this statue atop a hill by the banks of the Lorne River. Fortunately, the raw materials are readily available. Otherwise, the task of gathering such a multitude of stones would be daunting indeed. Dressed in lightweight leather attire and donning a bamboo hat, Yegan hoists a hoe and addresses his soldiers. "Lads, let us commence our work." Behind him, a dozen burly men, armed with shovels and spades, immediately spring into action, digging the earth with fervor. To construct a grand statue, a solid foundation must first be laid. Naturally, Yegan's subordinates, having returned from battle, seamlessly joined the ranks of laborers. These knights, having been won over by Yegan's generous provisions, obediently follow his commands. When swords are drawn, they are warriors on the battlefield. When hoes are picked up, they become diligent diggers. Yet, Yegan's command astonished several onlookers, for it is uncommon for a lord to engage in such labor. Indeed, the lower ranks lack the capacity to propose suggestions. Their only recourse is to obey orders. Damon and Anthony are occupied with the affairs of post-war captives, while Hazan and Ryman are reassessing the distribution of benefits. Following the harrowing conflict, a transformation among the soldiers is imperative, as their conditions must reflect the hardships endured. The borrowed funds have vanished in the blink of an eye, and though Yegin claims not to feel the sting, it is a falsehood. Yet, to reap rewards, one must invest effort. Yegin divided the excavation task into two groups, one dedicated to labor while the other filled baskets with soil to be carted away. Within mere hours, a pit measuring 10 meters in diameter was unearthed. Not far off, Daemon approached with several companions. "My lord Yegin, your meal has arrived." Daemon respectfully presented a square box to Yegin. Upon opening it, Yegin discovered a sumptuous feast within: honey cake, oat bread, spiced duck, and roasted apples. "Everyone, take a moment to rest and rejuvenate with this meal. We shall resume our labors in the afternoon." "Very well, my lord." The laborers responded in unison. Daemon instructed his men to distribute the food to those working, then gathered around Yegin to share in the lunch. With the battle against the barbarians still fresh in memory, Daemon harbored concerns that some might harbor resentment and seek to assail Yegin. Thus, he dispatched 30 loyal guards to shield Yegin. With Daemon's elite forces surrounding him, Yegin's safety has notably increased. While indulging in sumptuous feasts, Yegin observed the soldiers' faces brimming with immense satisfaction, for the meals he provided were truly exquisite. At this moment, the city housed 400 chickens and over 200 sheep, all of which could serve as readily available sources of meat. Thanks to the abundant resources on the plains, sustenance for the livestock was easily attainable, allowing them to thrive and reproduce rapidly. The wool and eggs also contributed to the soldiers' daily sustenance. And Yegin had carefully selected breeds with superior genetics for meat production. Consequently, as the number of animals increased, the city-state would no longer need to purchase meat and similar foodstuffs from external sources, achieving self-sufficiency through its own breeding efforts. However, at present, it could only meet the meat needs of approximately 100 individuals, with only the most valiant soldiers enjoying this privilege, while others could not be assured of daily provisions. Nevertheless, Yegin instilled hope within them. As afternoon arrived and the oppressive heat subsided, Yegin roused the group to resume their labors. As preparations commenced, he gathered everyone and proclaimed, "I have already recorded the names of those who will assist me this time. Rest assured, my principle is that effort will be met with reward. The most outstanding contributors will receive additional personal compensation." Upon hearing this, the morale of the crowd soared instantly. Yegin keenly noted the change in expressions among his subordinates, which only fueled his burgeoning ambition to establish his own church. Due to the audacity of this idea, he had not yet disclosed it to his most trusted confidants. This church would undoubtedly be founded on the bedrock of faith, yet the authority to interpret divine will would firmly rest in Yegin's hands, positioning him as the voice of the deity. With divine protection, Yegin would possess unparalleled exclusivity, granting his rule legitimacy. He would also boldly explore unprecedented endeavors. And even if some actions might backfire, the divine emblem would shield him from inciting animosity among the lower classes. As for the doctrines and tenets, Yegin had already crafted a draft modeled after the regulations of his past life, awaiting the completion of a grand statute before unveiling it entirely. As the evangelist, he envisioned Daemon and Anthony as his aides, gradually imparting civilization and enlightenment to this savage and ignorant era, bestowing wisdom and clarity upon the populace. As the executor of divine will, Yegin understood that this course of action would entail considerable risk, particularly from the Seven Gods Church and the ancestors who adhered to the old deities. Nonetheless, he believed that the establishment of a church would ultimately yield more benefits than drawbacks. After all, the existence of a church is fundamentally aimed at uniting the masses and seeking common interests. And for the lower classes, would they truly care about the identity of the deity they worship? No, their primary concern would be the benefits the deity could confer upon them. With this realization, Yegin dismissed any apprehensions regarding resistance from other religions. Chapter 23, The Sky Castle and Egan's Grand Design. He envisioned the establishment of a city-state reminiscent of a feudal society. As a direct transition from slavery to communism was evidently impractical given the insufficient productivity. By providing certain slaves with avenues for advancement, he aimed to inspire them to labor more diligently for their own benefit. This prospect of elevation marked a fundamental distinction between feudalism and slavery. Upon completing the foundational work for the colossal statue, Egan returned to Andis City. Whether it was the subsequent construction of the statue or the fortification of the city-state, specialized artisans were essential for the endeavor. Therefore, Egan dispatched Antony, bearing a token inscribed with his signature, to Panos in search of assistance from the Illyrian governor. Malmouth Dahe. Shawa, dinner is ready. Come and eat, Egan called out, lifting a leg of lamb that had been expertly sliced and tossing it to the ground. The pitch-black hounds raced forward, lunging at the meat, their jaws tearing into the flesh with fervor. Egan watched the 3 wolfhounds with a smile. Mau Mau, Dahe, and Xiaohua were their names, and they were among the spoils he had acquired. These hounds, robust and cloaked in a thick, blanket-like fur, bore fierce expressions and were akin in size to ponies. Egan cherished these creatures, having devoted considerable effort to tame them. Originally, 5 wolfhounds were entrusted to him, but 2 resolutely refused to be subdued, leading Egan to send them to meet the 7 gods. Once domesticated, these hounds proved invaluable, adept at sniffing out enemies and assisting in battles. Shishan, please procure a collar from the blacksmith, so I may take them out for walks, Egan instructed. Understood, my lord, Shishan replied. Beyond their practical utility, nurturing these wolfhounds served to soothe Egan's own spirit. Taking the dogs out for hunting excursions reminded him of past experiences, evoking a sense of nostalgia. After tending to the hounds, Egan made his way back to Anda City. The guards stationed outside the city spotted him from a distance and promptly informed Daemon within. Soon, Daemon, clad in armor, stood at the city gates awaiting Egan's return. My lord Egan, he greeted with a respectful demeanor. Egan smiled back, saying, Daemon, what brings you here? I entrusted you with numerous tasks. Daemon responded with a hint of formality. I have nearly completed the inventory. Your efficiency is commendable, Egan remarked, somewhat astonished. Is there anything I need to be apprised of? As Egan proceeded towards his residence, Daemon followed closely behind. We have acquired many slaves. As per your instructions, the male savages have been turned into slaves, while the female barbarians have been designated as concubines. The acquisition of slaves is a common outcome following warfare, with the vanquished becoming the property of the victors. Currently, the soldiers are eagerly selecting female slaves, with each man able to claim several. Upon hearing this, Egan nodded, acknowledging the outcome he had tacitly approved. Female slaves represented the most cost-effective reward for the soldiers, additionally capable of bearing children to increase the population of the city-state. It is noteworthy that when a man resides with multiple women, the financial burden necessitates greater labor to provide for the household. However, such labor is inherently limited and cannot sustain numerous individuals, leading the family structure to the brink of disintegration. This raises a pertinent question. Should Egan establish a monogamous system to foster familial stability within the city-state? His answer, for now, was to refrain from such a measure, as his immediate need was to increase the population and distribute greater benefits to the soldiers. This approach may be short-term. Yet Egan undeniably required these temporary measures to catalyze a substantial surge in the strength of his domain. My lord, shall I select a few beautiful female slaves for you? Daemon inquired. Not necessary, Egan replied succinctly, dismissing the suggestion. He was still too young to endure the robust barbarian female slaves. Yet, my lord, I fail to comprehend why you concern yourself with these slaves. They are inherently lowly and unworthy of such devotion. You have allocated bread, weapons, fine wine, and fresh meat to them, which I have never witnessed any lord do for slaves, Daemon articulated, perplexed. You see it now, this is precisely how I operate, Egan smiled. After some contemplation, Daemon finally expressed his thoughts. My lord, do you realize how much you have bestowed upon those barbarians? I have calculated that in just a few days, it has already surpassed a month's worth of expenditures for the warriors. Faced with the challenge of addressing Daemon's concerns, Egan responded. I appreciate your honesty in sharing your true thoughts, but you must understand my reasoning. 3 months ago, we had nothing, starting from scratch, with food, armor, and shelter posing formidable challenges. Now, we possess ample provisions, sufficient manpower, wine to drink, seeds sown in the earth, and plans to raise surplus livestock. In 6 months to a year, we will have a more expansive city, free from the fear of external invasions, with every meal featuring eggs and milk, oats and bread. We shall have thousands of sheep thriving in our pastures and countless soldiers clad in comfortable armor, with serfs tilling the land. Daemon, do you envision our future? Or are you merely focused on the few pounds of vegetables, meat, wine, and a rudimentary dwelling at present? Do you believe it is worthwhile to trade these for our future? This explanation thoroughly convinced Daemon, for he had witnessed everything firsthand, from Egan's solitary beginnings to amassing hundreds of soldiers, culminating in the current vast city and thousands of slaves. Egan's progress unfolded rapidly within mere months, lending an air of surrealism to his achievements. We require the assistance of barbarians to aid us in raising chickens and sheep, constructing cities, and cultivating the land. In due course, we shall possess far more than we do now. However, Daemon harbors a sense of guilt. In his perspective, the defeated barbarians are unworthy of private property, and he feels a loss in sharing what rightfully belongs to him. They utterly lack the compassion that the future generations possess. Rest assured, I too have my own calculations. Some promises necessitate time to fulfill, yet, once given, who would dare question my integrity? Indeed, The promises made to the barbarians are largely illusory and unattainable. Nevertheless, he is not foolish enough to deny their existence. In Egan's view, the outcome remains the same, albeit slightly delayed. Chapter 24. The preaching at church has been successfully erected through the labor of slaves. Although this church is quite rudimentary, constructed from raw materials, it pales in comparison to the grand basilica of Vinsalia Hills, featuring a dome woven from straw and cotton, with a floor laid of collected stones. Illuminated by the flickering candles of the monks, Daemon traverses the long corridor to the altar of prayer, where Egan sits in solemn contemplation. Have all been summoned? Egan's voice resonates. Yes, my lord, I have informed everyone, Daemon replies respectfully. Very well. Egan opens his eyes after the meeting. I have instructed the cook to prepare a fresh meat broth. Everyone shall have a portion. Egan refrains from divulging the details of his address to Daemon, merely mentioning the provision of dinner for all. Upon hearing of the meat broth, the spirits of the attendees are invigorated. It is a rare gift from Lord Egan, a moment free from labor to attend the meeting, topped with a serving of broth. Splendid. Workers, serfs, and women eagerly gather before the church. In front of the church stands a marble pulpit, where Egan stands majestically, reminiscent of a perfect ancient statue. This design facilitates the act of preaching. Not far from the church, a colossal statue resembling Egan is being constructed, drawing the attention of many. On Egan's table rests a dusty tome bound in yellowed leather, and he gently turns the pages with trembling fingers. Due to Egan's diminutive stature, he has also instructed Daemon to prepare a small stool for him to stand upon. The somber expression complements the tranquil, mysterious ambience of the dimly lit church. Please maintain silence. Today, I have gathered you here primarily to engage in prayer, honoring the spirits of the departed and invoking blessings for the future. Egan's voice resonates powerfully, resolutely reaching the ears of those present. In truth, as Egan's following has expanded to thousands, there is scarcely enough space to accommodate everyone. This is compounded by the fact that some men are absent due to their work commitments. Many who gather to listen to Yang's sermons are the most downtrodden serfs and laborers, their faces sallow, skin darkened, and their eyes devoid of any spark of vitality. Humility and lowliness are etched into their very bones. Even though they are human, one can readily perceive the air of despondency that clings to them. The three wolfhounds, Mau Mau, Dehe, and Xiao Hua, have also entered the corner, and these animals, typically prone to barking, seem to sense the solemn and sacred atmosphere, falling silent. Yang's gaze sweeps over the faces in attendance, and after a moment's contemplation, he closes the tome he had prepared for recitation. This signifies that he is no longer merely reciting rigid, lifeless words, but rather engaging in a genuine communion of hearts. All that exists is a gift from the God of the hills, for it is through his presence that we have come into being. Yang names the deity he has established for his church the God of the hills, and the church is thus called the Hill Church. As the bishop and preacher of this church, he holds the sole authority to interpret its tenets. Praise the God of the hills, he is our only refuge. Yang solemnly declares, striking his right hand against his chest. Amen. 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 The congregation below the altar mirrors Yang's actions, concluding the prayer ritual. You must remember, all that you possess now is a gift from the God of the hills. It is not solely yours. I know that many among you do not appreciate the divine blessings, but rather remain discontented, yearning for more. However, you must understand one truth. The gifts of God are not freely given. He can provide, and he can also withdraw. While I am disappointed in some of you, I would like to offer a piece of advice. Man acts, and God observes. Reflect upon this. You now have a warm home, daily access to milk, nourishment from finely milled wheat, and delicious chicken. Is this not enough? I assure you, this is merely the beginning, not the end. Yang gestures towards an individual. Speak up. What was life like before? Am I not correct? Share with everyone. The one chosen appears somewhat flustered, but after Yang's reassurance, calmly responds, Indeed, my lord. You speak the truth. I once hunted within my tribe, where meals depended on whether one could catch game. It was common to go days without food. Yang then points to another. And you? I was in the forge, where I could only sip broth made from barley, carrots, onions, and turnips, floating atop a layer of grease, with no idea what meat was. The subsequent individuals Yang calls upon provide similar accounts, leading him to conclude, Did you hear that? Most of you lived lives akin to that of swine and dogs, enslaved by others, forever trapped. But those lamentable past are behind you. For you have encountered me and the God of the hills, who will open his arms wide to embrace his people. Certainly, if one is resolute in their malevolent pursuits, even the divine may retract their mercy. With these words, Yaigen clenched the stone in his hand tightly, fragments cascading through his fingers like sand. Once ground to dust, it left no trace upon the earth. This newfound strength was bestowed upon him after acquiring the Valyrian sword from the barbarians. He had allocated a point to his power attribute, discovering that his might now surpassed that of ordinary men. Daemon, accompanied by his subordinates, presented a steaming pot of savory broth before everyone. "Partake, for this is a gift from the god of the hills," he proclaimed. "The divine is omnipotent and does not impose demands upon you. Yet as his people, we bear the sacred duty to fight for his glory." The broth, painstakingly simmered by the cooks, enriched with dried plums, blackberries, white pepper, and tender bison meat, was a delectable concoction that tantalized the palate. This eloquent prayer, steeped in reason and emotion, won the hearts of all present. At that moment, they realized that following Yagan was indeed a source of profound happiness. And his city was a veritable treasure trove, an untainted land of freedom where all could pursue their happiness. Those who toiled diligently and remained loyal to the divine would ascend to his kingdom after death, where they would partake in bounteous blessings. In the divine realm, they would experience a life unparalleled by earthly standards, a life of dreams. However, should one defy divine will and persist in their folly, they would be forsaken by the divine, destined in the next life, or even throughout eternity, to exist as lowly beasts. Chapter 25. The trade city-state of pale dawn began to unfurl across the horizon. The eastern breeze playfully tousled tangled hair, gentle and fragrant. Sweet corn, honey-glazed ham, peppered crab soup, accompanied by a refreshing salad of spinach, chickpeas, and turnips. As Yagan savored his breakfast, Daemon approached, stating, "My lord Yagan, today the henhouse has produced over 200 eggs, allowing for an additional meal. Let us consume half and reserve the other half for hatching." "Only with an abundance of hens will the egg production increase," Yagan pondered aloud. "Understood," Daemon replied. The strategic advantage of Andis City lay in its western sea, nestled between Pantos and Bravos, facilitating convenient trade. To the south stretched vast plains, while the eastern Lorne River nourished fertile lands ripe for cultivation, enabling multiple harvests annually, thereby fostering a thriving agricultural sector. As Yagan relished the tender chicken leg, a look of contentment graced his countenance. Notably, there were no convenient chopsticks available. One could only dine with knife and fork. While Yagan savored the peppered crab soup, his An and Anthony approached. Yagan joyfully shared the news of the egg yield, eliciting delight from his An, as it signified better sustenance for his soldiers. Daemon and his An also joined Yagan at breakfast, indulging in the exquisite fare. The salad made from corn and sweet beets is crisp and delightful, tantalizing the taste buds. The remaining chicken legs were swiftly divided among them, observing their lingering satisfaction. Egan instructed the servants to prepare a few bowls of pea soup to further satiate their appetites. One might say that through the diligent efforts of the lower-class laborers, Egan and his core team have achieved a life of comfort and abundance. After relishing the delicious meal, Egan rose with the intention of inspecting the condition of the crops and vegetables. He aimed to assess the plains, the farmer's toil, as well as the livestock and pastures, to ensure there were no issues. Daemon pondered for a moment, suggesting that it would be prudent to examine the upper banks of the Lorne River, as the quality of the farmland there is exceptional. His An and Anthony, who were listening to the discussion, also placed great importance on the crop yield. However, Egan had broader considerations. He wished to evaluate not only the farmland but also the safety and construction of the living quarters. While our development momentum is strong, there is always a fear of disruption, thus precautions must be taken. Merely relying on numerical reports without first-hand observation is impractical. "We can handle it," Daemon volunteered. "I wish to see the Lorne River, the Cheenan River, and the Narn River with my own eyes, to witness this great river." As the nominal ruler of the city, Egan could, in fact, accomplish most matters solely through his capable subordinates. It is akin to ruling with a light touch, allowing the city-state to maintain its own operations without excessive interference. Daemon nodded in agreement, not hindering Egan's intentions. Anthony had something to report as well. "Today, I oversaw the construction of the public restroom and bathhouse you instructed me to build, located not far behind." This was also in line with Egan's vision. As a city characterized by good order and public safety, it was imperative that the citizens do not relieve themselves indiscriminately. Attending to these seemingly minor details is essential for establishing the semblance of a proper city-state. In truth, beyond mere aesthetics, such behaviors could lead to severe sanitation issues. The abundance of viruses and feces can cause infections, potentially triggering epidemics. Whether in Westeros or the Eastern continent, plagues claim more lives than wars. And given the current sanitary conditions, they are nearly untreatable. Residents often appear healthy by day, only to succumb to a sudden outbreak of plague by night. In the past, inhabitants would defecate and bathe in rivers, a practice that greatly disturbed Egan. Thus, he commissioned Anthony to construct public baths and restrooms in hopes of correcting the residents' attitudes. Of course, as the king of Anda City, Egan would not utilize the public bathhouse. He has his own private space. Egan then fetched a horse from the stable and set out with a few of Daemon's guards. To the east of the flatlands lies the upper reaches of Andis, where the Lorne River provides the vital moisture necessary for agriculture, rightfully earning the title of Mother River. The mid and lower reaches of the Lorne River traverse the Golden Plains, ultimately flowing through the delta at the estuary, where it graces the granddaughter of Valeria, Valanis. In fact, from the perspective of Yegan, whose vision transcends the era, the agricultural development of this time is fraught with numerous shortcomings. The inefficiency of transporting water from the banks of the Lorne River to the hilly region of Andis is glaring, prompting Yegan to contemplate the construction of a direct canal, which would greatly facilitate transport and reduce costs. He also intends to introduce advanced agricultural tools and oxen techniques from the future, aiming to revolutionize the agricultural practices of this age. Along the riverbanks, various animals can be seen, with white deer and zebras quenching their thirst. Observing this thriving scene, Yegan promptly ordered his subordinates to capture a few small creatures for a roast feast that evening. The heat here is quite oppressive, much to his surprise. He had not anticipated such warmth along the riverbanks. Daemon wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, despite donning a lightweight leather armor for comfort. The stifling heat remained a burden, as this valley traps warmth. Yegan explained that the surrounding mountains hinder heat dissipation, and the extensive rice fields contribute to high humidity, making it difficult for the body to perspire. Daemon, bewildered by Yegan's technical jargon, nodded vacantly. As Yegan observed the farmers toiling in the fields, he became increasingly aware of the inefficacy of current productivity, which barely sustains a subsistence lifestyle for the populace. The production cycles of large livestock such as cattle, sheep, and pigs are notably prolonged, often spanning 2 to 3 years, requiring extensive nurturing. Yegan suddenly realized that while engaging in trade can be stable, the returns are comparatively sluggish. However, to launch an offensive against other city-states, a robust strength is imperative. After considerable reflection, Yegan concluded that the timing for conflict with neighboring city-states was not yet ripe. He needed to procure textiles, armor, craftsmen, and slaves from external sources to enrich the city's fabric. Notably, there were the infamous lists, known for their sexual slavery and brothels, and Coer, renowned for its exquisite weaving and forging techniques, where blacksmiths possessed the ability to reforge Valyria steel and cast metals in a spectrum of colors. Additionally, the inland city of Novice, famed for its bearded monks, stood out. Other trading city-states served as both adversaries and allies. The resources Yegan had plundered from the barbarians were rapidly depleting, such as the hoarded wheat. Relying solely on the wild animals of the mountains would scarcely suffice for the sustenance of thousands. It appeared inevitable that he would have to engage with other city-states. Chapter 26. Training the Sling Troops. Everyone, gather around. I have an important announcement. Yegan leaped down from the city wall and addressed the soldiers on guard. At this juncture, the scale of the city walls had begun to take shape, with battlements and arrow slits constructed from sturdy stone bricks, neat and polished. The walls, spanning several meters in width, firmly separated the internal marketplace from the outside, with the sole entrance being an arched passageway. Soldiers traversed the walls, diligently performing their patrol duties. In order to ensure the safety of the city, residences were constructed directly beneath the city walls, providing soldiers a place to rest and ensuring vigilant watch at all times. Follow my lead in this endeavor, and I shall reward you with eggs, proclaimed Egan to the crowd. This device is called a sling. Raise this cord and swing it above your head, and you will be able to launch stones. Each of you shall practice 20 times, and then you may claim an egg from me. The sling, a commonly utilized ranged weapon in later military history, is simple to construct and inexpensive to procure. With minimal practice, soldiers can easily master this technique, especially those seasoned in combat like the elite Dornish and the Golden Company mercenaries. Once they grasp the basics, they quickly achieve proficiency, unleashing the formidable power of the sling. Egan eagerly anticipated the sight of hundreds of soldiers wielding slings in future battles. Daemon approached, expressing his curiosity. May I also give it a try? It appears quite intriguing. Egan readily handed him a sling, encouraging, go ahead and test it. Regardless of wealth or status, all men and women who are devotees of the God of the Hills form a united collective. Do not underestimate this as a mere toy. No, it is far more significant. One day, when we face an invasion, those who possess this skill will guard us against harm. For those not participating today, there is no need for concern. I have already dispatched individuals to expedite the crafting of more slings. In a few days, I will unveil this technique to all, ensuring everyone is informed. There is but a single cloud in the sky. That is where the divine resides. Upon the completion of training, Egan fulfilled his promise by distributing eggs, and those who excelled received additional monetary rewards. However, Daemon could not comprehend Egan's motives. Now that you command an army of thousands of barbarians, what is there to worry about? You have the governor of Pantos supporting you. We could certainly allocate our time to more valuable pursuits. During this period, Egan performed sling demonstrations at various locations, leaving Daemon perplexed. Regardless of the sling's efficacy, Daemon felt it could not replace traditional weapons such as bows and swords. Egan replied with a smile, "Firstly, the sling is remarkably easy to construct. It requires merely a polished stone and a length of linen cord. Secondly, the force generated by the stone as it is launched at high speed can inflict tremendous damage." Daemon persisted in his viewpoint, asserting, "If you believe that untrained men and women can defend the city, then why gather us professionals? The distinction between trained and untrained individuals is readily apparent. It is only through the crucible of bloodshed that one matures." Egan chuckled. "Sometimes, even the smallest blade of grass or twig can wield immense power." With that, Egan waved his hand, choosing not to continue the debate with Daemon. In truth, Egan harbored significant pressure regarding the future of Andus, caught between two great powers while possessing vast agricultural resources. This is a lamb destined for slaughter. To safeguard itself, the lamb must exert every effort to arm itself and grow stronger. At times, becoming feral and fearsome is also a means of self-protection. Egan believes that since he has brought these individuals to this place, he bears the responsibility of guiding everyone forward. The comforts of a full belly, a spacious abode, and warm clothing hinge upon one fundamental premise, the assurance of safety. When ravenous wolves eye the lamb that is Andus, Egan must rise to unite the strength of all to fend off the encroachment. The slingshot is merely the beginning in essence. It is a device that propels stones over considerable distances, typically between 100 to 200 meters. Structurally, it consists of two equally long leather straps with a pouch secured in the middle, containing the projectile. By grasping the ends of the straps and swiftly swinging them overhead, one can release a strap at the apex of the fourth or fifth rotation, allowing the stone to be launched tangentially. When employed as a weapon, its efficacy is limited unless used by hundreds in unison. The stones utilized are meticulously crafted and polished, ensuring a straighter and more stable trajectory. Its power surpasses that of arrows and can even breach armor. However, its greatest drawback lies in its inaccuracy, necessitating practice. To gather the stones for launching, Egan specifically selected a mountain range and dispatched individuals to quarry gravel. Through the collective efforts of many, they have amassed 2 warehouses of stones in readiness. Today, as slingshot training commences, Shishan approached with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "My lord Egan, I have achieved a remarkable accuracy rate of 90% for targets within 5 meters using the slingshot. Ever since Egan introduced the technique of slingshot to Andus, Shishan has been captivated by it, referring to it as the art of stone flinging." Egan feigned surprise, saying, "Then demonstrate your prowess to me. Is it truly that impressive?" Anthony and several other officers also became intrigued, clamoring to challenge Shishan in a display of slingshot skill, with Egan serving as the judge. "I must clarify that I will show no favoritism. I shall only consider accuracy." In truth, Egan possesses a unique secret. He has been practicing the slingshot in secret as well, for it is perfectly suited for a 9-year-old like him. He fashioned a one-of-a-kind slingshot from cowhide, securing the straps to his fingers with a knot, enabling a firm grip. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Egan brandished the slingshot, spinning it through the air. Whoosh! The stone sliced through the air, propelled by inertia. With a resounding thud, the stone struck a tree stump, leaving a dent. Truly, as a descendant of House Targaryen, Egan's innate talent with the slingshot is evident. Receiving praise from Daemon, Egan, who typically maintains a stoic demeanor, couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Upon witnessing the diminutive Egan's prowess with the sling, others found themselves rendered speechless. After all, they could not allow themselves to be outdone by a mere child. Such was their mindset. Consequently, many eagerly vied for the opportunity to display their own skills before him. This scenario was one that Egan relished, secretly calculating that if this momentum continued, he would soon cultivate a specialized force that relied solely on the sling as its means of offense. Chapter 27. The giant's 3 colossal catapults stood side by side in the marketplace, resembling 3 majestic birds gazing outward from the city ramparts. Egan spurred his horse forward, hastening through the city gates to meet the throng. To him, many in his army were as tender as the spring grass. They had joined solely for bread, ale, and protection. No one wished to be deemed a coward in the eyes of their comrades. Thus, when the battle commenced, heralded by the blaring of horns and the fluttering of banners, they would fight valiantly. Yet, should the tide turn unfavorably, they would instantly crumble and flee in disarray. The abandonment of a single spear could inspire 1,000 to follow suit. Egan could promise them land and knighthood upon victory. They drank his wine, laughed at his jests, and addressed one another as knights until they were thoroughly inebriated. On one occasion, after all had succumbed to drunkenness, Egan, with a haughty and ambiguous smile, inadvertently revealed his true sentiments. They would kill for the title of knight, yet they would not die for it. Egan summoned his Hahn to his side. Organize 100 men to burn everything between the riverbank and the city wall, he commanded, gesturing to encompass the squalid outskirts. Leave no stone standing within sight. Do you understand? The stout mercenary turned to assess the task. The landowners may not take kindly to this, he cautioned. They won't be pleased, but it matters not. I am their leader, Egan replied. Some will resist. Ensure their defeat. And the residents? Give them ample time to relocate their belongings, then clear the area. Avoid bloodshed, for they are not our enemies. Moreover, by the gods, no violence against women. Keep your men in check, for heaven's sake. They are mercenaries, not monks, his Hahn remarked. Next, you will have me enforce a prohibition on alcohol. Egan nodded, a splendid idea. Not all of Egan's subordinates were compliant. Some frequently acted against orders. In such instances, a guiding figure was essential to counsel them toward the right choices. This was Egan's role. The significance of a leader to their followers lay in this very aspect, individually. The members might be capable individuals, yet they lacked the capacity to function effectively without a leader to illuminate the correct path. Egan also hired over 30 masons from Pantos. With these masons at the core and slaves as the backbone, he established a construction crew numbering in the hundreds. Across the city-state, he erected numerous dwellings. In fact, there exists another material for the construction of houses, timber. However, within Egan's territory, suitable wood is scarce, resulting in the erection of only a few dozen wooden cabins. According to the current progress, the more than 2,000 slaves in the territory will have shelter within a month. Of course, it will be a situation where a dozen individuals are cramped together, yet they will indeed have a roof over their heads. Egan's reputation for kindness and benevolence has spread far and wide. Although the labor is particularly arduous, the slaves harbor a sense of hope. After months of strenuous effort, the interior of Andis City has undergone a remarkable transformation. Egan has established foundational workshops for industry within the city-state. The timber kilns, brick kilns, and cement kilns are now completed. The crops have matured and have already been harvested twice. Egan has expended over 13,000 gold dragons gifted by Valis and Dorn, cultivating at least 400 hectares of farmland and reaping over 1,000 tons of grain. More than 400 houses have been constructed, along with other facilities such as stone brick kilns and cement kilns. The materials produced have been reinvested into further construction. Thus, the cycle of raw material production and construction has been completed. According to Egan's estimates, the planning of Andis City will be finalized in approximately 2 months. This is entirely reasonable, as the initial phases of territorial development often require years, if not decades, of labor. Substantial gold investment is necessary at the outset, and only once the construction approaches completion will income begin to flow, gradually achieving a balance. The challenge of building a castle lies in the investment of gold while awaiting returns. Often, lords miscalculate the funds required, leading to their downfall. After finishing his dinner, Egan stepped outside and gazed up at the colossal statue carved in his likeness. After 3 months of construction, this monumental sculpture was nearing completion. Standing 50 meters tall and 12 meters wide, its sheer size instilled a sense of awe. The construction method involved erecting a stone column for access, from which slaves gradually transported stones, cement, and other materials to build from the top down. The sculptor responsible for this statue was a Pantos mason, whose ancestors had reportedly escaped the blood century from Meal. He had never undertaken such a grand project before, so upon receiving the task from Egan, he diligently studied numerous texts. "My lord Egan, what do you think?" called out a figure standing atop the statue as Egan approached. The individual was tethered by a rope, suspended above the statue's face. Under the collective effort of all involved, this magnificent statue was finally beginning to reveal its splendor, verging on a man-made miracle. Its materials had been sourced from the remnants of a statue belonging to an ancient kingdom, which had been dismantled and rebuilt. Standing beneath the statue, Egan gazed up at his own visage, perceiving it as a magnified version of himself. "You have done exceptionally well, Ellen," Egan remarked. Damon gazed up at the towering giant before him, and after a prolonged silence, he exclaimed, "I have witnessed this magnificent structure rise from nothingness. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it impossible for humanity to create such a grand edifice." As he spoke, he remained entranced by the statue, recalling how, just months prior, he had been somewhat skeptical when Egan unveiled his grand vision. Yet now, confronted with the tangible reality, it felt like a dream. Egan smiled, and Damon continued, "Before this colossal marvel, we humans are like mere ants. easily crushed beneath its might. Do not be so restrained. The deities are but stone, devoid of consciousness. It is the people behind them who possess awareness. Egan, unlike many of his contemporaries, did not harbor the superstitions common to his era. Instead, he believed that all occurrences are merely possibilities. For instance, many who behold this monumental statue might perceive it as a manifestation of divine will, believing it to have come into existence in an instant. However, that is far from the truth. Contentment graced Egan's visage as he envisioned the future and hurried toward his modest dwelling. Although he feigned a casual demeanor, the sight of the colossal figure stirred a tremor within him, a primal response to the incomprehensible. Chapter 28. A miracle unveiled at dawn the following day. Anthony rose from the embrace of a woman and immediately heard the clamorous voices outside. Though the words were indistinct, the urgency of the commotion suggested something monumental had transpired. He donned his garments, seized the sword bestowed upon him by Egan, and stealthily made his exit. The barbarian woman he had favored stirred restlessly, mumbling her annoyance before pulling the covers over herself. At this hour, soldiers clad in armor patrolled the streets of Anda City, where an array of diverse races and factions mingled, making the potential for conflict palpable, necessitating the presence of guards to maintain order. Upon stepping outside, Anthony encountered a throng gathered in the street. What has happened? He pondered. Let us see for ourselves. Do you know what is going on? He inquired of the crowd. I am uncertain. Does anyone have an explanation? I had just finished tilling my land when I noticed something extraordinary outside. A colossal object. Anthony was taken aback, bewildered by the villagers' remarks. In truth, the creation of the stone sculpture was a closely guarded secret, known only to the artisan summoned by Egan. The raw materials were readily available, easily shattered and recast. For if the populace were to witness the statue's emergence from nothingness, their reverence for the monumental figure would surely diminish. Today marked one of Egan's designated rest days, a time for all to recuperate. If a date is not set, based on everyone's enthusiasm, work could never cease. In consideration of the health and efficiency of the group, Egan established a day of rest. When Anthony entered, he discovered a number of men and women kneeling in reverent worship. Those who had just arrived were unaware of the situation. Upon entering, they were struck by the imposing figure that loomed before them. A chill swept through them, as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, walking on treacherous ground. For the uncivilized, still in the nascent stages of enlightenment, their utmost veneration was reserved for deities. To suddenly behold a colossal figure towering dozens of meters high was akin to witnessing a miraculous omen. What astonished them further was that this gargantuan statue bore an uncanny resemblance to their leader. The most terrifying entities in the world are those that elude comprehension. The kneeling supplicants, like waves of grain, murmured prayers seeking forgiveness. The stone-carved figure, a giant brandishing a sword toward the heavens, possessed a countenance as chiseled as if hewn by blades, his hollow eyes devoid of emotion, resembling an eternal specter, surveying the sins and penalties of humanity. This stood in stark contrast to the considerate Egan, who embodied two extremes, an angel and a demon, as if split into divergent faces. It was at this moment that Anthony noticed Egan standing beside the statue, who proclaimed in a resonant voice, from this day forth, everyone must come here every morning to pray to the great God of the hills. If one cannot attend due to illness or injury, they must make up for it the following day. There shall be no exceptions. Egan had already established morning prayers as one of the tenets of their doctrine. Additionally, training with slingshots was deemed an essential daily practice, and only upon its completion would one be permitted to dine. Egan felt that a preliminary order had been established, and he would gradually refine these regulations in the future. Damon, standing respectfully behind Egan, inquired, "What is your next course of action?" Having participated in the construction of the statue from inception to realization, Damon felt little trepidation toward it. Nevertheless, the palpable sense of dread that accompanied the statue's physical presence was an instinctual response, utterly uncontrollable. This was precisely why Egan had chosen to create such an enormous effigy. He answered Damon's question. Next, I must take the people to assess the harvest, prioritizing our sustenance. Damon nodded, grateful for the irrigation provided by the Lorne River, which ensured that the crops along its banks thrived. Egan continued, in addition to monitoring the river's condition, I plan to engage in trade with other city-states, exchanging wheat and rice. As a newly established city-state, Andis faced a scarcity of resources in various aspects. Iron tools and coal were particularly deficient, necessitating support from neighboring city-states. Conversely, those states required Andis's grain, making them eager to strike a deal. Furthermore, Egan had established a new farm dedicated to raising poultry and livestock, ensuring a supply of meat. Thus, there is no need to rely on the biological resources of the wilderness, as their acquisition is not only unstable but also the result of overhunting may jeopardize the natural balance. After contemplating, Egan remarked, I also wish to construct a castle. The current dwelling is far too small. Daemon readily acquiesced to Egan's proposal. Chapter 29. The Vigilance Plan within the city-state. Throngs of beggars, wandering prostitutes, and fishmongers filled the streets. The fishmongers thrived in business more than all others combined. People crowded around barrels or stalls, haggling for escargot, clams, and pike. With no other food entering the city, the price of fish continued to soar. Those with money would visit the riverside daily, hoping to procure an eel or a jar of red crab to bring home. Those without funds either lurked between stalls, contemplating theft, or stood hopelessly beneath the city walls. Mere spectators. Egan ascended to the battlements, surveying the bustling crowd beneath him, his subjects. What a lively scene! Dressed in light armor, Daemon followed closely. As it was the duty of the royal guard to protect the king, Egan chuckled. This is within the city. Must you remain by my side? Do I appear so vulnerable? He fondled his wolfhound, adding, even if danger lurks, I have my faithful protector. The 3 wolfhounds were as large as small horses. Compared to ordinary dogs, these creatures boasted larger heads, longer limbs, and particularly slender, pronounced snouts and jaws. Their coats varied from gray with yellow eyes to black with green eyes. These formidable beasts were fiercely loyal to Egan, with strong claws and teeth. Turning his gaze beyond the city walls, Egan peered into the depths of the forest. In his view, the vigilance mechanism of Anda's city was inadequate. To address this issue, he initially intended to establish sentries. However, their effectiveness was limited. The areas visible to the naked eye did not reveal much danger, as the thickets and shrubs obscured the view, rendering the sentry's role nearly futile. Thus, Egan conceived a second plan. He traveled several kilometers outside Anda's city to a secluded spot nestled within the mountains and forests, where a barely discernible path had been forged. Surrounded by towering bushes and trees, the area offered excellent concealment. After searching the outskirts for some time, Egan discovered this perfect location. It was ideally situated near water and hills, serving as an excellent living space while also providing a strategic vantage point for vigilance. Daemon, perplexed, inquired, Are we truly to establish ourselves here? Must we remain so hidden? Egan insisted, This is the place. We can assign 4 or 5 individuals to take turns guarding it. Daemon raised another concern, but if enemies approach, how shall we be notified? Egan did not respond immediately. Instead, he ascended a steep rock, turning to Daemon, stating, Here. If we light a signal, we shall be able to see the corresponding alerts. The flames igniting the firewood released billowing smoke that pierced through the canopy of trees, visible to those many kilometers away. At that moment, the accompanying wolf dog, Dahe, suddenly became agitated, raising his neck to the sky and howling in a manner reminiscent of a true wolf. The other 2 dogs joined in, their voices intertwining harmoniously. As he listened, Egan realized this was a method of communication, utilizing the propagation of sound. The wolf dogs could alert individuals several kilometers away with their howls. This method could also be harnessed by humans to train specific breeds to serve as alarm call hounds. However, Egan had no intention of leaving Damao, Xiaohua, and Dahe here, as these 3 were specifically tasked with his protection. He gazed at the smoke drifting towards the clouds, nodding in satisfaction. Let us depart, he said. Daemon acknowledged and scooped a basket of earth, extinguishing the fire. Egan filled his water pouch at a stream trickling between the rocks, then stepped out from the heavy shadows of the forest. As he looked toward the nearby city of Andas, he observed merchants and residents bustling in and out like ants. They returned to the city on foot, taking in the sights of Andas along the way. Farmers toiled in their fields, while animals leisurely enjoyed their lives. Accompanying them were Damao, Xiaohua, and Dahe. In a mere few months, these pups had grown significantly. Their appetite was a clear indicator of their growth. With an increasing intake of meat, they had been sustained by hunting live poultry, a method Egan employed to preserve their wild instincts. Naturally, this approach might result in the wolf dogs becoming less obedient to commands, but Egan was confident in his ability to train them. Upon returning to Andas, Egan found subtle changes in the atmosphere. Although the slaves continued their labor as usual, the number of individuals praying in the church had noticeably increased. According to reports from some of Daemon's guards, the populace was eagerly calling for more prayers and additional churches to satisfy their spiritual hunger. Do you see the smoke I ignited? Egan inquired of his Han when he found him. His Han replied, Indeed, the trail of smoke is distinctly visible. Egan nodded, affirming the success of his plan, and asked, Did anything occur in the city while I was away? After a moment's contemplation, his Han responded, There was an incident. A scuffle broke out in front of the church, but it was quickly quelled and was not significant. The security in Andas remained strong, thanks to the faith Egan established early on. Just as Egan prepared to leave, a soldier burst through the door, breathlessly announcing, My lord, the merchant caravan that came here previously has returned. Chapter 30. the era of slave masters. Let us go and take a look. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Egan promptly made his way outside. Beyond the city, when Gil and his companions arrived at Andaz once more, they discovered an indescribable colossal statue had appeared. The colossal statue exudes an overwhelming sense of oppression, instilling feelings of dread and panic. The merchant Gil's servant instinctively recoiled a few steps, yearning to distance himself from the statue, only to find that as long as he remained within its looming shadow, his heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an unseen hand, pounding incessantly. At times, Gil would envision the statue crashing down, its formidable form crashing to the ground, mercilessly reducing the unfortunate to mere flesh and blood, enveloping the area in swirling clouds of dust. This was precisely the terrifying deterrent that Ijen sought to evoke. It was no wonder that the citizens of Andaz would buckle at the knees upon witnessing the statue. Even modern individuals would be rendered speechless in the face of such a monumental figure. Gil, who prided himself on his extensive travels across the globe, having even ventured to the Jade Sea, the Smoke Sea, and the fringes of the Valyrian ruins, felt as though he were being stripped bare under the statue's gaze, leaving him restless. When Ijen approached, he deliberately emerged from the shadows, intent on observing the merchant's genuine reaction in his absence. Seeing Gil and his companions visibly weakened at the knees amused Ijen, providing him with a sense of satisfaction regarding the efficacy of his actions. "It is good to see you again. Our last transaction was quite agreeable. Have you brought me anything of worth this time?" Ijen inquired with a smile. Upon seeing Ijen, Gil felt a wave of relief wash over him. "My lord Ijen, I have brought you the seeds you requested, along with 100 sets of chainmail, 5 suits of plate armor, and 200 serfs. These precious armors, slaves, and food seeds were specifically requested by Ijen during their last encounter." To Gil's surprise, he had managed to procure these strategic resources. "Furthermore, I have also brought exquisite lenses unique to meal, intricate lace work, and fine carpets." When it came to business, Gil was in his element, and he began to speak animatedly. Ijen listened with humility as Gil recounted his travels over the past 2 months, occasionally interjecting his thoughts in agreement. "I possess iron mines, but I lack skilled miners to extract the ore. Can you assist me in resolving this issue?" "Of course. That is no problem at all," Gil readily replied, eager to take on the task. This time, the quantity of goods exchanged between Gil and Ijen was significantly greater than before, encompassing chainmail, wheat seeds, iron, ore, mead, carpets, and lenses. Most of these items required advanced expertise for the processing of raw materials, a capability that Andaz currently lacked. Ijen's offerings appeared somewhat modest in comparison, consisting primarily of ample, hearty provisions and various natural resources. Nevertheless, some of the food produced in Andaz was particularly delectable, such as grapes, autumn pears, and aromatic celery. These items thrived in the region's favorable natural environment, boasting exceptional flavors. This is indeed the objective of Gil. His profit stems from selling the abundant local specialties from one region to another where they are in demand, thus earning the difference in price. Yegin also acquired some elegant silk garments, which he found light and comfortable, a small indulgence in his luxurious lifestyle. Finally, as they parted ways, Yegin presented Gil with some meticulously prepared venison chops and apple pastries, a gesture intended to endear himself to the merchant and foster a closer relationship, thereby laying the groundwork for deeper transactions to come. Naturally, Gil graciously accepted Yegin's offerings in return, gifting him some exquisite truffles, sea salt, and Volantis red wine. After bidding farewell to Gil, Yegin pondered for a moment and suddenly conceived an idea: to cultivate a merchant caravan for his own use, gathering materials from across the continent. Of course, this endeavor would require careful planning, including discussions on who would lead the caravan and how profits would be divided, challenges that needed to be resolved before a decision could be made. At dawn the following day, Yegin set out early with Anthony and Damon, venturing into the embrace of nature, surrounded by trees. "Sir, what brings us here?" "I still need to train the slingshot troops," Damon questioned, perplexed. Holding a wooden stick, Yegin poked at the ground, not turning to look back, and replied, "There are more pressing matters at hand. I intend to construct a road between the mountains and Andaz City, one that provides direct access." "Why build a road?" Anthony paused, gazing at Yegin with confusion. Yegin explained, "With a high volume of travelers, a well-constructed road is essential. We require a direct route to the city. Establishing a thoroughfare between the production areas and the markets would reduce transportation costs and facilitate travel for the people. It is a venture that yields multifaceted benefits." Upon hearing this, Anthony and Damon instantly grasped Yegin's intent, a sense of admiration swelling within them. The disparity between individuals does not lie in the ability to accomplish tasks, but rather in the foresight to think one step ahead. Had Yegin not articulated this idea, they might have conceived a similar approach, albeit too late. Yet, it mattered not. With Yegin as their leader, progress was assured. While surveying the site, Yegin suddenly envisioned a delightful scene, his trained slingshot troops merrily tossing stones in circles along the newly constructed asphalt road, reminiscent of an animated spectacle. Given the frequent travel along this route, it wasn't long before they encountered passers-by. The serfs, upon seeing their master Yegin, paused, bowed their heads, and greeted him with "My Lord Yegin," their eyes reflecting awe and respect. Yegin had provided them with a means of sustenance and bestowed upon their descendants the hope of a better future, a privilege that other slave owners could scarcely comprehend. It is no secret that Yegin possesses immense prestige among the lower echelons of society. May the god of the hills forever safeguard your soul. Yegin gently placed a hand on his chest, his countenance radiating a fitting depth and reverence, for he would witness your loyalty and keep a watchful eye upon you. The primary sustenance of Andaz is wheat. Indeed, the very foundation of this city-state is built upon its bountiful wheat yield. However, the majority of this grain is harvested by the slave masters, leaving but a scant portion for the slaves themselves. Slaves are the most valuable commodity of this era. Chapter 31. The second city. Yegin oversaw the final harvest of summer. Although the territory of Andaz is considerable, only the plains near the narrow sea are truly fertile, while the eastern regions are predominantly hilly, rendering them less suitable for agricultural development. Drawing from the annals of time, Yegin resurrected the name Andaz, endowing the city-state with its designation. The revival of ancient dynasties also carries the implication of rejuvenating the Targaryen lineage. The territory of the Andaz city-state spans approximately 50 kilometers in radius, forming an elongated oval. Through Yegin's thorough exploration, he discovered that the cultivable land amounts to no more than 1,000 to 1,300 hectares, yielding roughly 2,500 tons of produce. While this may seem substantial, it merely suffices to satiate the hunger of the inhabitants within the territory. Fortunately, beyond the cultivation of grains, there exists a wealth of natural resources. The beasts of the jungle, the fish and insects in the streams, and the soaring birds all represent invaluable assets, whether for trade or for medicinal and leather production. After consolidating his dominion over the Andaz region, Yegin traversed the borders, conducting a meticulous survey. The Andaz territory is characterized by its diversity, encompassing pastoral lands, livestock breeding, agriculture, and timber resources. Most importantly, after establishing the church and taming the savages, Yegin found himself with an unexpectedly abundant supply of slaves. 6,000 to 7,000 robust individuals roamed every corner of Andaz city, their loyalty to Yegin's church unwavering. These individuals, of course, required shelter within the city walls. To accommodate the influx of population, Yegin urgently constructed several brick kilns and assigned hundreds of workers to the task of brick production. In light of the substantial number of newcomers, Yegin established another city in a new territory situated upstream of the Lorne River, 20 kilometers northeast of the first city. He named this new settlement Pompeii, in homage to the ancient civilization that once stood tall. Pompeii City is in close proximity to Andaz City, separated by a mere 20 kilometers. The site was strategically chosen in a well-connected riverside area, facilitating transportation and trade. The Lorne River, a significant waterway on the eastern continent, is formed by the convergence of the Upper Lorne River and the Little Lorne River, flowing southeast towards the ruins of Getter. In the Loina culture, the Lorne River is revered as a deity and is affectionately referred to as the Mother River Lorne. After the flight of the Loinans, piracy has run rampant upon the shores of the Lorne River. Currently, the situation is such that the resources of Pompeii, grain, timber, and meat, are plentiful, capable of being transported directly by horses and ships from nearby origins, which are within a mere 3 to 4 days' reach. As summer draws to a close, the sun no longer blazes as fiercely as it did in the height of the season. Despite the less favorable climate, the slaves of Aegon have not allowed their zeal for struggle to be extinguished. In the ideology of Aegon, labor is regarded as a prayer to the deities, promising elevation to the divine realm after death, with the added incentive of generous rewards. Most of these laborers are slaves of barbarian descent. Some previously hunted and fought for their survival, while others were solely devoted to agriculture. However, upon Aegon's conquest, they all lost their status as free citizens. To regain their identity, or simply to survive, they must heed Aegon's commands, offering their very selves to the gods in hopes of forgiveness. Aegon has set a time frame for this endeavor, 7 years. By serving the deity fervently for 7 years, they may earn absolution and reclaim their citizenship. Though slavery may seem advantageous, Aegon remains unperturbed by its allure. The development of his domain requires not only the unremunerated exploitation of slaves but also productive citizens who contribute, consume, and thereby create a virtuous cycle. Citizens rely on their labor to acquire property, which they then use to purchase goods, thus fostering a healthy economic environment. Much like a pond, there must be both inflow and outflow to invigorate its waters. Otherwise, stagnation ensues at the bottom, thwarting any beneficial circulation. This is a notable shortcoming of slave societies in comparison to feudal ones. The lords of this era generally fail to recognize this truth, focusing solely on the immediate returns from the toil of serfs, oblivious to the profound impact of a well-functioning city. Thus, when Aijin promises these slaves a future, they are filled with elation, extolling the benevolence of Aijin. After 7 years, they will regain their status as free citizens, able to reside within Aijin's city or return to the countryside to fend for themselves. However, Aijin believes that under the influence of his 7-year grace, few slaves would choose to escape his control, as he can offer them both security and a brighter future. While Aijin calls upon the slaves to labor, Antony enforces a ruthless regime according to his directives, with Rim-In as the primary enforcer. Rim-In, originally of barbarian stock, holds considerable prestige among his peers, commanding their loyalty. Before joining the city, these barbarians were not much different from primitive, uncivilized beings. They engaged in herding, hunting, and farming, occasionally extracting minerals but only managing the most rudimentary processing, yielding none of the finer products. They dwelled in caves, battling against the indifferent forces of nature. Aegon discovered that these individuals were adept at cultivating fruit trees, and he envisioned utilizing their skills to construct factories where he could savor exquisite jams. Additionally, honey and salt emerged as essential condiments. Aegon assigned personnel to commence the rearing of bees, though this endeavor was still in its infancy, with a modest scale that could not yet yield honey in abundance. Estimates suggested that it would take at least 2 to 3 years to nurture a large-scale hive. Presently, Aegon's strategy was to first cultivate orchards, which would constitute his second venture into the market, followed by the production of honey as a substitute for white sugar. Given that white sugar was rather costly and the variety of culinary spices was limited, accessible only to the nobility, Aegon's affordable and high-quality products would undoubtedly stir up significant waves in the market. In truth, Aegon had another avenue to explore, seeking out sugar-rich plants like beets to produce sugar. These initiatives promised to yield substantial profits, enabling him to amass greater human and material resources and attract more individuals to serve his cause. This cyclical process would lead to the rapid development of Aegon's territory. All of this hinged upon his visionary perspective, transcending the limitations of his era, rooted in the solid education he had received. Once the potential of Andis City was unveiled, other trading city-states would seek to engage in commerce with Aegon, exchanging goods. At that juncture, Aegon would naturally promote the abundant resources within his territory for sale. Chapter 32. The sugar extraction process. To seek out sugar-rich plants such as beets, specialized individuals were needed for the search. The savages, having lived in the wild for generations, had developed the ability to discern all flora in the Andes region through a legacy of trial and error, whether for medicinal purposes or lethal poisons. They possessed a comprehensive botanical compendium, a product of accumulated traditional knowledge. Aegon also contemplated the possibility of not only cultivating sugar plants like beets but also establishing a complete supply chain for herbs and poisons, which could enrich the Andes region. However, some of the savages did not understand the common tongue of Westeros. They spoke a dialect, creating linguistic barriers, while simple gestures sufficed for daily transactions. The quest for suitable medicinal materials demanded more nuanced communication. Yet, this posed no significant issue, as Aegon could enlist Ryman to translate on his behalf. Upon hearing that the Great Hogad sought to find beets, many savages displayed great enthusiasm. Among them were 2 individuals resembling shamans, who promptly volunteered for the task, fully aware that Aegon rewarded those who brought him benefits. These 2 had lived long lives, their bodies waning, yet their minds brimmed with knowledge. In the society of the barbarians, the status of these shamans is rather lowly, as their knowledge of herbs and plants does not yield tangible benefits. The barbarians, being unable to engage in trade, find greater rewards in agriculture and hunting. Thus, the herbalist shamans occupy a position that is somewhat below average. However, in the eyes of Yegin, these practitioners, who possess millennia of botanical knowledge accumulated by the barbarians, represent the most invaluable treasure. The experience amassed over thousands of years has instilled in them a muscle memory that allows them to discern subtle differences in plants merely by appearance, forming an inherently understood theory. This differs from the shamans who invoke divine powers, offering blessings through talismans and water, which serve little practical purpose beyond not causing harm. Yegin recognized the wealth of knowledge possessed by the shamans within the barbarian tribes. In these tribes, shamans are merely exploited for their healing abilities and prescriptions. Yegin commanded these 2 shamans to serve him directly, while assigning Anthony the responsibility of overseeing the construction of the ancient city of Pompeii. As he immersed himself in the cultivation of sugar beets, Rim acted as a bridge between the shamans and Yegin, translating his inquiries verbatim. The barbarian language is not particularly complex, and after several inquiries, Yegin learned some basic common phrases. He also became acquainted with various medicinal plants and edible fruits and vegetables, including sugarcane and another variety known as zhng. Cultivating high sugar content plants like sugar beets can be quite challenging due to their environmental requirements, and suitable arable land within the territory had already been designated for farming, leaving little room for sugar beet cultivation. Nevertheless, Yegin planned to take a gradual approach, initially acquiring some seeds to harvest a small quantity of sugar beets and test the efficacy of sugar extraction. The sugar-making process generally consists of 5 steps: harvesting and washing, cutting and pressing, purifying and concentrating, crystallizing and separating, and drying and packaging. Specifically, one must first harvest the mature sugar beets or sugarcane, then compress them to extract the juice. Next, lime is added, carbon dioxide is introduced, and the mixture is heated to form a concentrated liquid, which is then cooled and dried, followed by sieving to yield fine, medium, and coarse granulated sugars. This is the method for producing white sugar. In this era, the challenge of sugar production lies in the creation of a centrifuge, which employs high-speed rotation to separate solid sugar crystals from liquid molasses. However, this task is not overly daunting. Once the design of the centrifuge is understood, Yegin can enlist a blacksmith to replicate it. Of course, in a region like Andes, which leans towards the primitive, the development of handicrafts and artisanship is limited, making it difficult to produce the necessary equipment. Hence, he must hire skilled artisans from mill to craft it for him, as he trusts their expertise. Indeed, Egan had also sent inquiries to local blacksmiths regarding the possibility of crafting a centrifuge for himself. However, upon viewing his sample diagrams, they all politely declined. The concept was simply too avant-garde, something they had never encountered before, a technology capable of separating solid particles from liquids within a suspension. Such a machine necessitated meticulous craftsmanship, demanding exceptional skill from the artisans. The technique of forging and smelting was not much of a hurdle, as Egan had already imparted the knowledge of wood pyrolysis to the indigenous people, ensuring a sufficient supply of charcoal for ironworking. Once the challenges of smelting were addressed, the remaining task was relatively straightforward: to find a blacksmith capable of executing delicate operations to flawlessly replicate Egan's vision. However, enlisting artisans from distant locales often consumed vast amounts of time and resources, a predicament that left Egan feeling quite exasperated. Thus, he conceived another idea. Only those within his own ranks could be deemed most trustworthy. With the promise of generous rewards, Egan disseminated the blueprints to every craftsman, declaring that whoever could forge the desired apparatus would receive a bounty of 100 gold dragons. To put this into perspective, purchasing a mare required 750 silver deer, and acquiring a set of somewhat rusted iron armor demanded 200 silver deer. 1 gold dragon could be exchanged for 210 silver deer. It was evident what a tremendous temptation 100 gold dragons posed for these craftsmen. While a common soldier would toil for 4 to 5 years on the battlefield, a blacksmith could secure this sum by merely crafting a single set of equipment. Who could resist such an alluring offer? Yet, Egan's incentives did not end there. He also promised a spacious courtyard residence and over 20 household servants. This was akin to ascending from the status of an ordinary citizen directly to that of a noble. The allure of wealth was irresistible, and soon a blacksmith named Tongnu began laboring day and night, ultimately producing the centrifuge Egan envisioned. He claimed the 100 gold dragons and the promised estate and servants. Egan subsequently appointed him as the chief craftsman of the team, overseeing production and guiding the artisans in their craft. He also pledged that for every centrifuge completed, an additional gold dragon would be awarded. In this manner, the process of manufacturing white sugar was entirely revolutionized under Egan's direction. Just as the news of the successful centrifuge's creation spread, another piece of information followed closely behind. The indigenous people had discovered a new plant with an even higher sugar content, surpassing that of sugar beets. Chapter 33. Cultivating sugar maple trees. The northern and southern regions of Andes are characterized by vast mountain ranges and dense forests. Egan, accompanied by the 2 shamans and Limong, ventured deep into the jungle, traversing the expansive territory of the ancient kingdom in search of sugar-rich plants. "Master, this is what you seek." One shaman pointed towards a tree ahead. Following his gesture, Egan approached and severed several branches as samples. This tree was known as the sugar maple, a deciduous hardwood. The sugar content is exceedingly high, The sap that flows from the trunk is consumable and can be concentrated into syrup or further boiled down to produce granulated sugar. These sugar maple trees proliferate at the outskirts of Pompeii, and a rough count by Wang revealed no fewer than several hundred. This is a promising sign, indicating that the survival conditions for sugar maples are not stringent, allowing for extensive cultivation. The shaman, with his vast knowledge of botany, assisted Wang in locating the sugar-rich plants he sought. Henceforth, the task of cultivating sugar maples and extracting syrup would fall to Wang himself. These concepts had already formed a cycle in Wang's mind. Once the sugar maples were harvested, he could commence industrial sugar production. In addition to constructing Pompeii, Anthony was also assigned some work by Wang to fell sugar maples. As a deciduous tree, not only do its branches and trunk contain sap rich in sugars, but its fruits are also fragrant and delectable, reminiscent of freshly harvested pears. However, these fruits are scarce, with only a few dozen present on a 12-meter-tall tree. Each no larger than a jujube, often going unnoticed unless inspected closely, though the fruit containing the jujube seeds are plentiful. Wang commanded the collection of several hundred fruits, intending to select the plump, well-colored seeds for germination using a soaking method to expedite water absorption, achieving the necessary moisture content for normal sprouting. As summer drew to a close, Wang contemplated establishing a structure akin to a greenhouse from his past life to incubate these seeds. This would be a type of indoor greenhouse that does not require heating, utilizing the rear wall to absorb solar energy and maintain a stable temperature conducive to the growth of vegetable crops. Some, however, augment the greenhouse with heating measures such as stoves, boilers, or warming pipes, or implement nighttime insulation techniques, like rolled blankets. Wang's approach involved excavating a flue underground to insert heated bricks, to ensure an appropriate indoor temperature and adequate light. The tops of these greenhouses would be covered with transparent glass. The technology to produce large panes of glass is not overly complex, but presents certain challenges. First, soda is added to lower the melting point of the sand, followed by lime to render it insoluble in water. Heated to over 1,000 degrees Celsius, a hollow, heat-resistant tube is used to blow air into the molten glass, coating it to achieve the desired shape on an asbestos cloth. In this era, constructing churches with large panes of glass has become a standard procedure, feasible for ordinary craftsmen. Dono, leading local artisans from Andes, could thus fabricate the large panes of glass Wang desired. Upon witnessing the successful creation of these substantial glass pieces, Wang finally exhaled in relief, as this signified a new pinnacle in the sugar extraction process, indoor cultivation. In addition to the greenhouse, Wang also dispatched individuals to plant some sugar maples outdoors, intending to compare their growth with those cultivated indoors to observe any differences. The surplus glass produced was utilized by Wang in the construction of the church's dome and exterior. The resplendent stained glass, refracting in the sunlight, reveals a mesmerizing array of colors. To the faithful, it embodies divine miracles and enhances the grandeur of the atmosphere. The construction of churches demands a great deal of glass, yet due to a lack of manpower, Wang has not been able to erect many new edifices. Anthony had previously witnessed the missionaries of the Seven Gods Church arriving in the Andes region, thus he was familiar with the process of evangelism. With the assistance of a shaman, the sugar maples were successfully cultivated. Anthony turned the soil with a spade, buried a sugar maple seed, and then covered it with earth. The seeds require soaking in water, mixed with moist sand, and the soil must be turned until the seeds turn white, at which point they can be sown. Is there a specific requirement for the soil used in planting? Wang replied, it is advisable to select elevated, arid, and level terrain, where drainage is convenient. With deep and fertile sandy loam, the soil should be well tilled and finely prepared. Wang solemnly patted Anthony on the shoulder and asked, can you manage the planting of the sugar maples for me? Having spent some time learning cultivation from the shaman in the village, Anthony confidently responded, rest assured, my lord. I may not have fought in battles, but I have certainly witnessed the process. Initially, he thought that after taking up arms and becoming a soldier, such knowledge would become obsolete, yet today he found it invaluable to Lord Wang. Wang nodded and signaled to two soldiers, who promptly approached and presented a pouch of gold dragons, placing it in Anthony's hands. If you can ensure the survival of all these sugar maple seeds, I shall reward you further. Wang has always been generous to those who benefit him, and his reputation for benevolence has spread. Once the sugar maples are planted, there will also be beets. These two methods of sugar production will yield immense resources for Wang, bringing significant profit to Andes, most of which will be reinvested into the war effort. Is the syrup produced by this method truly delectable? Many slaves and citizens of Andes believe honey is irreplaceable. The ability to afford sugar is a symbol of status. In the past, nobles derived their sweetness from honey, which was quite precious, while commoners could only indulge in sweetness through roots and fruits. Yegan offered Anthony a taste of the syrup produced from the large cauldron. And a look of satisfaction instantly crossed Anthony's face. How does it taste? In truth, Yegan needed no words. Anthony's expression alone revealed the success of the syrup. Delicious. Anthony affirmed vigorously. I believe this syrup, harvested from the sugar maple, will attract many buyers, whether from the nobility or the common folk. Having tasted the sweetness of the syrup extracted from the sugar maples, Anthony gained a newfound appreciation for the sugar industry. Near Pompeii, hundreds of sugar maples were felled. And under Anthony's guidance, 20 slaves transported the timber, which collectively weighed several tons. In a designated area, Egan established a greenhouse, naming it the Sugar Maple Plantation, alongside which he also set up a sugar mill. The operation of these facilities necessitated laborers, prompting Egan to officially inaugurate training programs for sugar mill workers in 2 cities. Chapter 34, Transformation. Anthony arrived in Pompeii with a contingent of enslaved laborers, following Egan's directives to commence the construction of the sugar mill, the plantation, and housing. The barbarian slaves proved to be the most effective workers. Robust and physically strong, they were imbued with a fervent devotion to the divine, never resisting any orders issued by Egan, and often exceeding expectations. To them, laboring for the gods was a tremendous blessing, and the fact that Egan was willing to compensate them for their efforts further fueled their enthusiasm. Consequently, the work ethic of these barbarian laborers was ignited. Additionally, Egan selected a portion of workers for the sugar mill, whose employment signified their emancipation from slavery. Egan's preliminary plan involved planting 50,000 sugar maple trees across several hilltops. The sugar maple, a perennial deciduous tree, can reach heights of up to 45 meters and live for a century. One can envision that upon the completion of the sugar maple plantation, it would yield over 2,000 tons of syrup annually. If 1 pound of syrup corresponds to a silver moon, the territory would accrue an additional 1,000 silver moons, equivalent to over 300 golden dragons. This represents the gross profit from the cultivation of sugar maples. Furthermore, as the plantation flourishes, its scale would naturally expand over decades. Currently, the plantation houses only 32 sugar maple trees and over 300 saplings. This implies that, should there be a harvest this year, the total syrup produced would amount to less than 1,000 pounds, a portion of which must be distributed to the nobility within the territory. Egan intends to allocate the majority of this syrup to the military, thereby enhancing the populace's enthusiasm for enlistment, with a smaller portion designated for the upper echelons of the territory. At present, the Anda city-state is stratified into 4 classes. The first class, led by Egan, comprises the core leadership, including individuals such as Shishan, Anthony, and Daimon. The second class consists of the nobility, who possess certain assets and authority within the territory. Figures like Ryman and the craftsman Dano belong to this tier, enjoying a comfortable lifestyle with personal servants. The third class represents the citizenry, who sustain their existence through diligent labor, making up a significant portion of the population. The fourth class comprises the enslaved, the most populous group within the territory, devoid of personal property. Thus, the syrup produced will inevitably fall short of demand. To transform syrup into a fiscal resource for the territory will require considerable time and development, as it currently resides in its nascent stages. The afternoon sun reflects dazzling rays from the towering 50-meter statue. Soon, the slave merchants would don their fringed togas, reclining in their chairs while indulging in delicacies such as lamb, olives, dog meat, and honeyed dormice. Meanwhile, outside the city, vast numbers of slaves were enduring hunger. As Aegon gazed at the sharpened stakes and trenches beyond the camp, he overheard Anthony and his officers drilling a cadre of soldiers in the mastery of short swords, shields, and heavy spears. Another group of Dornishmen, adorned in white loincloths, was bathing in the sea. Aegon noted the Dornishmen's meticulousness regarding cleanliness, a stark contrast to the mercenaries. These Dornishmen maintained their hygiene with great care, insisting on bathing every night even after a full day of marching, when water was scarce. They utilized sand in the manner of the Dothraki to cleanse themselves. South of the orderly palisades in the Dornish elite's bathing area lay the camp of the savages, a cacophonous and chaotic place. Aegon had armed the former slaves with weapons acquired from traders and from pintos as best as he could. Anthony organized the combat-ready individuals into 4 large companies, yet at that moment, Aegon observed no signs of training. By a fire pit where floating logs burned, hundreds gathered to roast horse carcasses. The scent of cooking meat wafted through the air as Aegon heard the sizzling fat as boys turned the horse's body, causing him to frown. Children ran joyfully behind the horses, cheering. There were no formalities. The savages called out to him in a myriad of strange tongues from all directions. Some paid him homage, referring to him as father. Others sought favors and assistance. Some prayed to foreign deities for his blessing, while others requested his benediction upon them. Aegon scanned the crowd, smiling at them, touching the outstretched hands, and allowing the kneeling ones to grasp his stirrups and legs. Many free folk believed that touching him would bring good fortune. He paused to converse with a pregnant woman who wished for him to name her child. All these interactions represented the transformation Aegon brought to the local people of Andalos. Titles such as the Builder, the Exiled Dragon, and the Lord of the Golden Company were his, and perhaps in the future, he would gain the esteemed title of syrup maker once the sugar industry flourished. After conquering the savages and establishing the cities of Andalos and Pompeii, all sectors of industry were thriving. In terms of grain alone, the accumulated resources exceeded 4,000 tons. This bounty was sufficient to sustain the basic livelihood of nearly 8,000 people within his domain. Aegon had already devised plans to increase the planting of crops like wheat and potatoes the following year, intending to enlist at least 1,000 individuals in the cultivation efforts. The fertile plains of southern Andalos, cultivated over centuries, boasted countless productive fields that required only simple labor to yield abundant harvests. In the south, there were over 1,000 hectares of land, with half of it yet to be tilled. If all hands were mobilized to develop this territory fully, it would be more than capable of sustaining tens of thousands of inhabitants of Andalos. Presently, the population of Andalos stood at 5,000, while the newly established city of Pompeii housed 3,000 souls. The fundamental orientation of the territory is predominantly agricultural, as evidenced by the demographic composition, which consists mainly of farmers and serfs. On average, each inhabitant is allocated 5 acres of land, a figure that includes even the non-working children and elders. These serfs are contractual slaves, who will regain their status as free individuals after a period of 7 years. By that time, the development of Aegon's territory is sure to surpass its current state, ensuring a comfortable livelihood for its inhabitants. Presently, brick kilns, sugar mills, and lumber factories employ hundreds of workers, with surrounding structures providing accommodations for employees and their families, thus housing several hundred individuals. At this juncture, the resources within the Andes territory are largely self-sufficient. Although initial investments still outweigh returns, a gradual stabilization is becoming apparent. The warehouses are stocked with provisions, and should these grains be entirely sold, a surplus of several hundred gold dragons could be realized. The primary expenditure within the territory pertains to wages. Although these barbarians do not demand payment, Aegon is adamant about disbursing salaries. While the individual payments are modest, the cumulative total reaches a staggering sum in the thousands of gold dragons. Moreover, the construction of the second city, Pompeii, has been completed, ushering in new expenses. Chapter 35. The Windblown Brigade. My Lord Aegon, a mercenary claiming to be from the Windblown Brigade, requests an audience with you. Just as Aegon was concluding a matter regarding taxation within the territory and preparing to enjoy his breakfast, a servant entered to deliver the message. The Windblown Brigade? Aegon furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately gestured for the servant to invite the visitor in. The Windblown Brigade is a mercenary group formed within the free trading city-states, boasting 2,000 cavalry and infantry soldiers, led by a commander known as the Prince of Rags. The brigade is symbolized by a blue and white forked banner, adorned with cerulean silk streamers dancing at the tips of their spears. The name Windblown Brigade derives from the fact that their command tent is made of vast blue canvas, with some tents capable of accommodating 10 individuals for rest. Furthermore, the brigade can dismantle their camp and depart in less than an hour, moving with the swiftness of the wind, hence their name. However, what could be their purpose in seeking out Aegon? Naturally, Aegon welcomes the presence of mercenary groups within his city, as those who earn their livelihood through task rewards can significantly invigorate the economic cycle of the city-state. Could it be that they are here to seek collaboration? Moments later, a silver-haired elder with long hair entered Aegon's council chamber. His eyes bore large bags beneath them, and his hair and armor were a shade of silver gray, while his cloak was stitched from fabrics of various hues. He stood tall and straight, an indescribable sadness reflected in his gaze. With grace and ease, he approached Aegon, performing a knightly salute, and spoke in a soft, measured voice. Esteemed Lord Aegon, I, the Prince of Rags, extend greetings on behalf of the Windblown Brigade. Aegon, seated high upon his dais, scrutinized the elder, who appeared to be in his 60s, stroking his chin in contemplation. The individual who claims to be the Prince of Rags is none other than the illustrious leader of the Windblown, a mercenary who exhibits a refined elegance. In the year 262, at the tender age of 23, the Prince of Rags was elected as the new Prince of Pantos. Why new, you may ask? Because the previous prince had just been executed by the governors. This is the tradition of Pantos. In times of adversity, the prince must be sacrificed to appease the wrath of the gods. Thus, the throne of this prince is akin to a rose laced with poison. The Prince of Rags unhesitatingly declined this invitation, resolutely departing from the contentious realm to establish the Windblown alongside 5 others. Among the 6 founders of the Windblown, he stands as the sole survivor to this day. "My lord, without your cloak, you appear different," remarked his companion. "My tattered garments?" The Prince of Rags shrugged. "Those rags instill dread in my adversaries. On the battlefield, my tatters flutter in the wind, inspiring morale more than any banner." He continued, "If I wish to live incognito, I merely need to shed them and blend into the throng of common folk." Aegon smiled faintly, gesturing to the bench across from him. "Please, sit. I have heard you are a prince. I hope I am not mistaken. Would you care for a drink?" Zarina also offered some sustenance. Her bread was stale, and the stew was so poorly prepared it was hard to describe. Animal fat and salt, with a few morsels of meat. She claimed it was dog meat, though I suspected it was more likely rat. Nevertheless, it would not be fatal. I found that one must only be cautious when the food appears appetizing. Poisoners invariably select the finest dishes. "You have brought 3 companions," the Prince of Rags observed, "a woman without nipples and a quartermaster with 3 fingers missing. In this world, one must learn to seize whatever gifts the gods choose to bestow. This is a lesson I have learned at some cost. I offer it to you as a token of my sincerity. Sit and speak of what brings you here." The Prince of Rags took a seat. "This is my first time sharing a drink with a member of House Targaryen. I must admit, you pique my curiosity." Aegon replied, "I am the son of Rhaegar, bearing responsibilities towards my family, my father, and my subjects, in addition to an engagement." "I have heard of it," the Prince of Rags remarked. "When the beauty of Dorne beheld your handsome visage, she fell into your arms, did she not?" Aegon chuckled, neither confirming nor denying the assertion, merely clapping his hands to signal the attendants to pour each of them a glass of golden wine. The Prince of Rags took a sip, discreetly observing this young prince, whose burdens were heavier than those of many. Prior to this meeting, numerous individuals had extolled the virtues of this young prince, whether in winning the hearts of Dorne's elite, attacking the barbarians, founding a church, establishing cities, or erecting sugar mills, each feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Many factions are watching you, eager to see how far this little dragon can soar. At least, both Myr and Volantis are doing so," Aegon remarked. "Are you referring to those who have hired you from Volantis?" The Prince of Puddles cast a fleeting glance at the handsome Aegon. "War, slaughter, the sacking of cities, the plundering of lives, such is the existence of us, the Free Company. As one war concludes, another commences. Fortunately, somewhere, there is always someone attacking another. Perhaps even here. Even as we sit here drinking, there are those who conspire to usurp the bountiful land of Andalos. Somewhere upon the plains. Your Aunt Daenerys Targaryen is to wed a Dothraki." The Prince of Puddle shrugged. "Who rules Westeros tonight? And who shall rule tomorrow? One truth is clear. I require your sword." Aegon extended an olive branch. The Prince of Puddles replied gently, "Dear little prince, while we mercenaries bear a reputation for being untrustworthy, we have forged a contract with the Golden Company. Regardless of what the Golden Company pays you, I shall offer you double. We shall place gold atop our signed agreement, shall we not? Bring your men along, and I shall compensate you partially now, with more to follow later. When we set sail, we shall carry gold with us. However, once we join the company, it shall be difficult to conceal it. Thus we would prefer you to safeguard it in the bank. I can show you the documents." "Ah, the documents. But we will be paid double." "Twice the thickness of the documents," chimed in Demon beside him. "I promise you untold riches," Aegon insisted. "I am a man of my word. If I affix my seal to a contract, I shall fulfill its terms. I assure you of this." The ragged prince emptied his wine glass, flipping it over between them. "So let me ponder whether I have grasped your proposition. A prince of the Targaryen house, stripped of his territory, seeks to contract with us and offers promises as payment. What services do you require?" "I do not know. Is it to have my windblown shatter the Bravosi? To sack a city? To defeat a Dothraki call on the battlefield? To escort you home to meet your father? Or would you be content to have us deliver the delicate Daenerys Targaryen to your bed? Tell me, little prince, what is it you desire most from me and my men?" Aegon merely leaned back in his chair, a wry smile playing on his lips. "I need your assistance to steal a dragon." Chapter 36. The Discovery of Dragonbone. I need your assistance to steal a dragon. The Prince of Puddles was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Aegon, as if assessing the worth of the proposal. This dragon, of course, did not refer to a genuine dragon. True dragons are majestic creatures, adorned with scales, possessing dual wings and limbs. Their forelimbs form leathery wings akin to those of a bat, representing a magical species that once thrived in Essos and Westeros. It is believed that dragons became extinct over 150 years ago. The remaining evidence of dragons consists solely of skeletal remains and a few eggs that have likely turned to fossils. The last dragon was a frail, deformed creature that perished in its infancy, presumably during the reign of Aegon III, known as the Dragonbane. It was a green dragon, diminutive in stature, with withered wings. And before its death, it laid 5 eggs, none of which ever hatched. The dragon in question refers to the Targaryen family, symbolized by the solitary 3-headed fire-breathing dragon on a crimson background, specifically Daenerys, who is wed to the Call of the Dothraki and is also the aunt of young Aegon. Double is insufficient to pay for a dragon, young prince. Even a pig should know this. The great dragon approaches, my dear. Those who promise to pay should possess at least a modicum of discernment in their pledges. Aegon chuckled and inquired, how much do you desire? Triple. Or perhaps not at all. The beggar prince extended a withered, spotted hand and gazed at Aegon with wise eyes. I seek not riches. His penetrating gaze seemed to peer into Aegon's soul, leaving him feeling utterly exposed, as if there were no secrets to conceal. Even a bastard comprehends the truth that power is far more reliable than wealth. Why should I not grasp this? I wish to become your loyal servant. If one day you truly reclaim Westeros, I desire a castle. This response resonated with Aegon, as one's interests reveal their aspirations. And understanding a subordinate's desires alleviates concerns about hidden threats. If a mercenary band desires nothing but to occupy the city of Andalos, Aegon would find it disconcerting. Sometimes, ambition can propel individuals forward while simultaneously ensnaring them. Perhaps the beggar prince yearns for more, yet as long as his desires remain within Aegon's capacity to grant, even the most cunning and sly will be firmly within Aegon's grasp. Very well, you may serve under me, just as Demon, Antony, and the others do. However, upon joining the city-state, you must abide by its established rules and cease to operate as a mercenary. The beggar prince appeared taken aback. Mercenaries are notoriously fickle. Are you not afraid we might betray you? Aegon shrugged. Every traitor has their justifications. You are not the first to swear allegiance with a sword in hand, only to vanish with my coin. They all have their reasons. I merely believe that whoever seeks to pay you to betray me must understand that I can afford to offer double. Upon hearing this, the beggar prince nodded and regarded Aegon with a profound gaze, a flicker of unusual brilliance in his eyes. You are a benevolent lord. From this moment forth, the windblown shall pledge their loyalty to you and heed your summons. The beggar prince himself sat at the table, cradling a cup of wine. In the golden candlelight, his silvery hair appeared almost golden. I must inform you that establishing a city is not a wise choice. On my way here, I heard that Robert has learned of your whereabouts and is furious, seeking to place a bounty on your head. Aegon remarked that Robert may think as he pleases, yet he will never achieve his aim. He can indeed, I assure you. He can squander Tywin's wealth at will, with a mere command. Mercenaries and serpents across the narrow sea will vie to assassinate you. We should heed Illyrio's counsel. He will tell you that a wise man ties his shoelaces tightly. We ought to find a ship to Volantis while the port remains open. The words indeed caused a flicker of uncertainty within Aegon. He was not made of iron. He was mortal. Presently, all was in flux in Andalos, and Robert could very well bring devastation upon them. Yet, Aegon soon recalled the sequence of events. First Pentos, then Volantis, followed by their exile. Retracing the path they had taken, he found his hands empty. Countless valiant warriors had sacrificed their lives for his own. But to what end? Humiliation intertwined with a burning desire for vengeance in his heart. When he spoke again, his eyes blazed with fury. I shall not leave. My father perished at Robert's hands, not yours. Go home, if that is what you desire. Depart by whatever means you see fit. I shall remain. Prince of Lannister shrugged. Then I shall stay as well. I have heard that the nobility of the freehold place great value on the purity of blood. Thus, the practice of incest is quite common in the ancient capital, as the Valyrians were accustomed to intermarriage among siblings to preserve their ability to command dragons and wield magic. Indeed, thus I require you to fetch my aunt to prevent the mingling of dragon blood with outsiders. Speaking of which, on the way here, I encountered a dragonbone. And I must say, it was truly magnificent. Though dragons were extinguished during the doom of Aegon III, dragonbones still remain scattered throughout the world. They have been discovered in the far north on Dragonstone and in the jungles of Sithorios to the south. The discovery of dragonbones undoubtedly piqued Aegon's interest, and he asked, Might you take me to see them? Of course, replied the Prince of Lannister, but I require you to pay our mercenary company the same wage as those wildlings. Aegon paused. As long as they perform work of equal value, I can acquiesce to your terms. The Prince of Lannister smiled. You are a wise lord. The young prince is more generous than I had anticipated. Aegon accepted these conditions, alleviating any concerns the prince had regarding the mercenary's fate. He even sincerely hoped for Aegon's success. Not to demand vengeance upon Westeros, but rather to see Aegon's domain flourish, which would in turn elevate the mercenary's fortunes. Moreover, on his journey to this place, He had witnessed the spirited wildlings at work, the thriving factories and laborers, the towering statues, and he had observed Demon, once a squire to Oberyn, now dutifully guarding Aegon. All these signs indicated that the man before him held great potential and was worthy of their allegiance. He particularly noted the warriors clad in bronze-scale armor, resplendent in the morning sun, mounted high upon their armored steeds. At that moment, half the sun cast its glow upon the sea. May I find myself on the right side, thought the Prince of Lannister. Chapter 37. The Black Reaper after welcoming the Prince of Lannister. Aegon beamed with delight and invited him to share a meal, hoping to dine together. This action is by no means extraordinary. Aegon invites individuals from various professional strata within the city-state to dine with him daily, attentively listening to their life stories, a commitment he steadfastly upholds regardless of his busyness. Today, he hosts the Prince of Rags, who willingly accepts the invitation, eager to foster a connection with the Lord. The vast gray canvas tent is crowded, with the majority of attendees hailing from the Seven Kingdoms or proudly proclaiming their Westerosi lineage, exiles or the offspring of exiles. The Prince of Rags claims that there are 60 Westerosi among the Legion, with no fewer than a third present here, including Dick, Hugh Hangerford, the beautiful Maris, and the golden-haired Lewis Lannister, renowned as the finest archer in the company. With the addition of 2,000 cavalry and infantry mercenaries from Wind's Blow, Aegon's forces gain a new strength. The corpse killer Cargall strolls beside a large barrel, his black arak sheathed at his waist. The beautiful Maris stands armed with a crossbow, her eyes as cold as two gray stones. The evening feast features Tyroshi pear brandy, pumpkin sweet soup, honey garlic snails, roasted lamb, barley braised beef, and pine nut oat cakes. You mentioned bringing only 3 people. You deceived me, the Prince of Rags remarks as he takes a seat, shrugging his shoulders. I beg your pardon for our deception. Those who have arrived are the warriors who fought for you on the battlefield. I could sever your lying tongue and confine you to the dungeon, Aegon retorts, acknowledging that life is often rife with surprises and disappointments. He chuckles softly and turns his gaze towards the Prince of Rags. How goes the arrangement for Daenerys' marriage? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she is to wed a powerful Dothraki leader, commanding the largest Khalasar in the Dothraki Sea, with over 40,000 warriors, undefeated in battle. The Prince of Rags savors a large boiled snail, its sweet juices bursting forth, revealing his delight. He resides in a luxurious and magnificent palace in V's Dothrak. While in Pentos, the governors have gifted him a palace with 9 towers in exchange for peace, as he is to marry Daenerys Targaryen, promising to lead an army against her homeland of Westeros. A Dothraki warlord, invincible in his pursuits. It seems I am even later than the Dothraki, Aegon gently replies. His followers regard him as a deity, while others see him as the future king of King's Landing, albeit temporarily exiled. Should a wedding be held in Westeros, the legionnaires would partake in the festivities, and during the bridal chamber celebration, they would carry the newlyweds to their bed to consummate their union. Along the way, the men would lift the bride, gradually tearing away her garments while regaling her with lewd jokes. The women would do the same to the groom. They would toss the 2 newlyweds onto the bed in their nakedness before leaving the room to allow the couple some privacy. Afterward, they would linger outside the bridal chamber, shouting suggestions regarding the wedding night through the door. What a pity. The ragged prince, while savoring hard bread smeared with blackberry jam, mumbled, So, there will be no wedding for the young prince. Is this your reason for needing me? One could say it is, but one of many. Egan remarked. Let us converse about Yuan Kai. I wish to know the state of Slave Bay. Yukaz Zianzak has perished. This unfortunate soul encountered a dragon and stumbled while attempting to flee. Subsequently, 1,000 of his closest companions trampled over him. Undoubtedly, the Yellow City was inundated with tears. Are you asking me if this is a toast in remembrance of him? No. Has Yuan Kai appointed a new commander? The Slave Masters' Council has failed to reach a consensus. Yazanzak Gayaz is the most favored, yet he too has met his demise. The esteemed Lord's take turns commanding the highest authority. Today our leader is a man whom your troops refer to as the Drunken Conqueror, while tomorrow it shall be Lord Shaking Face. Rabbit, Maris interjected. Shaking Face was yesterday. I stand corrected, my dear. With the goodwill of our friends from Yuan Kai, I must strive to examine the chart they provided with greater focus. Yukaz Zianzak was the one who employed you. He signed the contract on behalf of a city. Thus it is. Yuan Kai is a city on the eastern coast of Slave Bay, bordered to the west by the island of Yalos. Its primary export is slavery, predominantly sexual servitude. The dilapidated walls, towering spires, and stepped pyramids of this city are all constructed from yellow bricks. Their emblem depicts a sphinx, a woman's body, bat wings, eagle legs, and a scorpion's tail, with claws grasping a whip and an iron chain. They are ruled by a group of slave masters, referred to as the esteemed lords, who speak Valyrian. Yuan Kai maintains a standing army of approximately 5,000 slaves. Egan has contemplated the future conquest of the three major city-states of Slave Bay, akin to the methods of the Mother of Dragons, winning the hearts of the enslaved. However, unlike her, Egan is more inclined to plunder and subsequently seize control with his trusted allies. After a few had cleared the banquet of its delicacies, Egan turned to the ragged prince and said, "Take me to see the dragon bones. I once beheld them upon the walls of the Iron Throne's hall, though that memory is now a distant one." "At your service, my lord," the ragged prince replied, leading the way while Egan and the sworn guards led by Demon followed closely behind. According to the ragged prince, those dragon bones lie nestled within a fresh, sweet mountain stream. Egan felt a sense of anticipation. Dragons once roamed most corners of the known world. It is said that the fourth emperor of the Yellow Dynasty, Chai-Duo, kept a dragon in his palace. In the tome by Maester Bash, Dragons, Lizards, and Winged Serpents, An Unnatural History of the Dragonkind, multiple legends regarding the origins of dragons are intertwined. Bash proposed a theory that dragons were created by blood sorcerers of Valyria's freehold using winged serpents. The Valyrians gradually mastered the art of dragon husbandry, employing dragons as instruments of war, which birthed the vast empire of Valyria's freehold. Legends state that dragons can be tamed by the sound of the dragon's horn. After the cataclysmic downfall of Valyria, the only remaining dragons were the 5 that had been brought to Dragonstone by exiles, saving House Targaryen's legacy from imminent extinction. Among them, 4 perished on Dragonstone, leaving only Balerion. Balerion, known as the Black Dread, was the dragon ridden by Aegon the Conqueror during the Wars of Conquest. It lived for an astounding 2 centuries, only succumbing during the reign of the arbitrator, Aegon I. Its size was remarkable, capable of swallowing an entire wild bull in a single gulp. Dragons do not cease to grow as long as they have sustenance and freedom. The flames it exhaled were as dark as its scales, and the shadow of its vast wings could envelop bustling towns. It may well have been the last living creature to have witnessed the zenith of Valyria before its doom. Some dragon bones possess a history that stretches back over a millennium, and their connection to Valyria filled Aegon with anticipation. In the dim twilight, Aegon beheld the dragon bones piled upon the beach. The enormous skull was hollow, and beneath its vacant eye sockets lay faint echoes of past grandeur. The majestic, towering skeleton resembled an array of sharp blades, standing resolutely on the sandy shore. Previously, when he had heard the ragged prince speak of the remains of these magical beasts, Aegon had dismissed it. Only now did he realize the absurdity of his previous understanding of dragons. These creatures, with their expansive wings, soared through the skies, allowing their riders to survey the world below, while they could unleash searing flames, incinerating all living beings beneath them. In the medieval West, such a dragon was akin to a strategic weapon. The emergence of a great dragon would inevitably lead to untold devastation. Moreover, the bones left behind after a dragon's demise were treasures of immense value. Dragon bone, a material derived from the bones of dragons, was rich in iron and colored jet black. It was as resilient as steel, yet lighter and more elastic. When fashioned into longbows, it greatly surpassed the range of ordinary wooden bows. However, Aegon's interest extended beyond the practical applications of dragon bone. He sought to explore another potentiality inherent in these magical beings that hailed from Valyria. At this moment, Demon led his soldiers to encircle the perimeter of the beach. Ensure the integrity of the bones is preserved. Be cautious not to damage them. Excavate everything, he commanded. Yes. The soldiers responded, promptly taking up shovels and spades to commence their work on the sandy shore. Aegon stood silently outside, observing the excavation. Occasionally, he would remind the soldiers to watch their steps. Among them were not just Aegon's troops, but also wild men. These wild men revered Aegon as a deity, and now their god commanded them to unearth the remains of a great dragon. Though dragons were fearsome, Aegon's words were not to be defied, and thus they diligently obeyed his orders without complaint. According to established norms, Aegon is their leader and rightfully entitled to the lion's share of the spoils, even to the extent of exclusive possession without incurring any dissent. However, Aegon has consistently chosen to allocate a portion of his bounty to his subordinates. Time has quietly slipped away, leaving Aegon's legs somewhat weary, prompting him to adjust his posture from an initially upright stance to reclining on a chair. It seems that the remnants of his flight have left their mark, necessitating frequent rests, as his body struggles to endure prolonged standing. Nevertheless, through several encounters with Valyrian steel swords, Aegon's physical prowess has surpassed expectations, reaching a remarkable level of 3. While a score of 1 denotes the average human capability, a score of 3 signifies that his strength has exceeded normal bounds, representing not merely an additive difference but an exponential surge. Unfortunately, the burdens of governance have afforded him little opportunity to truly gauge his newfound strength. No one would suspect that the seemingly slight and frail Yegin harbors such astonishing power. This serves as one of his hidden advantages. Should anyone underestimate him, they may find themselves at his mercy in an unexpected turn of events. At that moment, Prince Lanyi, having successfully settled the windblown in the city, approached Yegin and paused beside him. "My lord, I have delivered the news. And I hope you can make the most of these treasures," he said. Observing Yegin reclined in his chair, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, Lanyi felt a pang of concern for his lord's apparent frailty. Could it be that he has been depleted by indulgence in wine and lust? Such vices at a tender age could lead to dire consequences. After a moment of hesitation, Lanyi ultimately refrained from offering counsel. Recognizing that suggesting improvements so soon after joining might be met with aversion, such matters could be addressed in due course. Once Lanyi departed, a soldier rushed excitedly from the beach, exclaiming, "My lord, we have fully excavated the skeletal remains of the great dragon." Upon hearing this, Yegin made his way over and immediately beheld the pale, mountainous carcass. Although countless ages have passed, its colossal form evokes visions of it soaring through the prehistoric skies. Is it truly the Black Death, Vagr? Yegin pondered, stroking his chin and making a mental comparison. Considering that he was but a child when he last laid eyes on a dragon in the Red Keep's throne room, he was wary of the potential inaccuracies in his memory. After a moment of reflection, Yegin concluded that such musings were of no benefit and promptly commanded his subordinates, "Issue an edict. No one is to discuss today's discovery. Those who defy this order shall face execution." "Yes, my lord," came the resolute reply from his subordinate, who then hastened back to relay Yegin's command throughout the ranks. Rather than immediately delve into the mysteries of the dragon bones, Yegin first summoned the chief craftsman of the territory, Dano, to assess the quality of the bones. "My lord, the left side of this dragon's skeleton bears jagged, serrated tears extending 9 feet. Apart from that, the remaining portions are remarkably well preserved." Donor, accompanied by a group of craftsmen wielding hammers and magnifying glasses, meticulously tapped on the pale skeleton, ultimately arriving at a credible conclusion. Yegin was filled with elation and inquired, "How many longbows and swords can you forge from this material?" Donor, displaying a troubled expression as he set down his hammer, revealed his sinewy muscles. "My lord, we have never encountered such a colossal dragon bone. I cannot ascertain how many weapons can be produced, or their exact form. Who do you think could undertake this task?" "The craftsmen of Koer undoubtedly could." "Koer." Yegin repeated the name, savoring its sound. Koer was an inland city, nestled at the edge of the vast Koer forest, renowned for its exquisite weaving and forging techniques. The blacksmiths there possessed the skill to reforge Valyrian steel. The city worshipped a unique deity, the Black Goat. Since the 3000 Unsullied successfully defended Koer against the iron hooves of over 25,000 Dothraki, the city's garrison had remained exclusively composed of Unsullied. The Dothraki had a tradition of severing their braids upon defeat, and in commemoration of that legendary defense, the Unsullied of Koer adorned their spears with tassels woven from their own hair. The leader of the brutal mercenary company known as the Warriors' Company, covertly referred to as the Blood Theater, was Waggart, nicknamed the Goat, a significant figure hailing from Koer. "Very well, I understand. You may depart. And remember to fulfill the tasks I have entrusted to you." "Yes, my lord." After Yegin dispatched escorts for the craftsmen, he began to contemplate the fate of the dragon bone. Simply concealing the information would be of no benefit to him. It appeared that negotiations with Andaz and other city-states were inevitable. Chapter 39. Dream of Dragons. Weapons crafted from dragon bone were typically reserved for the nobility, renowned and passed down through generations. The rarity and unique properties of dragon bone rendered it suitable for the creation of many precious items. Craftsmen capable of working with dragon bone were, for the most part, the finest artisans. The discovered dragon bone evidently did not belong to House Targaryen. Yet what troubled Yegin was not this fact, but rather that in Westeros, dragons symbolized the throne, representing the unparalleled glory of House Targaryen, eternally linked to the royal lineage. No one would wish to forge weapons from a deceased dragon, as it would be akin to reducing a lifelong companion to ashes. House Targaryen had collected 19 dragon skulls, varying in size and age, displayed on the walls of the Iron Throne's hall within the Red Keep, some of which dated back over 1,000 years. Following the extinction of dragons, the remnants associated with them had dwindled to only dragon skulls and eggs, most of which had turned to stone. The peculiar and beautiful dragon eggs were priceless. Although Yegin was uncertain how many more discoveries awaited him, he was already sufficiently pleased with this unexpected find. This dragon carcass, belonging solely to him, presents a delightful discovery within his dominion, unexpectedly adding weight to this fortunate find. The weaponry of the soldiers within his territory is bound to grow more formidable through the utilization of this dragon bone. Aegon had long harbored dissatisfaction with the wooden bows wielded by his subordinates, such implements were hardly sufficient for his warriors to dominate the battlefield. With the enhancement of their armaments, Aegon now possesses a newfound confidence regarding the inevitable conflicts that lie ahead. Moreover, Aegon's aspirations for the Dragonbone extend beyond mere weaponry. According to his previous musings, it could yield items imbued with freedom attribute points, perhaps linked to the ancient Valyrian civilization. The dragons were conceived by the blood sorcerers of Valyria's freehold, utilizing long-winged dragons. The Valyrians mastered the art of dragon rearing, employing these magnificent creatures as instruments of war to establish the vast kingdom of Valyria's freehold. Legends assert that dragons can be tamed by the sound of the dragon's horn. Following the cataclysm that befell Valyria, the only surviving dragons were the 5 brought to Dragonstone by the exiles, who saved House Targaryen's dragons from impending extinction. 4 of these dragons perished on Dragonstone, leaving only Vhagar. Yet, previously, other dragons had laid some eggs, successfully hatching Vhagar and Meraxes. During the conquest, House Targaryen, with Vhagar, and Meraxes, vanquished the 7 kingdoms. Aegon feels a sense of anticipation for the forthcoming experiences. In theory, by merely touching, he could absorb the essence contained within the bones, thereby consolidating the freedom attribute points he could allocate and utilize. This transformation is known only to him, as the subsequent applications of the dragon bone reveal no discernible traces. This can be inferred from the experiences with Valyrian steel swords. Contemplating this, Aegon extended his hand, intending to touch the head of the colossal dragon, but at the very moment before contact, he instinctively recoiled as if struck by lightning. The maw of the dragon heralds death, a force not to be trifled with. This phrase was uttered by Ser Bather, who served as hand of the king during the reign of King Jaehaerys I and penned dragons, wyverns, and longwings, an unnatural history of the dragonkind. Subsequently, his political adversaries accused him of being a sorcerer rather than a true knight. When the blessed Baelor ascended the throne, he decreed the destruction of all Bather's works. Even if a solitary copy had survived, it would have long since been lost in the perilous journey across the seas. Apart from this famous expression of supreme reverence toward the might of dragons, another notable saying resonates: dragons possess no gender, neither male nor female, endlessly shifting, swaying like flames. The text also addresses the dragon's vulnerability, specifically their eyes, contrary to certain ancient tales that suggest their underbelly is a weakness. The scales on a dragon's underbelly are as thick as those on its back and flanks. More reckless is the attempt to sever a dragon's throat, an act akin to a dragon-slaying warrior extinguishing a fire with a spear. In his blood flows the essence capable of wielding such a terrifying weapon. How could Aegon not yearn for a true dragon of his own? He envisions soaring through the clouds upon his dragon, just as his ancestor Aegon I did, conquering lands with dragon fire and compelling the monarchs of the 7 kingdoms to kneel before him. Yet, alas, no living dragons remain in this world. A pang of grief constricted Aegon's throat, and he regained his composure, his fingers slowly reaching toward the hollow eye socket of the dragon, his heart brimming with anticipation. Reminiscent of the child who once dreamt of dragons. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Aegon's gaze reflected a terrifying apparition. Somehow, the dragon appeared to have come to life, spewing forth molten lava and the acrid scent of sulfur. The dragon scrutinized Aegon, as if assessing whether this diminutive figure was worthy of being its master. Its wings were leathery, with an elongated neck and tail, adorned along its spine with sharp spines. Its teeth resembled curved blades forged from black diamonds. The mere sight of the dragon instilled dread, its eyes devoid of reverence, only a merciless thirst for destruction. Yet, Aegon remained undaunted. He extended his hand towards the dragon's head, as one might caress a dear friend. The moment his hand made contact, everything transformed. Indistinct sounds clamored in Aegon's mind, his consciousness becoming hazy as the putrid scent of saliva and endless murmurs seemed to engulf him. "Awaken me, my master." Suddenly, Aegon realized he could comprehend the dragon's tongue. He silently parted his lips, astonished by this revelation. Moreover, he discovered that his free attribute points had increased to 3. This was indeed beneficial. Aegon was overjoyed. The dragon bones could assist him in acquiring free attribute points, and this realization plunged him into a blissful dilemma. Currently, he had access to 2 means of enhancing his strength, yet both remained beyond his reach, unattainable for the time being. Reflecting on previous increments to his attribute points, Aegon felt a surge of excitement. If a single dragon could grant him 3 additional free attribute points, then 100 dragons would yield 300 points. With relentless effort, he envisioned a future where his attribute points could reach unfathomable heights. In that eventuality, he would be perceived as a deity by ordinary humans, even surpassing the understanding of the most elite swordsmen of the 7 kingdoms. To achieve that day, today's dragon represented a crucial step. In the days that followed, Aegon appeared increasingly peculiar to his subordinates. Neglecting state affairs, he spent his days seated beside the dragon bones, as if driven mad. This behavior caused some concern for Daemon, but reassured by Aegon's calm demeanor, he came to believe that his sovereign was not afflicted by delusions. Chapter 40. The situation as spring dawned in the second year. Aegon gazed at the various data presented by Daemon, his attention particularly drawn to the astonishing surge in population. Before him lay a pressing dilemma. As the city continued to evolve, Aegon found himself compelled to choose a singular city as a more prominent base between the two. He summoned Daemon, Anthony, and his aunt, inquiring, "Which city do you believe should take precedence?" After a moment of contemplation, Daemon offered his perspective. Pompeii, situated along the banks of the Lorne River, boasts convenient transportation and resides within the triangular trade nexus of Novos, Coer, and Lys, rendering it a pivotal region for both maritime and terrestrial commerce. Anthony countered, stating, "The distance is merely a few kilometers. One could traverse it on horseback in a matter of hours. Furthermore, once the roads are improved, the journey will become even more expedient. Merely facilitating trade is not sufficient justification." Aegon concurred with this assertion, although Pompeii is closer to the interior. Constructing a direct route between Andes and Pompeii would render that distance trivial. Andes, adjacent to the narrow sea and the 9 city-states of the western coast, offers even more convenient trade with Westeros. Should a port be established, it could facilitate the export of our local wheat and potatoes. Daemon argued fervently, however. "Our surplus produce is currently stored in warehouses. We lack the excess grain to sell. Our dealings with Pintos are already sufficient to cover our expenses. Yet, we must also procure slaves from Lys, weapons from Coer, glassware and wine from Volanus, and linces and lace from Meereen." As he listened to the debate regarding city construction, Aegon fell into deep contemplation. Amidst the bustling development, his territory had unknowingly flourished, evolving into a contender capable of rivaling the free trade city-states. This transformation was entirely attributable to the fertile soil and abundant agricultural and mineral resources of Andes. With minimal extraction and optimal utilization, Andes could emerge as a dark horse in the competition of the eastern continent. This land once bore witness to the ancient kingdom of King Hugo of the Hills, a realm that thrived before the Undul invasion from the Fingers Peninsula. The hills of Andes had long been their homeland. The Unduls, possibly originating from the Axis Peninsula, wrested Andes from the hands of the indigenous Longhairs, who are the ancestors of the modern Ibans. This is the birthplace of the 7 gods, who, as legend has it, descended from the mountains and bestowed blessings upon the Unduls. It is said that the Father of Heaven plucked 7 stars from the sky to craft a crown for Hugo, the first king of Andes. This ancient civilization, rich in cultural heritage, now slowly emerges from its barbarous past under Aegon's leadership, establishing its foundation on agriculture and securing its footing on the Essos continent. The rapid and vigorous development of Andes is inextricably linked to Aegon's personal vision and capabilities. Do noble lords and high officials possess an inherent right? Why should slave owners and those aristocrats be born into the privilege of treating people as cattle, while the people of the barbarous lands are deemed unworthy of civil rights? In the past, Aegon was powerless, overlooked by all due to his feeble strength. However, times have changed, and he must now vie for the rightful power of the wildlings. Dignity rests solely upon the edge of the sword. Truth lies within the range of cannon fire. This statement is not mere rhetoric. History is inscribed by the victors, and only those who triumph in battle possess the authority to speak. Should Aegon successfully assault other city-states, future generations may herald him as the instigator of a great annexation war led by a magnificent sovereign. Only in the wake of failure would he be branded a hysterical demon. Such is the stark reality, where the law of the jungle prevails in human society, a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. I believe that Andalos should be our primary choice. It is the epicenter of our political culture, encompassing all the free trade city-states. Smoke Sea, Jade Sea, Summer Sea, Trembling Sea, and Westeros represents our vast dominion, which should not be confined to the narrow perspective of inland cities. Once Aegon thoroughly devises a strategy for the future development of the city, a newfound clarity and vision will emerge, illuminating the roots of various issues. We must swiftly construct formidable defensive walls, recruit an army, and provision them with salaries and standard weaponry. Daemon expressed confusion. "My lord, did we not just expand our forces a few days ago?" Aegon smiled as he elucidated. "The governor of Illyrio and the Golden Company demand that we wage war against Bravos. Calculating the days, the Dothraki will soon march upon us, along with other potential city-states that yearn to take a bite of our bountiful land." "How dare they?" Daemon sprang to his feet. "We currently possess 3,000 barbarian troops, bolstered by the elite of Dorne and mercenaries from the Golden Company. Do they seek their own demise?" Contrary to the optimistic demeanor of his subordinates, Aegon perceived the situation in Andalos as still quite dire. Before my arrival, this land was merely an uncivilized wilderness, easily conquerable yet yielding little reward. However, the narrative has shifted. Through our collective efforts, this barren soil has transformed into a land where every inch conceals gold, a fertile expanse blessed by the divine. The predatory wolves see a place that annually yields tens of thousands of cattle and sheep, where luxurious sugar is stored in barrels, alongside endless supplies of wheat, honey, minerals, and timber. Our land produces hundreds of kilograms of wheat per acre, as well as various medicinal herbs and crops like peanuts and soybeans. A learned philosopher once stated that if a merchant glimpses a 200% profit, he will risk everything for it. This is no idle concern of mine. As Aegon articulated his insights in detail, Daemon and Anthony, who listened intently, found their breaths quickening. Indeed, Aegon has steered the ancient and ailing Andalos onto the path of revival, yet formidable foes still lurk in the shadows. Currently, the other trading city-states are merely observing, awaiting the emergence of the first bold individual to test the strength of Andus. Should this individual prove formidable, an alliance would surely be forged. If not, they would unhesitatingly consume him without remorse. Thus, we must prepare ourselves, fortifying the defenses of our city. If any fool dares to challenge us, we shall ensure that they return from whence they came, if they return at all. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Anthony's eyes. He thought it insufficient. Every invader, one and all, would be remembered, and I would lead my forces into battle. It would be either their demise or mine. Egan glanced at his two subordinates, suddenly finding solace in their presence. Chapter 41, Prelude to Conflict. Why do I feel as though we are the malevolent force? Egan observed the complex expressions of his two subordinates. Both were merciless towards enemies, utterly devoid of compassion. In these times, it is imperative to swiftly recruit soldiers, expand our populace, and absorb available forces. Egan established a clear directive for the development of his territory. Daemon remained somewhat hesitant, pondering the possibility of treachery among those he might recruit, particularly the mercenaries of the Windblown Company, whom he found difficult to trust. Hearing this, Egan nodded in agreement. Yet he preferred not to dwell on such concerns. For the greater good, certain strategies could be subtly adjusted. Daemon, you have accompanied me for quite some time, and there is a truth I must share with you, Egan remarked with a smile. It is this: do not distrust those you employ, and do not employ those you distrust. Before you engage someone, ensure you have discerned their true character. Deliberate thoroughly, but once your judgment is made, do not waver. My lord implies that I have been overly suspicious. Daemon leaned against the fire pit, adorned in splendid noble armor and a cloak of black marten fur. In contrast, Anthony's attire, a sheepskin vest and a cloak of patched pelts, appeared rather humble. However, a heavy, gleaming bracelet adorned his robust wrist, hinting at his strength. He was in the prime of life, a figure of considerable power, though his flat nose and drooping lips lent him an air of ferocity. And he was missing an ear. The three men sipped pale yellow beer from intricately carved stone cups. If you are perpetually suspicious and unwilling to let go, one day you will realize that it is precisely your doubts that may lead to a convoluted predicament, Egan advised Daemon. In truth, Egan believed that the most loyal subjects within his territory were not the noble knights who constantly proclaimed their lofty oaths, but rather the wild men who knew not the meaning of loyalty. These wild men held a genuine belief that this land was a gift from the god of the hills, and that Egan emerged from his divine realm to save the masses. Thus, Egan could, at times, relinquish power and delegate authority. At present, the visible threat came from the Dothraki of the Dothraki Sea, wielding curved blades and sporting oiled braids, intent on raiding and pillaging. The Dothraki Sea is a vast plain situated on the continent of Essos, lying to the east of the Free Cities, north of the Slavers' Bay, and west of the Bones Mountains, inhabited by the nomadic Dothraki people. Due to the scattered ruins within the region, it is often referred to as the Haunted Land or the Great Waste, remnants of cities and nations that were once conquered by the Dothraki. Essos was once home to 10 free cities, the 10th of which was known as Lysaria, a city in the northern part of Essos that was destroyed by the Dothraki following the catastrophic end of Valyria during the Century of Blood. It is located near the Dothraki Sea and Coer. The Valyrian road connected it to Coer in the west, Sias in the north, and Sharnas, Viscith, in the east. It was once a colony established by the Valyrian freehold. After its demise, it became known as the Lost Free City. Like other free cities, the freehold imposed restrictions on its political autonomy. Prior to its downfall, Lysaria engaged in frequent trade with the eastern kingdom of Sailor. Today, only its Dothraki name, Viscadok, meaning City of Corpses, remains. This exemplifies the brutality of the Dothraki. If one cannot withstand the onslaught of these mounted warriors, no matter how prosperous one becomes, it merely renders one a tender morsel for slaughter. Should we not emulate the merchants of Pentos, who pay tribute to the nomadic chieftains to avert attacks and pillaging? Upon hearing Daemon's naive thoughts, Aegon could not help but chuckle. Do you think you would act thus if you were in their position? Daemon pondered for a moment and replied affirmatively, I would not. If it were a horned stag, I might consider the risks of hunting. But if it were merely a bleeding lamb, I would feast without hesitation. Indeed, Aegon sighed quietly. Pentos can offer terms that the Dothraki cannot refuse, but we cannot. We must take up our blades in self-defense. Life and death will be discerned at the first touch. Besides the impending Dothraki scourge, the residents of Andalos and the neighboring Norvos have also experienced friction, vying for ownership of the dense black forest nestled among the mountains. Izan, accompanied by dozens of mercenaries clad in chainmail, galloped back to Aegon's camp. Some villagers drying their garments by the sea curiously watched, eager to discover what transpired. Izan returned, grimy and disheveled, avoiding interaction with the vassals as he strode directly into Aegon's tent. Is that Izan? He has returned? It seems he has suffered a defeat. I do hope he descends to hell soon. Hishan's reputation within the territory was notably low, garnering disdain from many. This was partly due to Aegon assigning him the more contentious tasks, which Izan eagerly accepted. Yet, it was precisely due to Hishan's eagerness, despite his lacking abilities, that Aegon placed him in a position akin to that of Daemon and Anthony. Despite the grievances expressed by his subordinates, they all fell silent in light of the substantial rewards brought back by Hishan. On this expedition, Hishan set out with nearly 50 men, all elite cavalry. Upon their return, 7 had perished, and in addition to their original steeds, they brought back 10 bulging serpentskin backs. Ygin welcomed them into the tent. I apologize, Lord Ygin. We were unable to secure victory this time. We only managed to pillage some property. Ygin observed the multitude of brothers within the tent, their faces resembling those on the verge of tears. These men, significantly older than Ygin, still heeded his commands, looking solely to him for guidance. With whom did you clash? Ygin inquired. Hishan replied, his tone dark. It was with the men of Nophos. They attempted to seize a stag that we had hunted, claiming that all within the mountains belonged to them, which led to our confrontation. Ygin, momentarily at a loss for words, asked, and who emerged victorious? We did, Hishan asserted. To be precise, it was a Pyrrhic victory. We lost 7 men, while they suffered over 20 casualties, though a handful managed to escape. Ygin nodded. In that case, I shall assign soldiers to ensure your safety during future hunts. Nophos is nestled within the Nophos Hills, built along the eastern bank of the Nain River, located approximately northeast of Pantos. The Valeria Road, which commences in Pantos, traverses Nophos, extending to Coer, frequented by merchants and travelers heading eastward to Vistroslak. Nophos serves as a barrier to Andos, with only the intervening mountains separating them. Chapter 42 details Nophos has always been a crucial element within Ygин's dominion. It is one of the 9 free trade city-states, situated amidst the mountains, and notably one of the few free city-states not located on a port. Similar to Andos, Nophos has remained a theocratic city-state since its establishment, governed by bearded priests. These priests assert that their deity issues commands from deep within the temple fortress. Only the most devout followers are permitted to enter and reside within the temple. Nophos also possesses a governor's council, whose members are selected by the deity through the priests. The priests command a sacred guard composed of enslaved soldiers, each branded with the mark of the Great Axe, bound to their battle axes through religious rites. The sphere of influence of Nophos extends from the western bank of the Dark Current River in the east to the Long River in the west, and from the ruins of the Star of Nassa in the south. Nophos also claims ownership of the Axe Peninsula, though this is contested by the Ibans, leading to occasional violent confrontations over the matter. When faced with threats from the Dothraki, the people of Nophos, like other free city-states, host feasts and present lavish gifts to persuade them to depart. The climate of Nophos is frigid, perpetually shrouded in dense clouds, with fierce winds sweeping through the mountainous terrain year-round, casting a pallid gloom over the sunlight. The city-state is encircled by mountains, and within the dense black forest grow beech, oak, and pine trees, home to a plethora of wildlife, including wild boars, brown bears, wolves, and other prey. Approaching the urban expanse, terraced fields come into view, where people dwell within manors and fortified villages, cultivating the land under the protection of wooden walls. The nearby river rushes fiercely, strewn with stones, while the mountainous regions conceal countless caverns inhabited by grizzly bears and packs of wolves, some even preserving the ancient remains of giants and the murals left by our human ancestors. Several hundred miles northwest of Nophos lies an immense network of caverns, rumored to be the gateway to the underworld, which the long-legged Lomas has deemed one of the 7 natural wonders of the world. Although the city-states were founded upon faith, the clash of differing beliefs is akin to oil and water, inevitably leading to conflict. Aegon nodded, contemplating that should war break out with Novos, hunting and logging would cease. Replaced instead by the rewards and penalties of battle, with a Novos soldier equating to a certain number of jars of wheat. This notion caused Daemon beside him to frown. War is a money-consuming machine. While it could accelerate the rapid development of various industries within the territory, expenditures flow like water. Aegon, well aware of Daemon's concerns, reassured him. The life of an adult could be purchased for merely a few goats or 30 to 40 baskets of wheat. Wouldn't you find that quite reasonable? Yet, I still find it hard to part with them. Anthony concurred. Lord Aegon speaks the truth. Noticing the pained expression on Daemon's face, Aegon turned to his other subordinates. What say you? Do you find merit in my words? The soldiers exchanged glances, then spoke in unison. We believe Lord Aegon is correct. Aegon paced within the tent, suggesting, what of a single goat? For each enemy slain, one could take a goat or 10 baskets of wheat. This flour could be transformed into bread, sufficient for months. Upon hearing such generous terms, the subordinates nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lord Aegon's benevolence. Anthony also expressed his approval, deeming the approach quite fitting, as the territory produces tens of thousands of lambs each quarter, perfectly suited for the distribution of military pay. The sheep within Aegon's domain are as abundant as a tide, their unrestrained proliferation on the plains posing significant ecological threats. Thus, Aegon has long grappled with the issue of surplus mutton production. Furthermore, he added, with the sheep's surplus addressed, let us turn our attention to Novos, since they initiated hostilities. We possess a righteous cause. I will later detail the formation of our army, but ensure that this information remains confidential. Betrayers shall face dire consequences. Should we emerge victorious in this war, countless artisans, slaves, and resources shall be ours, far surpassing the value of mere mutton. As Aegon's words resonated, several subordinates were swayed. We shall go to war. We shall feast upon meat. Aegon smiled. If so, remember this vow of the moment, and in future battles, fight valiantly for me. The subordinates rushed forth like chaff before the wind, thanking Lord Aegon. The scene before me bears a striking resemblance to the courtly dramas of ancient times, where ministers bow before emperors, plunging Aegon into a moment of reverie. Observing the glimmer of hatred flickering in the eyes of his subordinates, Aegon surmised that his method of deflecting discord was, indeed, quite effective. You may return, he instructed. I shall reward you with a grand abode. You deserve to possess more cattle, sheep, garments, and shelter. Moreover, do not wait for my presence to speak earnestly. Some individuals truly vex me with their words. Upon hearing Aegon's command to dismiss the assembly, a sense of urgency enveloped Daemon and a few others. My lord Aegon, are you planning to replace the men of Andis? Have they performed inadequately? Aegon allowed the wildlings to rest and duly administered rewards and punishments concerning the skirmishes with Norvos, tasks that required meticulous organization. Very well, my lord Aegon. We shall safeguard our territory. After delivering his customary admonishments, Aegon sometimes pondered whether he had developed a fondness for the art of dissembling. He had mastered the delicate nuances of negotiation, compromise, and concession. The fate of Pompeii hinged upon whether the West would regard Andis as one of its free trade city-states. Aegon felt trepidation. Should they be confronted in earnest, the consequences would be dire. Farmers busied themselves with cultivation, while the residents of Andis toiled in anticipation of Aegon's directives. Chapter 43. The Peaceful Messenger Pigeon in 2 years. I intend to eradicate the threat posed by Norvos entirely, ensuring our people no longer have to divide their spoils during hunts or solicit timber from others. Hearing Aegon's proclamation, Daemon exclaimed in astonishment, My lord Aegon, do you truly believe you can conquer Norvos? This is a feat even the Dothraki have been unable to achieve. Aegon nodded, asserting that Norvos was not as impregnable as it seemed. Current intelligence indicated that Norvos was divided into 2 sections, the upper city, where ancient noble bloodlines resided atop the hills, and the lower city, which sprawled along the riverbank, linked by a monumental stone staircase known as the Stairs of Sinners. The lower city was fortified by wooden walls and ditches, its riverbank adorned with docks, brothels, and taverns. Many harbored discontent towards the stark class divide between the 2 cities. They merely awaited an opportunity, and our arrival would exacerbate these tensions, prompting the onlookers to take action and undermine the status quo. Not only Norvos, but all free trade city-states grappled with profound class disparities. Except for the 3 city-states of Meereen, Ukai, and Astapor, scattered across Slaver's Bay, all free cities would proclaim that the enslavement of individuals was unlawful. Yet, the affluent and powerful merchants often disregarded these laws, adorning their servants with iron collars. When slaves find themselves cornered in the harsh reality of existence, They project their aspirations onto an elusive spiritual realm, faith, much like the faceless men of Braavos. The many-faced god is the deity worshipped by the faceless men, an assassin organization established within the free trade city of Braavos. In the volcanic mines of ancient Novarelia, the founder of the Faceless Ones came to the profound realization that slaves from across the world prayed to various incarnations of the same deity, the god of death. This deity, known by many names, such as the Black Goat in Kohor, the Night Lion in Essos, and the Stranger in Westeros, is believed to bestow the gift of death, marking the end of suffering. It is said that, contingent upon offerings, this god will grant his blessings to every soul on earth. The oppressed slaves do not lack the desire to rebel. Rather, they are devoid of the strength to do so. If they can merely survive, few are willing to risk their lives. Nonetheless, small acts of insurrection, such as assassinations, occur daily over the span of centuries. The governor's council rules over the city of Novarelia, and the bearded monks, clad in heavy woolen cloaks and iron-plated armor adorned with sharp spikes, place great emphasis on their strict codes. In Novarelia, only monks are permitted to grow beards. Other men, regardless of their lineage, typically allow their facial hair to grow unkempt. While women and slaves are forbidden from retaining any hair, their heads must remain shaven. Some noble women of Novarelia may don wigs. Such irrational regulations serve as a catalyst for contradiction and unrest. Among Novarelia's most prized possessions are the rigorously trained elite guards, who devote their lives to their oaths, treating their polearms as brides. The captain of Doran Martell's guard, Aeliohoda, is also a warrior trained by these bearded monks. In truth, the governor's council is divided into two factions, akin to the factions of the Tiger and Elephant in Volantis. One faction comprises old nobility and warriors who advocate for the conquest of the world through military might, driven by the ambition of dominion. The other faction consists of merchants and lenders who propose a conquest through trade. Having witnessed a successful endeavor among the barbarians in the region of Lemon, Aegon believes that he too can achieve similar results in Novarelia. While the bearded monks indeed cultivate elite soldiers, the absence of war makes it challenging to ensure these warriors maintain sufficient combat readiness. Furthermore, prolonged indulgence can lead to a decline in discipline and the fading of former glory. The ability to remain vigilant in times of comfort is a rare quality. When in affluent circumstances, humanity tends to lower its standards. Present circumstances differ, as the rapid rise of Andes has alerted neighboring city-states such as Lys, Myr, and Braavos to an impending storm, a tide of change that compels these cities to expedite their military training. However, Aegon is not in a hurry to initiate conflict. He prefers to observe Novarelia's stance until it becomes evident that the discord is irreconcilable, at which point he would resolve matters through warfare. Should peaceful development remain feasible, Aegon is inclined to proceed with caution. The prospects for the two cities within the Andes city-state appear particularly promising, and with a few more years of development, Aegon would feel more confident in mobilizing his forces to annex the surrounding city-states. After some contemplation, Yegan summoned his royal guard, Daemon. You are to journey to Norphos, carrying the wax-sealed letters and gifts I have prepared for the esteemed governor. I shall escort you to the eastern bank of the Non River, west of the Norphos Hills. Our intent is not to seek war, but to foster cooperation. The elite soldiers trained in Norphos are of great necessity to us, and in return, we can offer them barley, white sugar, potatoes, and other primary crops. Remember to consistently convey our desire to befriend the governor. Daemon promptly accepted the command and set forth on his expedition towards the Non River. As Yegan stepped out of his estate, he observed a pair of horsemen passing by. He attempted to count the wild men along the snow-dusted, mist-laden banks of the Lorne River. Upon reaching 50, he was interrupted by Anthony's remark, "Yet there are surely hundreds." Their ranks seem endless. The descriptions provided by the old nurse did not quite match the creatures before him. In her tales, the wild men were colossal humans residing in gigantic fortresses, wielding enormous swords, their footwear large enough to conceal a human boy. They bore a closer resemblance to bears, with a thick coat reminiscent of woolly mammoths. Their robust chests were similar to those of humans, yet their arms were disproportionately long, hanging down, with forearms wider than their upper arms. Their legs, short and stout, were unshod, revealing broad, dark, and calloused feet, lacking necks. Their heavy heads protruded forward from their shoulder blades, featuring flat, ferocious faces and tiny, bead-like eyes almost hidden within their leathery skin. However, their noses were keen, sniffing the air as they moved. Yegan realized they were not draped in animal hides, but rather, their long hair covered their bodies, thick below the waist and sparser above, exuding a suffocating stench. One wild man approached Yegan, his hair gray interspersed with white streaks. As he passed, Anthony shouted something in a jarring, resonant tongue that Yegin could not comprehend. The wild man opened his mouth, revealing a formidable set of teeth, producing a sound that was half a belch, half a roar. Eventually, Yegin discerned that the creature was laughing. What did he say? Yegin inquired. He claims you are their king, Anthony replied, much like the woolly mammoth, the snow bear, and the great whale of the Grey Sea. He is called Magmas Tundervilk, meaning the prophet. If you wish, you may command him to kneel, and he will comply. After a moment's thought, Yegin resolved to issue a directive. I require you to infiltrate Norphos and capture a bearded monk alive, ensuring that no one is aware of it. But my lord, did you not already dispatch Daemon with a peace dove? Anthony queried in confusion. Yegin chuckled softly. If peace can be attained, that would be splendid. Yet, how could I place all my eggs in one basket? Chapter 44. The Prophecy of the Stag. There exist two distinct paths leading to Novos. One traverses from Pantos along the Valyrian road towards the northeast, while the other originates from Vistoslack, passing through Kower, frequented by merchants. Novos, one of the 9 free trade city-states, nestles amidst the mountains. The Novos Hills are a range located north of Essos, stretching from Andis to Axe Island. The sources of both the Non River and the Dark Current River lie nestled between these hills. The climate of Novos is frigid, perpetually shrouded in somber clouds, with fierce winds sweeping through the mountains year-round, rendering the sunlight pale and dim. The region is replete with beech, oak, and pine trees, as well as a multitude of diverse wildlife, including wild boars, brown bears, wolves, and other game. Egan, accompanied by Daemon on horseback, arrived at the outskirts of the Novos Hills, trailed by several dozen fully armed soldiers. Terraced fields dotted the landscape, where farmers toiled in their estates and surrounding villages, while crystal-clear rivers flowed rapidly over rocky beds, teeming with succulent fish. Egan gazed quietly at the surrounding nature, observing the fish that swam beneath, coalescing into a massive, undulating entity reminiscent of some deep-sea leviathan. Occasionally, flying fish leapt from the water, their shimmering scales catching the sunlight and scattering white froth like stars. Nearby, local fishermen navigated their boats across the river, their eyes wide with curiosity at the presence of these outsiders. Daemon approached the riverbank, crouching down to peer into the depths below. This was the Non River, originating from the Novos Hills, rich with seaweed, crabs, catfish measuring 2 to 3 meters, and plump seals. The abundant flora and fauna represented the most precious wealth of this land. The inhabitants relied on the mountains for sustenance, thriving off the bounties of the rivers. The principal conflict of this era revolved around hunger, and it was precisely the fertile lands of Andis that captured Mistoin's attention. For Novos, nestled by the Non River, boasted ample provisions. The fish offered a source of meat and protein, complemented by the ubiquitous crabs, seaweed, and lobsters, which were so plentiful they seemed almost worthless. These affordable sources of protein in Novos were precisely what the people of Andis urgently needed. The unique offerings of Andis included wheat, potatoes, and extracted white sugar. A harmonious amalgamation of the strengths of both city-states would be ideal. As Novos and Andis complemented each other in numerous facets of trade, Egan inquired, I have heard that the people of Novos have a fondness for winter cakes and a drink called Nasa. Daemon stepped forward, smiling. Indeed, my lord Egan. The diet of the common folk in Novos primarily consists of game, river fish, dark beer, and fermented goat's milk. They have a delicacy known as winter cake, which contains ginger, pine nuts, and cherries, typically accompanied by a drink served in an iron cup called Nasa, made from fermented goat's milk mixed with honey. Yegin gazed into the depths of the forest, where wild boars, brown bears, wolves, and other prey were omnipresent. Anthony chuckled heartily and remarked, the winter cake is a delicacy unique to Norfost, and when paired with that exquisite goat cheese, the pungent aroma is harmonized by the fruitiness and honey, creating a delightful blend of savory and sweetness. Yegin pondered for a moment and replied, I still prefer buttered turnips seasoned with fire peppers, cinnamon, and sweet lemons, along with garlic butter mushrooms and peppered oranges. Furthermore, soft whole grain bread can truly awaken my palate. Anthony smiled knowingly. Indeed, my lord. The culinary treasures of Andis are the most delectable in the world. Yegin understood Anthony's sentiment and waved for several men to descend into the river. Launch the boat. Thus, Yegin's followers, akin to sailors, pushed the wooden vessel into the water, causing ripples to cascade across the surface. The commotion startled the tranquil seabirds, sending them screeching into the sky. Yegin stepped aboard the ship, aware that conflict was omnipresent. At this moment, we contested the ownership of the mountains with Norfost, akin to the discord between the Brecken and Blywood families over the riverlands. Initially, the Brecken family were vassals to the Blywood family, but they later revolted against their rule, which became the root of the discord. For millennia, the Blywood and Brecken clans engaged in countless battles and reconciliations, their lords intervening repeatedly to mediate, yet animosity remained unresolved. During the frenzied dance of the blood dragons, the two families reignited old enmities over the rivalry between the black and green factions. Subsequently, the conflict ignited by Yigan IV arose, as a woman from the Blywood family, a notable mistress, was bestowed with the dual-peaked lands originally belonging to the Brecken family. Under the reign of the Mad King, the two families nearly plunged into war over a disputed estate. Tywin, the king's hand, sought to award it to Blywood, while King Aerys II resolutely favored Brecken. Yet, in the present, both families have forgotten the origins of their conflict, only remembering the countless blood feuds. They are consumed by rage, from the youth to the elders, this hatred deeply ingrained within their very bones, seemingly irreconcilable. However, the discord between Andaz and Norfost is still in its nascent stages, and Yigan ardently hopes to mediate. For war entails bloodshed and loss of life. Victory, of course, brings glory, but what if one were to suffer defeat? As the wheel of war turns, who can guarantee that they will not become mere dust in the next moment? Yigan, aboard the vessel rowed by his men, slowly advanced towards the twin cities of Norfost. Beneath the setting sun, two stags clashed their antlers in a fierce duel. One was noticeably larger, more robust, with grander antlers and a more aggressive demeanor. In a moment of distraction, the larger stag was struck by the other, prompting it to charge at its opponent in a furious display. The young buck, unwilling to concede, engaged once more in a fierce struggle with its opponent. Before long, the outcome became apparent. Although the young buck was at a physical disadvantage, its gaze was sharper and its movements more agile, ultimately driving its formidable antlers deep into the rival's skull. In that moment, it reveled in the sweet taste of victory. However, an unforeseen circumstance arose. The antlers were embedded too deeply, rendering them almost impossible to extract. This led to a peculiar sight: a living deer with the lifeless body of its adversary hanging from its head, a strange juxtaposition of life and death. It is conceivable that while the young buck triumphed in this battle, it would ultimately succumb to the burdensome weight of the deceased, either falling ill from infection or being unable to flee from predators due to its encumbrance. Chapter 45, The Expedition. The Nophos Hills, rich in natural resources, have drawn many to fish and gather shrimp, indirectly honing the skills of the fishermen. Yet, the results of this training were lackluster. In this bountiful region, one could easily catch massive fish, several meters long and weighing hundreds of kilograms, with minimal effort. What need was there for advanced fishing techniques when sustenance could be so effortlessly obtained? In this inland city-state, although one could see towering peaks, buildings rarely exceeded a few meters in height, indicating that the people of Nophos had not been exposed to much of the world. Aside from merchants who frequently traveled to forge alliances, most had never encountered colossal structures, and the thought of them instilled profound fear. Particularly on this continent, where faith and superstition reigned supreme, the populace held unshakable beliefs in deities and spirits, further intensifying their trepidation. It was a rare occurrence to catch a sizable whale while fishing. Of course, fishermen would boast among themselves, trying to appear undaunted. But this bravado did little to mask their underlying fear of monumental edifices. The 50-meter-tall statue, modeled after Yigan, stood like a divine pillar, instilling awe in the hearts of soldiers from Nophos who might consider invasion. This was precisely Yigan's intention in erecting such a colossal monument. Not only did it command respect from the residents of his domain, but it also served as a deterrent to potential foes. The benefits gained often outweighed the resources expended. The first version of the statue, constructed by wild men, bore a certain roughness in its execution, which was meticulously refined by Andaz's chief craftsman, Dano. It grew more imposing, with a bronze sword raised high, as if to cleave through the iniquities of the world. Upon returning to his territory, Yigan wearily entered his residence. His journey to Nophos had not yielded the desired results. Instead, he faced stringent scrutiny from the guards at the city gate. It appeared that the opposing side had no interest in seeking peace with Andaz. After all, how could a newly established city-state, barely a year old, be compared to Nophos, a realm that had been formed from the ancient free barrier of Gorelia over a millennium ago? However, before he could find a moment's respite upon his bed, the urgent voice of Daemon pierced through the silence outside. "My lord Yigan, we were ambushed by the soldiers of Norvos half an hour ago. Although we managed to repel them, our men are now eager to retaliate." Following the initial outbreak of hostilities, Yigan's mediation had quelled the animosities for a time. Yet the continuous friction inevitably reignited the conflict. Should we endure or strike back? Yigan hesitated for a moment, enveloped in silence, with only the chirping of crickets filling the air. "Very well, we shall retaliate." Observing the fervent gazes of his subordinates, he intuitively comprehended their resolve. "Once Anthony returns, we shall launch our counteroffensive. It is inconceivable to suffer blows without responding. Besides, we must assess the fruits of our training." He summoned the soldiers and instructed Tano to swiftly forge a batch of axes, armor, and shields. Egan meticulously delegated each task, noting that they were currently in the midst of wheat planting, a time when manpower was plentiful. Besides the craftsmen, the wild men also found themselves in a period of relative leisure. Daemon continued to elucidate to Egan. We can confirm that it was indeed the soldiers of Norvos who attacked us. They wielded blessed long axes, part of a sacred guard composed of slave soldiers, their unkempt beards trailing down carelessly. Their speech bears a resemblance to that of the Iban, and some speculate they are kin to the ancient labyrinth builders of Lorith. One of our men can easily match 10 of theirs. I killed 7, and Rim-In felled 5. Rim-In, the wild king, was Egan's diligent infiltrator among the barbarians. Upon hearing this, he grinned at Daemon. I still cannot compare to you, my lord Daemon. A look of embarrassment crossed Rim-In's face as he stammered when Norvos attacked. I was asleep. By the time I emerged, they were nearly finished. At that moment, you, Lord Daemon, resembled a war god, drenched in the blood of our foes, leaving both them and us awestruck. Rim-In recounted how Daemon had blood on his lips, having bitten off a piece of an enemy's flesh. This narrative unveiled a new facet of Daemon to Egan, one imbued with a certain dark allure, a side of him that had never been revealed before. Daemon, upon hearing Rim-In's words, chose not to contest them, only expressing his bewilderment. My lord, I simply feel that if someone dares to strike us, they must perish. The call for recruits echoed fervently throughout the territory, and Egan had already issued orders to his subordinates, preparing for a sacred act of self-defense. Upon Anthony's return, he observed Egan's fervent preparations and inquired curiously, how many shall we deploy? Is everyone to participate? No, that is unnecessary. Egan replied, polishing his long curved blade, which glowed an eerie blue as it was heated in the blazing brazier. This period was fraught with turmoil. Our enemies were not solely those visible in Norvos, but also the more insidious foes lurking in the shadows. For instance, the ever-looming threat of the Dothraki Khalasar, the self-proclaimed avengers of justice from Bravos, the 3,000 unsullied of cohort, and even the possibility of betrayal from Pintos all pose equal risks whether one remains here or ventures into battle. Thus, I do not impose my will, but rather strive to do my utmost, as was the case last time. Logically speaking, the recent incursion from Norvos has not inflicted significant damage upon us, and we could certainly choose to ignore it. However, should we fail to extinguish the seeds of error at their inception, when they eventually bear branches and fruit, our nightmare will truly commence. Egon once again examined his shield, this time intending to lead 2,000 soldiers, comprising 500 cavalry and 500 archers, with the remainder to be gathered from the wildlings. Lured by the bountiful benefits offered in Andalos, a multitude of mercenaries now congregate in Egon's domain. Some skilled in archery, others in mounted combat. All are eager to make their mark in the war, seeking rewards and even lands. Compared to the unarmed wildlings, these seasoned mercenaries possess a deeper understanding of close combat and can form effective battle formations against the enemy. Their experience, born from the trials of bloodshed, is far more precious than gold dragons or silver stags. Daemon inquired, who will lead this time? You, myself, or Anthony? Egon pondered for a moment before responding. This time, I shall take the field personally, not merely as the commander of the army, but also as the prophet of the Church of the Hill God. Chapter 46. The invasion prophet Daemon has always harbored considerable resistance towards Egon's establishment of the Church of the Hill God. Without the title of prophet, would not victory be all the more joyous? Egon is aware that his subordinate does not fully embrace his directives. Thus he donned his helm with a resounding clang. As prophet, my role is to inspire the officers to fight with fervor, while you remain the commander, my bravest Daemon. Our desire is unified to secure this victory. The backbone of the church consists solely of Egon, the prophet interpreting divine will, alongside several saints who double as archbishops and commanders. It is somewhat easier to convert the wildlings to a new faith. However, persuading a commander like Daemon, who has long revered the 7 gods, to alter his beliefs proves to be particularly challenging. Dorne is the least populated of the 7 kingdoms. Due to the historical Great Migration of the Rhoynar and its relative isolation, the Dornish people exhibit significant cultural and ethnic differences from other Westerosi. The Dornish, building upon their Undul heritage, have adopted numerous customs from the Rhoynar. The ruling Martell family of Dorne continues to refer to themselves as princes and princesses in the manner of the Rhoynar, though Daemon remains unconvinced of Egon's perspective. As a subordinate, he can only voice his dissent to a limited extent. Egon values his steady demeanor and following orders. Yet questioning a superior's commands is a cardinal sin among soldiers. The existence of faith in the church deepens the sense of belonging and conviction among the soldiers, for they worship the same deity, thus transcending the notion of private homes and embracing one another as siblings. With a meticulously structured ecclesiastical management system, Yegan binds all within his territory into a cohesive whole, wielding a grand and exalted faith that renders dissent futile. However, in truth, this system proves ineffective for Yegan. His proclamations, while ostensibly grounded in divine will, are merely reflections of his own autocracy. This framework does not constrain Yegan's authority. As an omnipotent prophet, his power is beyond the reach of regulation. In other words, Anda's is, in essence, Yegan's possession. The common folk, however, remain oblivious to this reality. Or perhaps they recognize it, but see no means to alter their plight. Their guiding principle is to submit to the God of the hills, believing he would bestow upon each serf the hope of equality. Yet this hope, well known to all, is utterly unattainable, which is the source of their despair. Yegan's ambitions evolve alongside the burgeoning strength of the city-state of Andas. Initially content with mere agrarian pursuits, he transitions to engaging in trade with neighboring city-states, and now, in the face of aggression, he opts for a proactive stance. The initiation of conquest is a lifelong aspiration for every lord. In this era, annexation and expansion are the prevailing themes. Whether one employs righteous or nefarious means, as long as one finds a way to seize the territories of neighbors, it is deemed the path of sovereignty. Even barren lands like the Five Fingers Peninsula, with its desolate stony shores facing the narrow sea, often beset by fierce gales, attract the covetous gaze of conquerors. The Barry's family possesses an unnamed castle on this peninsula, yet wherever there is land, there are those who desire to claim it. Yegan's impending invasion lays a solid foundation for future military endeavors. To this end, he summoned his on, stating, his on. The main force of this campaign will consist of wild men, supplemented by mercenaries. I expect you to strictly oversee these soldiers, ensuring they adhere to military regulations and refrain from reckless actions. Should anyone disobey orders, you have my permission to exercise your judgment and execute them on the spot. His Han nodded swiftly and inquired, My Lord Yegan, do you believe we will succeed this time? Donning his helmet, Yegan replied, If all goes well, we shall reach Novos by land after 2 hours of marching, then dig trenches and engage in battle. With the blessing of the God of the hills, the outcome will be evident within 5 days. Understood, his Han replied, feeling reassured by Yegan's strategy. His decades of combat experience leave him unafraid of the confrontation with Novos, and he hopes for Yegan to be well prepared. Ijin, at merely 9 years of age, would still be considered a child in a typical household, requiring the care of adults. Yet, the immense weight of a city's responsibilities rests upon his young shoulders, leading many to question his ability to bear such a burden. The path ahead for Ijin is long, and he may one day evolve into a sagacious lord, adept at recognizing and utilizing talent, achieving victory in countless battles. However, that time has not yet arrived. Shishan, having traversed a perilous life as a mercenary, ultimately rose to the rank of a commander, now overseeing a region. As a result, his status is only surpassed by Anthony and Damon, garnering significant regard from Ijin. Before the cathedral, Ijin, adorned in his resplendent priestly robe, offered a final prayer for the soldiers as they prepared to embark. Now, I beseech the God of the hills to bestow divine fire, blessing your blades. Ijin commanded Damon to bring forth a massive circular log, upon which a fire basin was placed. Striking flint, a crackling blaze erupted, the sacred fire dancing wildly. Ijin retrieved his curved sword, allowing the blade to glide slowly along the edge of the fire basin, thereby enveloping it in a mysterious flame, inciting gasps of awe from the onlookers below. Although this ritual was rather commonplace, Ijin's theatrics imbued it with a profound sense of ceremony, evoking the enigmatic essence of religious tradition. From this day forth, you are soldiers favored by the God of the hills. Your blades and armor are blessed. The divine will protect you, rendering your weapons indomitable and your shields capable of withstanding immense force. Upon victorious completion of this battle, all past transgressions shall be forgiven, and you shall ascend to his realm. The flames flickered upon Ijin's face, casting shadows that danced in the solemn ambience of the ancient cathedral, enhancing the mystique of the moment. Upon the conclusion of his oration, the gathered crowd erupted in a fervor akin to the stimulation of a potent elixir, raising their arms in unison, chanting fervently, Praise Ijin, praise Ijin, praise the God of the hills, praise the God of the hills. Their voices surged like a tidal wave, resonating in the ears of all present, echoing endlessly. The soldiers moved in perfect unison, their discipline exceeding that of a mere army trained for only 2 months, instead resembling a seasoned force. Damon, brimming with pride as he observed this formidable army, mounted his steed and raised his arm, exclaiming as he galloped forth from the city gates onward. Thus, the legion formed by Andis set forth, unstoppable in their singular aim, to invade Nophos. Chapter 47. Capturing prisoners following Aegon's prayer, Daemon led the legion away, while Aegon proceeded to the breeding grounds. He envisioned the complete automation of livestock slaughtering, a task requiring power. Though electricity was not an option, nature offered various resources beyond just electrical energy, such as water, wind, or even the manpower of laborers at certain points. Furthermore, in the face of strenuous work, inevitable losses would occur, necessitating dedicated individuals for meticulous maintenance. These techniques are the domain of skilled professionals, and hiring such artisans inevitably incurs substantial financial expenditure. Aegon observed several workers constructing a windmill according to the blueprint he had provided, preparing to harness wind energy, a clean, renewable resource that is abundant and inexhaustible. The windmill, or wind engine, would utilize this energy for purposes such as water lifting, heating, and cooling. At that moment, a petite girl approached, bouncing along while leading a horse. Finny possessed smooth, rosy cheeks, a tousled chestnut mane, brown eyes, pronounced brows, and a flat nose. Recently joining the city-state, she was responsible for tending to Aegon's horses. Although she appeared quite youthful, resembling a mere child, if one were to overlook her dwarfism, she could almost be deemed a beautiful girl. Her warm brown hair was thick and curly, and her large eyes radiated trust, perhaps overly so. "My lord Aegon, look. This horse is so full of vitality," Finny exclaimed, leading a spirited and remarkably handsome military steed. This horse was Aegon's personal mount. Fed with carefully prepared fodder by Finny, and often taken for walks on the hillside to bask in the sun. Such treatment was rare among military horses. Yet it was justified for Aegon, as Finny's duty was to care for her warhorse. "You've done a fine job caring for him," Aegon remarked, continuing to supervise the workers. Concerned that Finny might distract him, he preemptively asked, "Have you seen if that sow has given birth yet?" Finny responded eagerly, "I haven't seen any piglets yet, but just a moment ago, I noticed something moving inside. It should be soon." Aegon added, "There are other pigs in the pen that need feeding. Could you check and see if you can assist?" "Of course." Finny secured the horse's reins firmly to a post, and then dashed towards the pig pen, running like a knight clad in armor, brandishing a shield and iron sword. Aegon resumed overseeing the workers, noting that this fuel-free machinery, powered by wind, had evolved from sailing vessels. It featured 68 sails, arranged around a vertical axis, rotating like a carousel when the wind blew, a carousel-style windmill. Though its efficiency was modest, Aegon planned to later replace it with more advanced designs featuring horizontal rotating axes, such as wooden canopy windmills and other variants like vertical windmills and automatic rotor windmills, all constructed to face prevailing winds. These windmills appeared distinct from those seen in the past, with vertical axes and blades arranged akin to a carousel's horses. After several days of effort, Aegon anticipated unveiling his envisioned vertical windmill when Anthony approached with a group of individuals. Aegon inquired, "What seems to be the matter?" Anthony seized a man's throat with an iron grip, hoisting him into the air before casting him down violently. 300 meters outside the city of Pompeii. Our patrol discovered them by the riverbank, suspecting them to be spies sent by Novice. Yet, regardless of the tortures inflicted by our executioner, they steadfastly denied any connection to Novice. Aegon gazed upon the bloodied figures before him, clad in tattered garments, their unkempt hair suggesting a long neglect of care, appearing no different from ordinary villagers. However, Aegon perceived more than mere appearances. He approached the men, gently patting one on the shoulder. "Anthony may extract nothing of value from you, but I am not so easily deceived. Speak, what is the state of affairs within Novice?" Upon hearing Aegon's inquiry, the man struggled against his bonds, shouting, "Kill me if you must. Our kin will avenge me, and you shall follow me into hell. I merely take the lead." Still feigning savagery, Aegon smiled faintly, delicately grasping the man's palm. Those who wield swords and those who wield shovels develop calluses from prolonged use. Yet the locations of these calluses differ significantly, making them easily discernible. The man's heart sank at this remark, and he suppressed his unease, continuing to feign ignorance, shouting, "Our warriors will avenge me. You outsiders will not survive a day in their hands." Aegon, as if impervious to the captive's cries, continued his exposition. Swords are generally lighter and longer than farming tools, with a broader array of usage. Consequently, the calluses formed by swordsmen are relatively smaller and less pronounced. Moreover, the technique and posture emphasized in swordplay mean that calluses typically manifest on the sides of the fingers and the edges of the palms, being thinner and softer. In contrast, the weight and shape of farming tools exert significant pressure on the hands during use. Over time, this pressure thickens and hardens the skin on the fingers, protecting them from cuts and abrasions. Thus, the calluses of laborers usually develop on the fingers, particularly at the fingertips and the webbing, becoming thicker and tougher. "So, what pretense do you maintain?" Egan's gaze sharpened suddenly. Anthony, did you ambush them? Or did you capture them in direct combat? Anthony sensed a distinct change in his lord today and replied sternly, we defeated them in open confrontation. A mere handful of us brought down their dozen with just a few blows. At these words, the man's facade crumbled, his face contorted with rage. I refuse to accept this. If you possess any courage, release me, and let us fight once more. You are their leader. I wish to duel you. Egan chuckled softly. I am but 9 years old. How many years do you surpass me? To challenge me to a duel, where lies your honor? Does your creed permit you to strike a child? This remark pierced the man's heart like a dagger. He is indeed a scout dispatched by Norfoz to gather intelligence. Known as Albert Alcott. This time, under the auspices of Governor Aldrich, he sought to investigate matters concerning Andis. However, he was captured by a patrol led by Anthony merely 300 meters outside the city. Chapter 48. Torture for Centuries. Norfoz has occupied the land stretching hundreds of kilometers both east and west of the Non River, with their presence extending even east of the Lorne River. Andis, a barren and militarily weak region, has historically been oppressed and exploited by the people of Norfoz. Were it not for the vast distance and the presence of the Pantos forces in the southern plains of Andis, which deterred any ambitions from Aegon, the Norfoz would likely have established settlements there. In the past, when the people of Andis encountered the Norfoz, their fate depended on the whims of the latter. If the Norfoz were in a good mood, they might allow the Andis people to go free, albeit requiring them to leave behind all their catch. Women of notable beauty were often seized and taken as slaves, while merchant caravans were routinely robbed of their provisions and furs. These were commonplace occurrences. Historically, Andis had no one to advocate for their rights. Justice does not manifest on its own in this world unless someone steps forward to champion it. The arrival of Aegon was to put an end to the injustices that had persisted for centuries. Furthermore, the Norfoz people also adhered to a religious faith, with their deity issuing commands deep within the sanctum of their temple fortresses. Only the most devout followers were permitted to enter and reside within the temple. Norfoz is governed by a council of governors, whose members are chosen through divine selection mediated by priests. In contemporary times, Norfoz, like Coer and Rolas, was established by religious dissenters from the freehold of Valeria. A bearded monk, devoted to a secret deity, led his followers away from the land of long summer and settled in Norfoz, where they erected a temple fortress in the upper city, which became the epicenter of their faith. It is likely that the Norfoz purchased their autonomy from the freehold, existing as a vassal without subjection to its governance. This religious belief, akin to an insidious affliction, imbued them with boundless spiritual strength while simultaneously saturating them with profound arrogance and prejudice. This is also why Aegon refrained from pursuing negotiations. Such ingrained biases signify that he and the people of Andis could never truly integrate. Should Andis fail to decisively awaken Norfoz in this conflict, future skirmishes would only embolden the Governor's Council of Norfoz to regard Andis as ripe for exploitation. Moreover, the Norfoz do not primarily engage in agriculture but rather adopt hunting in the hills as their main livelihood. Their entire social structure starkly contrasts with that of the Andis people, indicating that integrating Norfoz into the lifestyle of Andis would be exceedingly challenging. They plan to imprison them in a dungeon, awaiting the arrival of slave traders to sell them all. Such words reached the ears of the captives, filling them with a mix of fear and trepidation. You, who should have long been dead, ought to have been slain by Robert. You are a madman, destined to be devoured by hounds. Aegon found himself subjected to a torrent of insults, leaving him momentarily stunned. Those he had previously interacted with were refined knights and nobles, individuals who occupied the highest echelons of society. It was his first experience of such humiliating derision. Naturally, he could not allow such public disgrace in front of his subordinates to go unchallenged. He was determined to respond in kind. Yet, a sudden change of heart overcame him. He called upon his men escorting the captives, declaring that he would adopt a different approach in dealing with them. Anthony looked at Aegon with confusion, while the captive Albert immediately sealed his lips in trepidation. With an expression of calm determination, Aegon stated, "Castrate them, then cook their flesh and feed it back to them. Though I may be devoured by hounds after my demise, you will be compelled to consume your own flesh while you still draw breath." There was a certain macabre pleasure in Aegon's words as he quietly observed the captives' reactions to his decree. The punishment would be severe. Aegon would not tolerate any challenge to his authority. The act of castration bore a far more profound psychological significance than mere physical mutilation. For a man, such a loss represents the very foundation of his spirit. Devoid of this attribute, even the most valiant warrior would swiftly succumb to despair, becoming a mere shadow of his former self. At Aegon's command, the wild men, as if summoned by a sacred invocation, solemnly brandished their knives and advanced step by step toward the captives. Upon hearing Aegon's pronouncement of their fate, The captives were immediately filled with regret, lamenting their earlier provocative words directed at him. However, it was far too late. The robust figures wielding knives had already unfastened their trousers. Following a piercing scream that echoed into the heavens, the spirits of these captives were utterly shattered. This gruesome form of punishment was inspired by the infamous Ramsay Snow, the illegitimate son of the Dread Fort, who fancied himself a true Bolton and harbored deep resentment toward his bastardy. He took pride in considering himself the rightful heir of the Dread Fort, ruthlessly punishing those who dared to dissent. Ramsay's cruelty was unparalleled, relishing in the torment of others. He adhered strictly to the ancient practices of House Bolton, employing live flaying as a means to dispatch his enemies. He delighted in sadistic and morbid behaviors, such as releasing naked maidens into the woods of Bolton territory, pursued by a pack of ferocious hounds. For those women who provided him with a moment of pleasure, he ensured their deaths were swift, though not before violating them, and subsequently flayed their corpses. To commemorate such maidens, he would name his dogs after them. As for the women who cried out for mercy yet refused to flee, they too would endure his assaults, sometimes at his own hands, other times at those of the hounds, often both, before being skinned alive. All the human skins collected were brought back as trophies to the Dread Fort. Ramsay imprisoned Theon in the Dread Fort, flayed him, and sent a small piece of his skin to Robb Stark as a gift, claiming it was proof of Theon's punishment for the murders of Bran and Rickon. Yet in truth, it merely satisfied his own vile sadistic cravings. In the ensuing days, these captives succumbed to their torment and perished in their own despair. After a period of deep contemplation, Yegan realized that his ambition to annex Novos was fraught with uncertainty. Given Andas's current strength, even if he were to achieve victory in battle, he could never compel Novos to submit completely like savages. The foremost issue remained the divergence of faith. If this dilemma could not be resolved, Novos would perpetually pose a volatile threat, rendering absorption unwise. Better to avoid engagement altogether from the outset. Yegan surmised that the worst possible outcome would simply be to annihilate the entire populace of Novos, retaining only a select few as slaves for labor. In this medieval era, where machinery had yet to replace human effort, talent was the most valuable resource. Particularly after Yegan had incorporated the native savages as a foundational workforce, he gained a new perspective. In warfare, the most coveted spoils were indeed those lowly slaves. Chapter 49. Establishing civilization. Yegan inquired of Anthony regarding the work conditions of the slaves. Is there a need for my intervention? Anthony responded, they are relatively obedient while tilling the fields, as I have dispatched individuals wielding whips to urge them on. Any sign of laziness is met with punishment. Concerned about potential subversion among the slaves due to Novos' offensive, Yegan was particularly vigilant about their ideological purity. He conveyed to them that summer was approaching, heralding a winter that would last a generation, enveloping the entire world. In this frigid realm, devoid of light, people would grow up in the bitter cold and perish therein. Having never witnessed the arrival of spring, neither the king within the castle nor the lowliest of slaves would be spared, succumbing to the relentless winter's grasp. Mothers, seeking to spare their children from suffering, would take their lives, weeping openly as their tears froze upon their cheeks. The Long Night refers to a mythic narrative shared throughout the known world, a historical epic shrouded in terrifying darkness and cold. 8,000 years prior to Yegan's landing. During the Age of Heroes, the Long Night had descended, casting an interminable shadow of darkness, famine, and fear upon the world. Following the long summer, the stars wept blood, and a chilling darkness threatened to engulf the earth. In this harrowing moment, a warrior would arise, drawing a burning sword from the flames. This sword would be the harbinger of light, the red sword of heroes. The bearer of this blade would be the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, destined to banish the darkness. That prophesied hero was none other than Yegan Targaryen, the sole individual capable of guiding humanity through this protracted winter night. The allegiance of these slaves to Yegan stemmed from two principal sources, the generous treatment he afforded them and the influence of faith. Unlike the nobility, who often intermingled personal gain with duty, these slaves did not subscribe to ethereal prophecies. Their sole concern was the tangible benefits they could secure in exchange for their loyalty. The notion that labor was a divine mandate was a belief held only by those whose private property was exceedingly tenuous. I still need to construct a canal from the Lorne River directly to the city of Pompeii, a monumental endeavor involving excavation and the transportation of water. I shall convey to them that I will offer substantial rewards. Antony cast a sidelong glance at Ijen. My lord, I am uncertain whether I should voice this, but your compassion towards those emaciated, tree-like commoners is rather excessive. Many rulers, akin to yourself, merely need to provide a few loaves of bread to secure their loyalty. I could certainly adopt such an approach. Ijen smiled faintly. Yet those slaves would toil for me with fervor, though their hearts would harbor a persistent resentment. One day, upon realizing the depths of their suffering, they would rise with shovels and spades to confront me. Aijin's actions were not born of benevolence, but were rather shaped by the educational influences of his previous life, endowing him with commendable personal qualities. Unlike those who hail solely from noble lineage, possessing only a narrow perspective, Aijin chose to regard diligent workers as human beings deserving of respect. One reaps what one sows. Rather than resorting to the whip to compel slaves to labor, it is far more prudent to exhibit a degree of mercy, offering them hope that through their efforts, they may secure a dignified existence in the near future. In doing so, they would come to appreciate Aijin's kindness, fostering a positive cycle of development within the territory. Presently, the efficiency of the two policies remains indistinguishable, yet in a span of years, or even decades, the benevolent policies of Huiran would undoubtedly overshadow the oppressive ones. This aligns with the historical trajectory, as the Qin state, with its reforms promoting agricultural rewards and the abandonment of feudal land systems, would swiftly ascend, surpassing those nations that rely on harsh taxation. Currently, Aijin's most effective forces are seasoned mercenaries, elite warriors who have danced with death, capable of rivaling 5 or 6 men individually, akin to special forces within Aijin's ranks, while the wild men possess exceptional physical attributes, often surpassing the mercenaries. Their lack of combat experience remains a significant drawback. Only after enduring several battles can they truly metamorphose from commoners into lethal machines of death. Naturally, some among them have transitioned into laborers and farmers, escaping the horrors of battle in favor of arduous toil. Among Aijin's territory, the most formidable personal forces are led by Daimon, Antony, and his Han. As for Aijin himself, he remains too young, his body still developing. Despite several enhancements afforded by his fortunate circumstances, he feels ill-equipped to match the martial prowess of the aforementioned 3. Patience, he mused, change will come in due time. This conviction underpins Aijin's approach, for both the fields and the tools, as well as the sugar and timber mills, are in their nascent stages. It is not yet time to reap the fruits of labor. While Aijin busied himself with the affairs of his domain, a momentous event transpired across the narrow sea in the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. In a bid to secure Robert's position on the Iron Throne, Jon Arryn orchestrated a marriage between Robert and Cersei Lannister, the daughter of Lord Tywin Lannister. Robert is to be wed? As the golden fingers of the rising sun penetrated the misty white fog of dawn, a vast expanse of wilderness unfolded before him, marked only by sporadic, gently undulating hills and stretches of barren brown earth. Egan, clad in thick brown gloves and enveloped in a heavy fur cloak, exhaled puffs of breath that mingled with the cold air. The day had yet to break when Fanny gently roused him from his slumber. He mounted his steed, a formidable black warhorse, and galloped forth, with Anthony swiftly following in his wake, plunging into the dense, dark mist of the expansive plain. At this moment, their guards had fallen some distance behind, rendering their conversation inaudible. Yet, Egan showed no signs of slowing. Indeed, it appeared that the timeline on the other side of the continent was progressing steadily. Egan shook his head with a bemused smile, letting out a sigh as he recalled that James Lannister, the man who had slain his grandfather, had been conveniently appointed the Kingsguard of that usurper king. Anthony reined in his horse beside Egan, echoing the sentiments of your lordship. Following the murder of the sworn king, Aerys II, Eddard Stark had recommended sending Tywin's son, James Lannister, to the wall. However, Jon ultimately persuaded Robert to retain James as a member of the Kingsguard. Egan turned his gaze toward the dim horizon, contemplating that if his instincts were correct, Robert would soon dispatch someone to eliminate him as well. A look of astonishment crossed Anthony's face as he shifted uneasily in his saddle. It was not only you. Robert was also contemplating the assassination of Viserys and Daenerys, considering the last 2 surviving members of House Targaryen as a potential threat. Yet, Duke Jon had dissuaded him from such thoughts. Robert Baratheon. Egan mouthed the name of this parricidal foe softly, yet felt no surge of anger within him. Though this legendary hero, who had toppled the Targaryen dynasty, had claimed his insurrection was to save Westeros from the Mad King's tyranny, it was evident to all that his true motivation lay in avenging the dishonor of having his beloved stolen from him. At the Battle of the Trident, Robert had slain Rhaegar, avenging Lyanna in his heart, yet the matter did not conclude there. Robert sought only to reclaim Lyanna, but instead, he was bestowed with a crown. The victory of war meant nothing to him. All he desired was for her to return safely to his embrace, just as it had been at the start. This passionate man differed from most. He would rather savor the exhilaration of riding the winds as a humble cowherd than wield the power of a king over the 7 kingdoms. Egan pressed forward on horseback, leaving the graves behind him, the hooves splattering mud like rain. Daenerys had married a Khal of the Dothraki. She was of far greater significance than he. Legends spoke of Khal Drogo commanding an army of 100,000. Anthony cautiously lowered his head, stating, "The Dothraki do not instill fear in a king far across the narrow sea. Even with 1,000,000 men, what is there to fear? Those savages lack ships, and are both awed and terrified by the boundless ocean." Aegon spoke calmly. "The free trade city-states possess numerous ships, and he harbors a deep-seated fear of us. The people in the kingdom refer to him as the usurper. Many noble houses once rallied to fight for the Targaryen family, and while they remain dormant now, should an opportunity arise, they would not hesitate to seek his life. One day, I shall cross the sea at the helm of a great army, and those lords will rally to my cause." With the Seven Kingdoms having found stability through Jon Arryn's efforts, Robert will find the time to deal with him. The most effective and forceful method, undoubtedly, would be the assassination that the nobility so scornfully dismisses. If we could eradicate the vile spawn of the dragon in one fell swoop, Robert would not concern himself with such minor tactics. Aegon urged his horse towards the desolate burial mounds, with Aemon closely following. The young prince rode on, his gaze fixed straight ahead. But how does one guard against the omnipresent threat of assassination? Daemon had established his own personal guards for protection. However, Aegon remained vigilant. Only someone like Fenny, the guileless and perceptive dwarf woman, could be trusted to fully open her heart and share her innermost thoughts. Each day, Aegon invited individuals of varying status within his domain to dinner, inquiring about how they spent their day, thus gaining a deeper understanding and a measure of control over his people. The issue of food has been resolved by thousands of acres of fertile land in the southern territories, complemented by sugar and meat to satisfy the appetites of the populace, alongside the merchants of Gil who traverse the continent, bringing a splendid array of goods. Although one cannot procure the finely adorned garments of the nobility, there is no shortage of clothing made from wool and leather, which should suffice for the needs of the residents. Furthermore, the chief craftsman, Dono, works for me, crafting iron tools. Aegon meticulously outlined the developmental pathways of his territory, only to discover a golden region that had yet to be explored. If his mission was to lead the barbarians in establishing civilization, then from where does civilization arise? Naturally, it stems from culture, from the elevated demands of a liberated productive force. So, how should he proceed? Chapter 50, Myths to Foster a Cultural Demand. Nothing resonates more profoundly than mythology. Aegon compiled tales from Norse mythology, fashioning them into a new tome. He dispatched copies of this book, meticulously transcribed into hundreds of volumes, distributing them freely among the devout followers in his domain. A notable feature of this mythology is the notion that the world shall ultimately meet its doom. Heralded by Ragnar K. This battle is inevitable, and the gods are destined to fail. Yet, even so, the deities confront this final outcome with candor. Following the world's obliteration, the surviving gods shall endeavor to forge a new realm. Of course, in Aegon's reimagined mythology, the chief god has successfully transformed from Odin into the god of hills. The god of hills reigns over the world, adorned with a grand golden helm, while two divine ravens perch upon his shoulders, symbolizing thought and memory. Every morning, they soar across the globe, returning to the deity to report their observations. Beneath them lie two wolves, named Greed and Desire, tasked with the role of guardians, in pursuit of wisdom to enhance his intellect, foresee the future, and govern more effectively. The god of the hills yearned to drink from the waters of the well of wisdom, a sacred spring beside the world tree. However, the head of the giant Mimir, who guards this well, demanded an eye as the price of knowledge. Without hesitation, Odin plucked out one of his eyes. After consuming the waters, he became erudite and sagacious. He invented ancient script, using this writing to inscribe fate upon shields. This script, known as High Valyrian, with its intricate and mysterious patterns, bestowed upon its users powers akin to magic. He fathered many children, among whom Targaryen and Valyrian were born of his union with his wife, while the rest were born of concubinage. In myth, gods are omnipotent, and the world stands on the brink of apocalypse, with only the gods and their faithful able to survive. This was the essence of Aegon's mythological propaganda. Aegon, through the lens of Norse mythology, crafted cultural tomes primarily to establish the legitimacy of both the church and his own reign. The union of House Stag and House Lion intensified Aegon's sense of impending tumult. Once the alliance of the five kingdoms, the lion, the stag, the eagle, the fish, and the wolf was solidified, the foremost task was to eradicate the remnants of the previous dynasty, namely Aegon and his uncle and aunt, Viserys and Daenerys. To legitimize their reign, they would inevitably malign the former royal lineage. This constituted a cultural assault. Should the subjects begin to question the legitimacy of Aegon's rule, or consider that madness coursed through his veins, his authority would falter. This represented an unconventional warfare, a spiritual invasion of culture. Particularly as these wild folk lacked broader perspectives, they were easily swayed, often without forming their own opinions. As their lord, Aegon bore the responsibility to indoctrinate them, filling their barren minds with unwavering faith in the God of the Hills. This belief was pure and untainted. They would naively trust that following Aegon's path would lead to abundance, security from oppression, and the establishment of harmonious families. Should anyone attempt to thwart them from actions unbecoming of their servitude, it would instead incite their unease, a stereotype, perhaps, yet undeniably a reality. What humanity desires is fundamentally simple. The driving force for the majority lies in the superiority of having what others lack. Choosing to worship the God of the Hills offered them the promise of returning to paradise, entering his divine realm. This is the essence of power's influence. A conundrum that none can resolve. Aegon reveled in witnessing his followers immersed in devotion, preferring their obsession with the divine over any alternative. During this period, he busied himself with compiling the threads of mythology, and through the continuous act of writing, Aegon gleaned profound insights, those reflections shaped by his past encounters with religious texts. In summary, the rulers, the more they lack, the more they paint illusions for the lower classes regarding what they do not truly need. Take wealth for instance. If human life is finite, one can only aspire to a single lifetime of riches, whereas by entrusting oneself to the church, one may attain peace for generations. This narrative is nearly complete, yet I still seek to refine certain segments of the story continually. Gradually, I aim to develop a cohesive system and expand the church's influence, which inevitably hinges upon relentless conquest and annexations, to persuade others to embrace your deity, and to convince the staunch traditionalists to alter their faith, is an arduous task that necessitates both an iron fist and sustenance. A balance of coercion and benevolence must be struck, enabling the servants of the divine to enhance the church's sway. This is the rightful path. However, whether the divine truly embodies divinity remains a matter of doubt for Aegon. He prefers to believe that these gods, in the distant antiquity, were no different from ordinary humans, merely endowed with extraordinary abilities in a world suffused with magic. Aegon takes pride in this perspective, for it allows him to bring the gods down from their lofty pedestals and place them within the realm of common discourse. Should the adherents of the seven gods hear this notion, they would undoubtedly deem Aegon a madman, incapable of accepting such a view of the divine. Naturally, Aegon would not be foolish enough to share his beliefs with such individuals, for that would yield nothing but harm, even if the prevailing deception is riddled with inconsistencies. Yet, as long as the lie persists, it attests to its own value. There are those who require it as a veil to conceal their own ugliness. Among the multitude of deities, such as the old gods, the seven, the storm god, and the river mother, worshippers abound in every corner of Westeros and Essos. At times, when faced with the incomprehensible might of nature, humanity seeks solace through the invocation of divine names. Should the hill god wish to distinguish itself in this marathon of coexisting deities, it requires Aegon, the hill god's emissary, to undertake further actions. After establishing the church's foundational tone, Anthony approached, bowed his head, and said, "My lord Aegon, everyone is gathered in the church, eager to hear your teachings." "Very well. I shall attend," Aegon replied, donning his gilded cloak and the crown of the divine crafted from crystal and agate, and made his way to the church. In the daily prayers, Aegon's narratives of mythos resonate deeply with his subjects. Through these enigmatic tales, they can satiate their curiosity while also gaining a deeper understanding of Aegon, thus strengthening the bond between lord and vassal. Aegon has even discreetly selected suitable candidates for further cultivation, intending to nurture these children from a young age, fostering them to become his capable aides in the future. The youths are delighted by this prospect. In truth, Aegon need not invest much effort in them, as being chosen by him fulfills their profound desires. Chapter 51. Maritime Horizons. Aegon's missionary work is conducted within the church, freely bestowed upon all subjects within his domain. He had not anticipated the overwhelming enthusiasm of his subjects, who filled the church both inside and out each evening. Upon reflection, however, it was entirely reasonable, for the recreational options available to the populace were remarkably limited, with neither brothels nor theaters to provide them with diversions after a long day's toil. Their only means of entertainment was listening to Aegon's sermons, as these individuals absorbed Aegon's narrations of the myths he had compiled. Their faces collectively manifested a sense of longing and aspiration, which in turn brought Aegon immense satisfaction. Indeed, it became evident that the spiritual lives of his subjects were profoundly impoverished, necessitating Aegon's proactive engagement in their enrichment, particularly within the resplendent church, where the kaleidoscopic stained glass and the lofty shadows of the dome lent an ethereal quality to his storytelling. The atmosphere was imbued with a captivating mystique. At the most poignant moments of his tales, thunder and lightning would even reverberate, stirring the hearts of the congregation. With access to nourishing and ample sustenance, and residing in clean, hygienic dwellings, the populace exhibited an unprecedented vitality. in comparison to individuals from other free-trading city-states. A stark reality became apparent. The slaves and craftsmen from those places were filthy and destitute, entirely incomparable to the inhabitants of Andus. If the work efficiency of those individuals was rated at 1, the enthusiasm of Egan's slaves was at least 10. Although their ages might have been similar, the burdensome and arduous labor could be utterly debilitating, depleting not only wealth, but also vitality. In terms of longevity, the people of Andus held the advantage. Should the current trajectory continue, it was inevitable that they would supplant the free city-states in the coming decades. This could be described as a dimensional shift of feudalism over the era of slavery. Absent external constraints, development would proceed in a more rational manner given equivalent time. Following Robert's marriage, Egan gradually shifted his focus from the construction of Andus to a counteroffensive against Westeros. To wage war across the sea, naval technology was indispensable. Gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean, a sudden inspiration struck Egan, prompting him to summon the craftsman, Dano. Starting tomorrow, the construction of the sugar mill centrifuge would be put on hold. He would instruct Anthony to dispatch additional laborers to fell timber and experiment with shipbuilding. The initial endeavor would involve crafting a single-masted sailboat, designing the mast and canvas, given the powerful winds over the sea. A large sail made of sturdy leather would yield optimal results, and the mast's apex could be fitted with a sail foot line to manipulate the windward side, allowing for smooth navigation even in crosswinds. In addition to harnessing wind power, a human-powered system must also be considered, with at least 16 oars designed on either side of the vessel to maintain propulsion in calm conditions. Dano inquired, "My Lord Egan, do you mean to construct a streamlined vessel with sharp bows and sterns, favoring agility and swiftness, elevated above the sea?" The elegant contours of such a design would reduce air friction during navigation, thereby enhancing the vessel's speed. No, Aegon shook his head. There are two types of vessels, the sharp-bottomed ship and the flat-bottomed ship. The sharp-bottomed ship, utilized for navigation at sea, boasts a streamlined hull that minimizes resistance in the water, thereby enhancing its ability to withstand the impact of waves and enabling it to sail at greater speeds than its counterparts. However, the flat-bottomed ship also holds its own merits. When it comes to landing in Westeros, its advantages in navigating Europe's inland rivers and approaching the shores are unmatched by the sharp-bottomed vessel. After conveying his requirements to the craftsmen, Aegon once again employed the allure of gold dragons to motivate them. "My lord, you speak the truth, even with his limited perspective." Donner was taken aback upon hearing Aegon promise a silver stag to each craftsman involved in the construction of a single-masted sailboat. This indicated that Aegon was making a significant investment, naturally hoping for substantial returns. Nevertheless, the single-masted sailboat is ultimately a smaller vessel, typically not exceeding 20 meters in length. Single-masted sailboats are generally faster and can sail closer to the wind, requiring fewer sails to purchase and maintain. With only one mast, there are fewer rigging lines and sidearms to manage, resulting in a lighter workload for maintenance. The popularity of the modern sailboat design offers a plethora of options. However, the larger and heavier sails require more effort to handle, and in strong winds, the methods to reduce sail area are limited to reefing or furling. In contrast, the double-masted sailboat features smaller sails that are easier to operate, making them favored by many seasoned sailors. By employing various combinations of its sails, it can adapt to different wind conditions. Yet, it is not without its drawbacks. It may not sail as swiftly or closely to the wind as its single-masted counterpart and demands more management of rigging and sails, including shrouds, halyards, and sheets. The aft mast also occupies space at the stern of the vessel. The design philosophy of the double-masted ship emphasizes ease of handling and comfortable navigation, while many single-masted vessels are crafted for speed and swift voyages. Hence, besides the differences in masts and sails, there are numerous other distinctions between the two types of ships. They are often better suited for long voyages, typically heavier, more stable in various maritime conditions, and offering more spacious cabins. After delivering his instructions, Aegon walked back to his estate. If viewed through the lens of his personal desires, he would have preferred to reside in a castle, warm in winter, cool in summer, and offering a cleaner, more secluded private space that his estate could not compare to. However, constructing a castle would require several years and a substantial investment of labor and resources. Thus, Aegon refrained from requesting his subordinates to build him a pleasant fortress. Moreover, allowing his vassals to see that their lord shared a similar living environment would foster goodwill. On his way back to the estate, it was inevitable that he would observe the living conditions of the neighboring populace. Overall, the inhabitants of the territory adhere to traditional beliefs. Men engage in warfare while women tend to domestic affairs such as knitting and herding livestock. Furthermore, The status of women remains low. Even the seating arrangement during sermons reveals the underlying gender inequality. This reflects the prevailing conditions in Andus, serving as a microcosm of Essos. The notion of male superiority stems from physical differences and unequal distribution of resources, a reality that is immutable. As Yegin approached the manor's entrance, he noticed Fanny, who was pruning the foliage, kneeling on the ground. She greeted him, "My lord Yegin, Miss Alien is here to see you. She is currently bathing." Chapter 52, Alien Yegin responded, "I see. It is quite warm. You should also take a bath and rest early, no need to work." "Yes, my lord," Fanny exclaimed joyfully. Her movements animated. Entering the manor, Yegin made his way to his chamber, removing his oppressive armor and neatly placing it aside. He then reclined comfortably on the bench. Lost in contemplation. Why is Alien come? Could it be that the news of Robert's marriage has stirred her to assess her fiancé's capabilities? If he is satisfactory, she may proceed. If not, it is prudent to make alternative plans. Yegin had once met Alien during his time with the Golden Company, where he was captivated by her beauty. However, they had not crossed paths since their engagement. Alien's beauty was renowned in Dorne, fiery and voluptuous. She was a woman of considerable intellect and allure. "I must also be mindful of my appearance," Yegin concluded, opening his wardrobe in search of an appropriate shirt. In truth, he required little adornment, as he far surpassed most in looks, an inheritance from the Targaryen lineage. Simply donning a fur-woven shirt, Yegin stood before the mirror, revealing a striking handsomeness. With a lean physique, tall stature, and chiseled features, his smile showcased a hint of tiger-like canines, evoking a sense of clarity after a storm. His thick hair was slightly tousled. Beneath long, gently curled lashes, his eyes sparkled like morning dew. With a noble nose and a complexion that glowed with a rosy undertone. His lips resembled a cluster of rose petals, reminiscent of an exquisite ancient Greek statue. "Long time no see, Yegin." "Who?" Alien said as she stepped out from the dimly lit room, her sandals softly tapping on the patterned carpet. The low ceiling and thick earthen walls enclosed a niche adorned with flickering candles. Yegin noticed her sandals treading upon a delicate floral-patterned rug, with a tapestry hanging on the wall beside a bed. "My lady?" Yegin marveled. "Your beauty is indeed legendary. You flatter me." Alien replied as she emerged from the shadows behind the door. A stunning serpent-patterned bracelet encircled her right forearm, shimmering with copper and golden scales that caught the light with her movements. Beneath her sun-kissed skin, she wore only a voluminous velvet robe. Yegin stood silently, admiring the radiance of her form as she glowed in the candlelight. With a proud bosom, a voluptuous derriere, and a waist that could be grasped with a single hand, Yegin could still detect the subtle scent of orchids lingering after her bath. However, to Ariane's astonishment, Yegin appeared utterly unmoved, instead regarding her with a playful and mocking gaze. "Forgive my candor, but entering my estate and using my bathing facilities without my consent seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" Upon hearing this, Ariane raised her gaze, her large black eyes shimmering in the candlelight. "I merely wish to see you. Is that not permissible?" "You have already seen me," Yegin replied, pouring 2 glasses of red wine. "And I, in turn, have seen you." His broad mouth was well suited for whispered secrets, and his full, mature lips were perfect for kisses. He offered 1 glass to Ariane, stating, "They say that the people of Dorne are passionate. In the borderlands, it is said that their cuisine inflames the tempers of Dornish men and leads Dornish women to wild abandon. Can you control yourself?" Ariane traced a finger over her chest, slowly drawing circles around her curves, all the while regarding him with a teasing smile. "Whether I can control myself is of little consequence. The crux of the matter is that you are far too young, and thus I do not foresee any repercussions." "My lady, your behavior is rather excessive," Yegin chuckled, wrapping himself in a robe. "Do indulge in my white amber wine. It is this year's new brew. Perhaps you might also extend my regards to Prince Oberyn and Prince Doran. Shall I send some gifts to the water gardens?" Propping her right elbow, Ariane looked up at him. "I shall certainly do so. You are far more remarkable than I had imagined. I had heard tales of Viserys' tragic deeds across the continent and assumed you would be of the same ilk. In just over a year, he had established 2 magnificent cities atop the ancient ruins, subdued the wild men of the hills, founded factories, and governed 20,000 subjects. Each of these accomplishments was worthy of praise, and he had achieved them with ease, even accomplishing much more." Her fearless black eyes sparkled with evident interest. "If I were to perform poorly, would you then reconsider our engagement, much like you rejected the proposals of the previous suitors? How could they possibly compare to you?" Ariane laughed softly. "They are all elderly, wealthy men, beset by ailments, coughing incessantly, with diminutive statures and wrinkled skin. How could I ever consent?" Her father was truly foolish. For years, Prince Doran had considered her marriage prospects, always presenting her with elderly suitors such as Waldron Fry, Giles Rosby, and Ben Plum. Now, she understood Doran's intentions and why, when she was 14, she had witnessed his assurances to Quen. For the Sun Spear, Egan was an ideal candidate, handsome, with great potential. Hailing from the noble house Targaryen, capable of rallying support. Considering Prince Doran's grand scheme of vengeance, an alliance was indeed indispensable. Now that you have received your answer, what shall you do next? I can depart with peace of mind. Arianne stepped forward, her gaze fixed upon Aegon, their breaths mingling in the air, before she bestowed upon him a lingering, sweet kiss. If you desire me, strive harder. Secure the contract with the Golden Company to fulfill my father's aspirations and the wishes of all Dorne, and only then shall I consent to marry you. I shall. Aegon replied, smacking his lips as if savoring the essence of their recent kiss, though he knew it was not solely for his sake, but for the sake of my family. Gregor had slain the impostor of my beloved Prince of Dorne before Elia Martell and cruelly took her life. Amory had dragged Princess Rhaenys from beneath the bed, stabbing her nearly 50 times. I envisioned myself, like my ancestors, riding dragons across the narrow sea, bringing retribution upon the wrongdoers of the continent, compelling them to pay for their misdeeds. You can surely do it. My knight, my life, my honor, all belong to you. The sun in my heart. I vow that as long as I draw breath, I shall stand by your side in battle. I am yours. What do you require of me now? Arianne stood tall, her dark, unruly hair cascading to her waist. Now, depart and assist Prince Doran in governing Sunspear during his retreat in the Water Gardens. Obey his every command. Very well, Arianne readily agreed. Chapter 53. The assault. The lofty shadows of redwood trees cast themselves upon the brook, while birds serenaded from their hidden nests amidst the woods. And the air was perfumed with the fragrance of myriad blossoms. Daemon approached the outskirts of the Norvos hills, mounted upon his steed, gazing at the city encircled by distant mountains and the dense black forest that adorned the slopes. One day, the sentinel trees draped in gray-green pine needles, the robust oaks, and the ancient ironwoods will belong to our Undals. Whether it be for constructing log cabins, building ships, or trading with other city-states, the prospects are plentiful. These timbers are heavy, sturdy, and resilient against impact, easily bent under steam for crafting, and exhibit excellent nail-holding properties. The unique wood of Norvos boasts clear grain, a uniform texture, and a soft, flowing hue. It is premium timber suitable for shipbuilding, bridges, vehicles, furniture, and instruments. Additionally, the expansive canopies and elegant forms of these trees lend themselves to traditional ornamental gardens, showcasing a rich seasonal palette, tender green in spring, deep green in summer, and vibrant orange-red in autumn, offering exceptional aesthetic value. For instance, the Water Gardens, the private residence of Dorne's rulers, is a palace composed of fountains and gardens. Its balcony overlooking numerous pools and fountains, shaded by blood orange trees. The blood orange, a variant of the orange tree, thrives in Dorne and is cultivated within the Water Gardens, exuding an intense fragrance. The Norvos Hills are replete with such unique trees, representing invaluable and irreplaceable natural resources. Relying solely on the bounty of this land, Aegon could amass a considerable fortune in golden dragons. One of the wildlings grinned, revealing his toothless grin. So, my lord Daemon, once we have felled all the trees here, shall we construct a city? Daemon's cloak draped heavily upon his shoulders. It is crafted from cleansed sheepskin, while the imposing peaks give rise to resilient trees. To the north lie Lorith and Bravos, and to the east and west stretches the Valyrian road from Coer to Bravos, marking it as a well-connected inland city. However, Lord Aegon has decreed that only the people of Norvos may oversee this place. Perhaps a factory will be established in the future, but no city will rise anew. Norvos is divided into the upper town and the lower town, with the former perched upon the mountains and the latter built along the riverbank. This time, Daemon and his companions plan to assault the temple fortress. Enveloped by towering stone walls upon the cliffs, Raimon inhaled deeply, expressing his fondness for the tall pines. By incising these trees, one can harvest a viscous substance known as pine resin. Upon extraction, the volatile liquid manifests as turpentine, while the remaining solid resin is called rosin. Daemon tossed his long hair, emphasizing that our choices are abundant, and we need not be confined to merely pine trees. Moreover, aside from profiting from pine resin, we have many other lucrative options, such as? Raimon inquired, his face betraying curiosity. Daemon smiled. Once we secure victory, I shall reveal it to you. Time is of the essence. Gather the soldiers and set up camp. For tomorrow we shall launch our assault. Raimon gazed at the dense black forest ahead and the temple above the cliffs. Must we be in such haste? Tactical reconnaissance by Lord Aegon had already confirmed the situation, and prior to our departure, he had provided me with a map detailing the geography and natural conditions of Norvos. Raimon accepted the map from Demon, casting a glance and marveling at the meticulousness of Aegon's intelligence gathering. Demon shrugged, noting that such pine trees take 2 decades to mature, and within the vast black forest, their number surely exceeds 50,000. One could chop for a lifetime and still not exhaust them. Aegon shared this perspective, for within the boundless black forest, the valuable timber is beyond count. Pine resin serves as industrial raw material for the production of paint, soap, paper, and matches. Oak is a premium material for crafting furniture, flooring, and interior decoration. White oak, in particular, is harder than ordinary wood, possesses excellent toughness, and exhibits high bending strength, making it resistant to damage under stress. Additionally, white oak's internal pores contain a substantial amount of fill material, ensuring both durability and impermeability. Barrels made from white oak not only prevent leaks, but also allow for optimal aeration, rendering it an exceptional choice for crafting wine casks, in contrast to red oak, which is unsuitable for such use. The utilization of white oak in winemaking not only imbues the wine with a rich oaky aroma, but also enhances its flavor profile. This connects to Aegon's territorial development strategy, where the most lucrative ventures undoubtedly lie in the trade of salt and sugar, with sugar commanding a higher price due to its lengthy production process and labor intensity. Sugar must first be cultivated from cash crops, either sugarcane or sugar beets, before being juiced and low-temperature evaporated. The production of salt, on the other hand, is far simpler, often achieved through the evaporation of seawater. As Raimon gathered the troops around the tree stumps, Demon emerged slowly from the shadows of the woods. As the gaze of the first soldier shifted, the attention of the others, lost in their reveries or engaged in jovial banter, turned towards the imposing Demon, their demeanor instantly becoming solemn. This operation marked the second war sanctioned by Aegon. Over 5,000 participants were involved, among whom more than 4,000 were conscripted wildlings, with 2/3 being youthful adults and the remainder comprising the elderly and children. Aegon was relatively content with this ratio, though they were all neophytes untested in battle. He believed that this war would transform them into seasoned warriors of exceptional prowess. Accompanying Demon and Raimon were a diverse array of wildlings. Some were hostile, eager not only to spit at him but also to plunge a dagger into his flesh. Doghead Hara, a woman as stout as a barrel, bore cheeks like thick slabs of white flesh. She harbored an intense loathing for dogs, slaughtering one every fortnight and displaying its severed head upon her banner as a grim emblem. The earless Stiddy was revered by his kin not merely as a leader but as a deity. The peculiar Valimir, diminutive like a rat, rode a fierce white snow horse, its hind legs towering a staggering 13 feet. In an age devoid of railways, industry, and constraints, civilization flourished with unbridled freedom and audacity. However, this lifestyle had its drawbacks, notably the daily struggle for sustenance, a challenge Aegon adeptly overcame. To maintain combat readiness, each soldier was required to consume 11 kilograms of wheat or 33 kilograms of rice daily. Though this nourishment merely met the threshold of satiation, it was a veritable boon compared to the meager rations provided by other parsimonious lords, rendering Aegon a paragon among saints for ensuring his men were well fed. Lord Demon, Raimon called out in a deep voice, I lead the wildlings, pledging our loyalty to fight for you. Demon scrutinized his face closely, demanding, prove your loyalty to me. Chapter 54. The war begins in the eastern sky. The horizon was tinged with pink, gradually fading to pale gray above. The bright white star sparkled like a diamond at dawn, while below, the dark, ashen forest slowly revealed hues of green, gold, red, and brown. Above the beach, oak and pine trees stood novos, its weathered walls of glimmering gray hidden beneath layers of dust and grime. Demon inhaled the crisp morning air and dispatched a dozen men eastward and another dozen westward, ascending the highest points they could find to scout for cavalry hidden within the woods or atop the high walls. Should they spot Novosians, the wildlings would sound their bronze-inlaid war horns as a warning. The remaining wildlings would move alongside Raimon, who was also included in their ranks. This would be a moment of glory for the youthful raiders. It was often said that Novos soared to a height of 700 feet. Yet Raimon's chosen vantage point was both elevated and low. Before them, the city walls rose straight from the forest, resembling an endless precipice, with wind-eroded battlements that appeared to tower 800 or even 900 feet above their heads. As they approached, Demon began to discern the deception inherent in the sight. You wildlings frequently boast of your unwavering loyalty to Lord Aegon. I wish to see how you will demonstrate it. My lord, we are regarded as lowly wherever we go, save for Lord Aegon, who welcomes us. If you still harbor doubts regarding our loyalty, I can assure you that should anyone flee in battle, I shall personally execute them. Daemon scrutinized Raimon for a moment before nodding. In that case, I shall trust your promise. Daemon called out several names, and 11 individuals stepped forward to gather around. They were all young, the eldest not exceeding 25, with two even younger than Jon. Yet each was lean and sturdy. In the shadows of Norvos, the wildlings prepared themselves, wrapping coarse hemp ropes over one shoulder and across their chests, fastening peculiar soft leather boots adorned with protruding spikes. Ryman and two others bore iron weapons. Some crafted from copper, but most were made from uneven bones. Small stone hammers dangled from their waists, while a pouch filled with iron nails, bone spikes, and even beastly horn nails hung from the other side. They wielded axes, fashioned from sharpened antlers bound to wooden handles with animal hide. 1,000 besiegers were divided into 3 groups, each comprising over 300 men. Ryman personally led one small contingent to the forefront. "I shall reward the first group to ascend with a new sword each," he declared, his breath visible in the crisp air. "For these are steel swords forged by artisans in the castle. He would also weave your names into song. What more could a wildling desire? Come now, let us ascend. Who wishes to be the last coward left behind?" He watched as they climbed the steep ridge, disappearing beneath the trees. This was not the wildlings' first attempt to assault Norvos, nor even their 100th. Throughout the year, patrols would inadvertently encounter wildling tribes, with the discovery of fallen, mangled corpses being a frequent occurrence. Along the eastern coast, the wildlings constructed small boats, stealthily crossing the Nan River to infiltrate the center steppes. In the western mountains, they slipped into the shadowy depths of the Great Canyons, circumventing the temple fortress. However, the only means of breaching the wall was by scaling it, a feat many raiders had attempted, though few returned alive. As the wildlings fervently commenced their advance towards the city, a rugged wildling glanced around, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes, and silently began to retreat. From his elevated position, Daemon immediately spotted this anomaly. After a moment's contemplation, he drew his long knife and suddenly hurled it with force, the blade slicing through the air like a streak of white light, embedding itself mere inches before the retreating wildling's feet. This razor-sharp iron blade was deliberately placed as a warning. Should he retreat further, Daemon would not hesitate to take a life. The wildling, startled by the whistling edge of the blade, glanced at Daemon, comprehending his intent. This was a warning, a final act of mercy from Daemon, who had discerned the wildling's intent to flee. Now, Daemon demanded his return. Although the knife did not strike the wildling directly, it obliterated his cowardice, compelling him to retract his head in an instant. Daemon proclaimed with an air of authority, "The battle has commenced. Should anyone contemplate retreat, even if I remain oblivious, the aftermath will inevitably bring scrutiny, and when you witness others claiming their post-battle rewards and basking in glory, will you not feel akin to a mere maggot?" His words effectively severed any possibility of retreat among the wild men, instilling in them a resolute determination. The choice between honor and cowardice was stark and straightforward, particularly with the formidable equipment and troops bestowed by Egan, which instilled a sense of optimism for victory. The other wild men, fortified in their resolve, occasionally cast furtive glances at the individual whom Daemon had sternly warned, recalling how he had once joyfully pledged to fight for Egan. To their astonishment, this man now betrayed his earlier oath. Daemon observed the rugged wild man cautiously maneuvering towards the city wall, wielding a long axe with precision to carve a handhold. Before swinging across, a rope attached to his waist connected him to a second individual who was still ascending the treetops. Ryman advanced step by step, creating footholds with his spiked boots when necessary. Upon reaching a height of 10 feet above the oak, he paused on a narrow slope, secured his axe to his belt, and extracted a hammer to drive an iron nail into a crevice. The second man had also reached the city wall, while a third was in the process of climbing it. These individuals recalled Daemon's earlier declarations that upon the conclusion of the battle, regardless of their contributions, Egan would ensure housing and food subsidies for their families, a promise that was everlasting. Moreover, those who claimed more lives would receive additional rewards. It was a gamble that promised substantial benefits, while retreat would lead only to demise. In the realm of warriors, the brave would be lauded as heroes, whereas cowards would be scorned for eternity. As Daemon's men prepared to launch their assault, a bearded monk from Norfos patrolling the city wall caught sight of them. These men, adorned with long beards and bald heads, numbered 12, all clad in loose leather attire. In their eyes, this was the noble upper city, a bastion of faith, one of the 9 great trading city-states, which had successfully repelled what they perceived as the mightiest of foes, the Dothraki. Thus, they believed no one would dare to attack. The captain, seeing a wild man charging with a machete, commanded his men to retreat while brandishing his axe, ready to confront the impending bloodshed. Chapter 55. In the name of the governor. Enemies are invading. As a member of the Norfos Upper City's guard, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. These intruders were prepared, with ropes around their waists and hammers in hand, the flickering flames casting an ominous glow over the village's chimneys. Fear coiled around the captain's heart like a serpent. He heard the neigh of a horse, followed by shouts. Combat was imminent. Reports indicated at least several thousand foes, along with units armed with slingshots. The captain of the guard bellowed orders in ancient tongue as 20 Norfoshans dispersed, each bearing an expression of defiance against death. Behind you lies the Grand Temple. Though I fear death and dread the thought of perishing here, I am acutely aware that to avert this fate, resistance is imperative. The rhythmic thud of war drums rose, illuminating the stillness of the night like flickering flames. The fortress loomed darkly amidst the storm, while the rain relentlessly lashed at the lake's surface, casting an ominous aura, as if it were a haunt of spirits. This battle, being a sudden raid specifically instructed by Egan, meant that his forces were not numerous. Come, just hold out until the main army arrives, and your fate is sealed. Alas, lamented Ramon, as the echoes of his voice faded into the distance. The night fell into darkness once more, leaving the scene unseen. Egan's men, seasoned warriors of freedom, caught the Norfoshans off guard due to the element of surprise, a consequence of the long-standing peace that had lulled the denizens of the upper city into complacency. The conflict concluded swiftly. They positioned the captain of the guard beneath a tree that had sprouted from the floor of the inn's hall, while the captives knelt before the fireplace, encircled by Norfoshans brandishing wooden spears and bronze swords. Ramon observed as Damon approached in silence. Water trickled down the walls, raindrops pattering against the last few leaves clinging to the tree, and smoke spiraled upwards from the fire. Do you wish for death? Ramon grinned, or perhaps we can offer you an alternative. The captain remained silent, merely gazing at Damon amid the wild men. Through the rain and smoke, illuminated solely by the fire's glow, he stood cloaked in sheepskin. Damon unsheathed the long sword bestowed upon him by Egan. Rain washed over the Valyrian steel blade, as the flames cast a somber orange light along its edge. A small fire crackled to life, poised to claim the old man's life. Yet, he suddenly recalled Egan's parting words. In warfare and peace, two sets of rules prevail, regardless of how many brothers you lose in battle. Always remember not to let hatred cloud your judgment. Which do you choose? Ramon inquired, life or death? At this juncture, the captive remained mute. He might have pleaded for mercy, lamenting the loss of his horse, his wealth, and provisions, begging to be spared, or invoke the deities of his faith. Yet, no words could salvage him. The sole means of preserving his life lay in relaying detailed intelligence about Norfoss City to Damon's forces. However, this was a daunting choice for anyone, to die with honor or betray his city for survival. The captain opened his mouth, but uttered no words, casting a gaze of reproach and accusation towards Damon. Damon stepped closer, saying, there is an elder, perhaps 50 or 60 years old, who has lived longer than most. He marched with us, dined with us, fought alongside us, yet today he meets his end here. The captain of the guards continued to glare at him, his eyes resembling deep, dark wells. If I were to take action, I would deliver a swift strike, ensuring your death is painless. However, they may not be so merciful. They will torture you, forcing you to kneel, your head rolling away, bright crimson staining the snow until you beg for your demise. Upon hearing Damon's ruthless words, the captain's lips quivered slightly, yet he remained silent. Proceed, Lord Damon, Rimmond urged. This wretched creature has already claimed the lives of at least 10 of us. That is different. Back then we were still in combat, but now the battle has concluded. The skirmish ended with astonishing rapidity, thanks in no small part to the slingshot brigade trained by Egan. These massive stones, heavy as 1,000 pounds, utterly dismantled the formation of the Nofos. They effortlessly breached the patrol's defenses, injuring the armored soldiers, and after just a few volleys, a circle of moaning wounded lay sprawled on the ground. Even the seasoned bearded monk had never witnessed such a devastating method of warfare, which was astonishingly straightforward. Organizing a few assaults was remarkably easy. After 3 rounds of projectiles, only a handful of the patrolling soldiers on the Nofos walls remained standing, while at least 100 soldiers were already scaling the ramparts. This scene left the guards feeling utterly disoriented, as the monks commanded a sacred guard composed of enslaved soldiers, each bearing the mark of the long axe, having been united with their battle axes through religious rites. Typically, these individuals wielded their long axes to attack others. Never had they imagined a day would come when they would be assaulted at their own doorstep. Upon ascending the battlements, they faced the panicked remnants of the guard. Yet they did not flee directly, they were warriors. Rimmond drew his dagger, swiftly stepping forward, seizing the captain's hair, and yanked his head back, placing the blade against his throat. At this moment, the captain was so terrified that he could hardly speak, mumbling incoherently, impossible, we cannot lose. Unless he is not favored by the gods, unless he is not. Who is not? Damon stepped forward, tall and cold, sensing the chilling breath of death. The captain uttered something in an ancient tongue, perhaps calling for immediate execution, yet Damon clearly understood those few words. Governor Magna. Subsequently, Rimmon slashed the man from one ear to the other with his dagger. Even in death, the man uttered not a single useful word. You should have listened to me. Kill him swiftly, Rimmon shouted at Daemon, casting the bloodied blade at his feet. In the fleeting moment before the scream pierced the air, Daemon caught sight of a rushing shadow. The first Nofos fell as the captain had, blood gushing from his torn throat. Then the glimmer vanished, the shadow turned. And with a roar, another fell into the darkness. Everywhere, curses, shouts, and anguish cries echoed. No, it was not so. Daemon gazed towards the distant temple where crows perched. And at least now we discern the identity of our adversary. Chapter 56, Assault on the Temple. The stars sparkled like countless eyes, gazing down upon us. A faint, rumbling thunder echoed from afar, yet the ominous clouds above had begun to disperse. Daemon lifted his gaze, locating the constellation of the Ice Dragon, then turned his steed northward, heading towards the temple fortress perched upon the cliffs. The strain on his knees from the horse caused sharp pangs of pain in his thigh muscles, causing him to flinch. The wild men donned sleeveless leather armor adorned with bone spikes and draped themselves in tattered cloaks of green and brown. The other soldiers wore lightweight, dependable chainmail, trudging through the muddy path in search of the core members of Novice. However, in the siege defense, their movements had already been revealed by the horn blasts of the vanguard. Daemon understood that at this very moment, in every corner of the upper city, people had set aside their tasks, turning towards the walls, listening intently, and preparing their weapons for battle. The mournful, protracted sound of the horn reverberated through the silent fortress. No one spoke, all were in anticipation, and none noticed the newcomers. The anxious wait felt interminable, stretching nearly an hour, until Ryman finally shattered the silence. Our patrols have been dealt with, yet the slave guard trained by the monks should not be underestimated. As the guards breached the city gates, a multitude of crows had gathered beside the entrance, parting to grant passage to the invaders. Accompanied by Ryman and 20 pikemen, Commander Daemon had already crossed the Great Wall. He had stationed a dozen archers atop the battlements to thwart any enemies lurking in the nearby thickets. As gatekeepers, their purpose was to safeguard against being cut off by the foe. The winter in Novice was both bleak and frigid, with the narrow tunnels winding endlessly. Morgan, torch in hand, led the way ahead of Daemon, while Merrill followed closely behind with an axe. These two were irredeemable drunks, yet surprisingly, their minds remained clear at this early hour. Once loyal to the Longhorn King, they had pledged allegiance to Egan and now held a beneficial reverence for Daemon. Merrill, when sober, displayed remarkable bravery. Typically, the efficiency of combat was rather poor. Formulating an idea required many to deliberate collectively before arriving at a conclusion. The notion of swift decision-making was often merely a saying. Without a strong leader capable of making decisive choices in critical moments, warfare could become exceedingly chaotic. Sometimes, it was not the soldiers' capabilities that faltered, but rather the sluggish decision-making processes that hindered their effectiveness. Upon reaching the battlements, Daemon's troops divided into two factions. One faction advocated for the continued assault on the upper city, aiming to capture the bearded monks and the governor's council, the leaders of Novice. The other faction proposed to cease their advance, fortifying their position atop the walls and calling for reinforcements from the rear. Both courses of action held their merits. Whichever path was chosen could yield certain successes. The true concern lay in the commander's indecision, as prolonged contemplation might lead to missed opportunities. Fortunately, Daemon was an exceptional commander. During his time as a knightly squire under the Red Viper, he absorbed the strategies necessary for leadership, which led him to issue the command to continue the offensive. After all, this was the ancestral home of Novice, and their sacred guard was no laughing matter. Those marked by the long axe were bound in a martial union with their weapon, functioning as relentless instruments of religious slaughter. Thus, under the Starry Night, Daemon's forces advanced towards the temple fortress. Morgan and Merrill, commanding the two legions, marched ahead alongside Daemon. Having secured a resounding victory, the morale within the army soared, as war and bloodshed often significantly stimulate the soldiers' hormonal fervor. One only needed to observe the soldiers' uplifted heads and buoyant steps to perceive the joy radiating from within. Naturally, the most elated of all was their leader, Daemon, who, following the triumph, distributed the spoils of war among his troops. These rewards included provisions, leather goods, and, at the behest of Egan, opportunities to exchange military achievements for elevated ranks and housing. Consequently, the soldiers' desire for battle surged fervently, yearning for further victories and accolades. The speed of their march was relentless, yet it did not induce fatigue. Rather, it invigorated the troops even more. Meanwhile, within the dark and damp temple, a multitude of bald giants gathered, each adorned with the long axe insignia, their expressions reverent, draped in loose robes, wielding elongated wolf-toothed clubs. A blood-eyed brown bear ambled along the red carpet, its mouth bound in iron chains, led by a soldier of the Sacred Guard. Within the governance structure of Novafis, the bearded monks held the highest authority, followed by the governor council elected by the monks, with the Sacred Guard soldiers in a subordinate position. This hierarchy arose because Novafis, like Andas, was a theocratic city-state where the church wielded supreme power. At this moment, within the resplendent hall, they were met with astonishing news, an attack on the upper city. The bearded monks, taken aback by this revelation, were puzzled. For it was not yet the season of the Dothraki's raiding, nor had they heard of any other trading city-states mobilizing their armies. Have you determined who it is? How many are there? A slight soldier, prostrated on the ground, responded, from what I observed. The invading force comprises at least 1,000 men who have annihilated the troops stationed on the city walls. Furthermore, they are not yet satisfied. I have seen them advancing towards the Golden Fortress, intent on breaching this stronghold. These words reverberated throughout the hall, and upon hearing them, the usually pampered monks changed countenance, as if confronted with an unimaginable reality. Do you know who they are? My lord, I discerned that the leader was clad in ornate armor, seemingly a subordinate of the Andas leader. Andas. These 3 words evoked the memories of the monks, recalling a city-state that had settled upon the ruins of an ancient kingdom. It was established by a prince of the dragon lineage who had fled to the Essos continent, achieving the remarkable feat of creation from nothing within the span of a mere year. This land, a veritable treasure coveted by the Nova fans, boasted vast and fertile plains to the south, and to the west, an endless ocean. The flat terrain was rich with diverse iron mines and abundant flora and fauna. Were it not for the balance of power maintained by Bravos and the southern Pantos, they would have surely launched an assault to seize this territory. Now, before they could act, the Andasi had the audacity to strike first? Absurd, it was utterly ridiculous. Had they lost their minds? Governor Magna, wielding his staff, bellowed furiously, Alexis, take the Sacred Guard and capture that daemon for me. Chapter 57. Alexis the bald-headed giant. Alexis spoke, My Lord Magna. Have you ever considered the reason behind Igen's audacity to offend us? What is his source of confidence? Governor Magna replied, The youthful lord's hubris has emboldened him to encroach upon our territory. I am determined to retaliate at any cost. I shall not permit the existence of anyone who challenges the dignity of our city-state. They must not be allowed to escape. Our immediate priority is to capture Daemon and defeat his forces. Then we shall turn our attention to the Andasi. If we act swiftly, we can annihilate his substantial army before Igen realizes what is transpiring. Moreover, many desire Igen's demise. Such a significant conflict among city-states will undoubtedly attract numerous factions. The tensions across the entire eastern continent may escalate, potentially igniting a series of wars among city-states. As a radical in power, Magna's philosophy bore resemblance to that of Littlefinger. He believed that only through the instigation of war and the creation of chaos could one seize greater profit. To him, Igen's actions provided a more compelling rationale for an offensive against the Andasi. With their own territory under siege, the excuse of self-defense would silence most critics, including those who covertly supported the construction efforts of the Andasi. Leading the elite troops of Nova fans, the entire Sacred Guard had no choice but to execute the governor's orders. Although Alexis felt compelled to caution the governor about underestimating Igen's strength, he refrained from voicing his concerns. As the captain of the guard, questioning his superior's commands was never part of his lexicon. Governor Magna's reasoning was sound. For both emotional and logical reasons, they must strike first. If word spread that the Nova fans were attacked on their own doorstep without retaliation, it would be a source of ridicule. A slender figure adorned with a ring and possessing striking azure eyes casually remarked, Eliminate them all, eradicate their main forces. And then whether we choose to observe passively or continue our assault on the Andasi, either course of action remains viable. The monk appeared to be a handsome young man, exuding an air of nonchalance, yet every gesture he made was imbued with an elegant grace. After he spoke, it seemed as though the entire hall was set to a certain tone. Lord Mashi made a valid point, having not faced provocation for an extended period. Our patrols had always been rather weak, and their defeat was understandable. However, when the Divine Guard was mobilized to emerge from the fortress and confront Daimon's main forces head-on, the true outcome would be revealed. The border defenses of Novos extended for hundreds of miles, with fortresses scattered throughout. Only the most crucial gates were manned by robust troops, while other walls received minimal patrols spaced about 5 miles apart. Thus, Novos's defensive capabilities could only be deemed average. Encountering a formidable army and having their defenses breached was to be expected. Nevertheless, the primary purpose of Novos's patrols was to serve as a warning once breached. The true strength of the Divine Guard within the temple fortress would take the forefront. Moreover, The patrols would swiftly sever the retreat routes of the invaders, encircling them in a two-pronged assault. Warfare inevitably leads to casualties, and in the absence of an escape route, the invading forces would find themselves utterly lost as to how to break free. Subsequently, hunger and fear would erode the soldiers' resolve, and the Divine Guard would ensure they experienced the true essence of fearlessness in battle. Regardless, news of a breach would spread rapidly. The endeavor to seize Novos was not as simple as it might appear. Faced with the specter of life-threatening peril, even the lofty nobles would descend into madness, marshaling every resource at their disposal to engage in combat, to say nothing of the formidable defenses of the walls. Those who dared to offend would pay the price they deserved. The invaders would soon discover their forces mired in a quagmire, unable to extricate themselves swiftly. This is precisely why the Novos Guard is divided into the wall defense troops and the Divine Guard. A direct confrontation is simply not an option. Surrounding the enemy and employing ambush tactics are the most prudent choices, for the minds of these individuals are not to be underestimated. Daimon, leading his troops along the steep mountain paths, sensed an intangible pressure weighing upon him. Commanding a formidable force of 3,000, all heeded his orders. In other words, their fates rested firmly in Daimon's hands. The two generals at his side, Muriel and Morgan, were brash men more inclined to drink than to engage in battle, rendering them unreliable. Furthermore, this army, primarily composed of wild men, struggled to maintain discipline, let alone attain the level of training exhibited by the elite of Dorne. A comparison would reveal these men as nothing more than a rabble, merely having undergone a modicum of additional training. They resembled soldiers hastily conscripted for battle without adequate preparation. After all, this assault had been organized in a remarkably short time, and a decline in quality was to be expected. The fervent desire for victory among Daimon's subordinates has reached an almost demonic level. It would not be an exaggeration to say they are risking their lives. Those acquainted with the generals understand that such a mindset is profoundly abnormal. Disregarding danger is perilous, and one could easily meet an untimely demise. Hence, they would retreat to safer ground. Yet, what alternative do the soldiers of the Guard have? This is their homeland. If they fail to drive away the invaders, they cannot escape either. Some among Daimon's ranks, possessing a modicum of wisdom, recognize that being close to Daimon offers the utmost safety, and survival rates are highest near the general. In this battle, these individuals will either undergo a transformative trial, emerging as an invincible force, or they will perish utterly. Daimon, with an intuitive understanding, foresees the likely fate of his men. The grim reality is that after a devastating defeat, many soldiers may fall, becoming mere fodder for the enemy. Not everyone can return adorned with the glory of spoils. Even Daimon cannot confidently assure his own safe return, only that he will strive to ensure that as many of his brothers as possible survive. Of course, Iguin had advised him prior to departure that if all hope was lost, a timely retreat to preserve the remaining forces would be the wisest course of action. Daimon drives this youthful, yet fervently aggressive army through the territory of the Nophos, leaving traces of their passage that swiftly reach the ears of the captain of the Sacred Guard, Alex. He astutely perceives an opportunity. With his soldiers poorly restrained, their combat effectiveness is inherently diminished. A truly formidable leader would never allow such reckless behavior among his ranks. The multitude of traces left behind indicates one undeniable truth. These soldiers are a mixed lot. Chapter 58, The Confrontation. Upon hearing of an army numbering at least several thousand, Alex initially felt a profound apprehension. However, at this moment, he perceived another opportunity, one that could turn the tide. The unrestrained movements and wanton destruction displayed by this army, coupled with their incursion into the upper city, reveal that they lack the discipline he had anticipated. A genuine elite force would impose strict self-discipline, maintaining readiness even after victory, preparing for the next engagement. Yet, all signs suggest these troops are ill-equipped for warfare, far more inclined toward revelry, a grave misstep on the battlefield. Daimon, sharing this sentiment, surveyed his men and commanded, Merrill, Morgan, you two advance with the heavy infantry. Additionally, establish a vanguard to scout for enemy activity. Report any suspicious movements to me immediately. Attention to detail is paramount. Although they have crossed the city walls and entered the heart of Nophos, this may not bode well. They could easily find themselves ensnared. The likelihood of such a scenario is considerable. Yet, as soon as Daimon's orders were issued, a voice laden with disdain from Merrill reached his ears. My lord Daemon, you exhibit an excessive caution. We have already breached the inner city, with over 3,000 men, including 500 slingers and 2,000 heavily armored cavalry. Even should we encounter the most renowned Sacred Guard of Norvos, it would not be insurmountable for us to engage in battle. If a direct confrontation were to occur, with our strength, we could vanquish them utterly, achieving monumental glory and perhaps standing shoulder to shoulder with Lord Egan. Do you not find this enticing, my lord Daemon? This discourse was vividly captivating, yet Daemon remained utterly unmoved, firmly rejecting Meryl's entreaty. Meryl, mind your words and actions, should I hear such sentiments again. It would be the last time you possess your tongue. Upon hearing this, Meryl retreated in disappointment, choosing silence. Daemon's staunch opposition was unmistakable, in truth. This sentiment was not confined to Meryl alone. The entire company, buoyed by a recent resounding victory, believed themselves an invincible force. However, Daemon, a seasoned general, recognized the precariousness of their current situation. As the saying goes, pride precedes a fall, and these men required a brutal defeat to awaken from their hubris. In that fleeting moment, Daemon envisioned the scene. On the battlefield, Norvos' forces would function like a meat grinder, annihilating his troops without allowing a single soul to escape. After all, the Sacred Guard, trained by the monks of Norvos, were divine warriors, capable of rivaling even the remorseless Unsullied. The Unsullied, castrated slave soldiers, were rigorously trained from a tender age in Astapor, characterized by their absolute obedience and fearlessness in the face of combat. In the free trade city-states, they are commonly employed as guards, sold in groups of 100 or 1,000. They are exceptional sentinels, never resorting to robbery or rape. Young male slaves are selected based on their physique, speed, and strength, and are molded into Unsullied. Training commences at the age of 5, lasting from dawn until dusk, and is marked by its brutality, aimed not only at teaching them combat, but also at erasing their individuality, emotions, and sense of self. They are completely castrated, their lower bodies severed, and subsequently reduced to ashes upon the altar of the Spear Lady. They regularly consume a potion of courage to dull their pain. Each day, their names are chosen randomly from a barrel containing name tags, each inscribed with 2 words, one signifying a color and the other an insect, such as gray worm. Should any training fail, the slave faces execution. Ultimately, only 1/3 of the slaves endure to become Unsullied. On the day a boy undergoes castration, he receives a puppy to nurture. At the end of the first year of training, he must strangle the puppy. Should he fail, he will be killed. His body fed to the dog. Through relentless training, including weighted runs, night climbing, and traversing burning coals, failure results in exclusion. In their relentless pursuit of the spike helm of the Unsullied, they were compelled to don silver masks and venture to the slave market, where they would procure an infant and, before its mother, take its life, subsequently compensating the newborn's owner for their loss. The Sacred Guard of slave soldiers in Norvos was not to be underestimated, rivaling the merciless training of the Unsullied. A change was imminent. Suddenly, an anomaly presented itself ahead. A mounted soldier galloped back to camp, dismounted, and knelt before Daemon. Commander, 5 miles ahead, we have detected the presence of Norvos soldiers, though the exact number remains unknown as we continue our reconnaissance. This news struck Daemon like a thunderclap, rendering him momentarily speechless. The onset of battle was so unexpected. In stark contrast, Muriel appeared invigorated at the prospect of facing the Norvos men. His excitement was palpable, evident in his animated expression. If an encounter was imminent, then they must engage. Orders were swiftly dispatched. Don your armor and ready your weapons in preparation for combat. You too, Muriel and Morgan, accompany me to the front to oversee the engagement. In the flurry of conversation, Daemon meticulously outlined the battle strategy. Amidst the watchful eyes of the gathered soldiers, Daemon drew the Valyrian steel sword bestowed upon him by Aegon from its sheath. This sword, discovered alongside dragon bones, was entirely black, adorned with rubies at the crossguard, and bore stripes of fiery gold along its blade. The crisp, melodious sound of the blade sliding against its sheath resonated through the air as Daemon raised it skyward. The brilliant azure gleam resembling flames of true fire, revealing the commanding presence of its wielder. Encountering the elite forces of Norvos so closely, reliance on scouts had now become futile. With the heavy sword held aloft, Daemon leapt onto his snow-white steed, galloping forth, trailed by 2 officers. This display instantly elicited gasps of admiration from the ranks of soldiers, their voices rising in a chorus of awe. Though they had witnessed Daemon lead troops into battle on numerous occasions, each sighting sparked fresh envy and astonishment. For Daemon was recognized as a paragon of beauty in Andalos, with long, flowing brown hair and striking golden eyes. The soldiers marveled at his youth and handsome visage, believing he was destined to become a legendary figure, akin to Prince Lewin Martell, who followed in the footsteps of Aegon II. The soldiers followed Daemon with unwavering loyalty, convinced he was a great knight. Chapter 59, The Situation, the White Knight. As Daemon's silhouette vanished from view, many soldiers silently planted the seed of reverence within their hearts. The King's Guard, an elite force established by Aegon the Conqueror to protect the royal bloodline, was poetically referred to as the White Knights or the White Cloaks. Historically, The king's guard comprised 7 knights who swore lifelong allegiance. Even unto death, they were bound to serve, regardless of age, physical disability, or mental breakdown. The imperial guards do not possess land, do not take wives, nor bear children. Their sole allegiance lies with their sovereign. Trust, in their capacity, is a matter of observation rather than discourse, unless solicited for counsel. The imperial guards are privy to the most intimate secrets of the royal household, encompassing all schemes and viewpoints. Their primary duty is to shield the king from harm and threats. The White Knights likewise pledge obedience to the king's commands, safeguard his secrets, provide counsel when needed, and remain silent when not, awaiting the king's bidding while defending his reputation. However, this lifelong position became a source of mockery upon the martyrdom of Ares II, when he resolutely summoned favored alchemists, commanding them to bury jars of wildfire throughout the city. From the depths of the great September of Baelor to the squalor of flea-ridden dens, stables, and warehouses, within the 7 gates, the dragon's lair, and even the dungeons of the Red Keep, these incendiary fruits were hidden. This was a matter of utmost secrecy, orchestrated by a few self-important pyromancers, whose own aides remained oblivious. Queen Riella had long ceased to concern herself with the king's actions, while Prince Rhaegar, as the supreme commander, busied himself with military preparations. Yet, the newly appointed hand of the king, known as the Hammer and the Dagger, was no fool. Anyone observing the comings and goings of Rosart, Bellies, and Gorgos would inevitably harbor suspicions. This man was called Chester, Count Chester. Though lacking in courage, he boldly confronted Ares that day, imploring the king to abandon his mad schemes. He argued with reason, jested, threatened, and ultimately pleaded in desperation, when all proved futile. He tore off the hand's necklace and cast it to the floor. For this, the king had him roasted alive, bestowing the position upon Rosart's favored pyromancer, with the execution of Duke Rickard at his behest. During this tumultuous time, all clad in gleaming white armor, the imperial guards stood beneath the Iron Throne like silent sentinels, guarding their monarch and his cherished little secrets. No usurper shall seize my capital, Ares cried hoarsely to Rosart. I shall leave them a city of ashes. Let Robert, like myself, reign over charred bones and roasted flesh. The Targaryens, for generations, practiced cremation, leaving no graves. Ares intended to transform the entire city of King's Landing into his pyre. In truth, he did not genuinely desire death, like the former bright flame, Ilan. The king believed that fire could grant him rebirth, transforming him into a true dragon to exact vengeance upon his foes. Deliver the head of your father, or you confess your treason, thus declared the imperial guards, led by Jaime Lannister, who swiftly dispatched the traitor and then killed Ares to prevent him from sending forth word. In the days following the city's fall, Jaime traversed the city, eliminating all participants. Bellies bribed with gold, while Gorgos wept, pleading for mercy. Yet, compared to the sword and flame, such mercy was indeed a kindness. Of the 7 imperial guards of the mad King Ares, 3 perished in the Battle of the God's Eye, 2 in the Battle of the Trident, and the remaining 2 defected to the new king, one named Balistan Selmy, while the other became infamous as the regicide. Daimon surveyed the vast army, his heart heavy with unease. The ranks before him were a cacophony of chaos, comprising fierce warriors wielding long halberds, cavalry, and stout dwarves bearing shields. To classify them as a single legion seemed utterly irrational. Their adversaries were the slave soldiers of Nophos, sworn guardians of religious authority in the Peace of Nophos. At the tender age of 16, the boy trained by the bearded monks would forge an unbreakable bond with his halberd, pledging his oath, an oath of simplicity, to serve, to obey, to protect. A symbol of the axe would be emblazoned upon their chests, a constant reminder to keep their halberds keen. The standard attire for these guardians, trained by the bearded monks, consisted of heavy woolen capes and ironclad armor, complemented by half-helmets adorned with sharp spikes. These men shared a common faith. Unable to tolerate the lenient religious atmosphere of Valeria's freehold, they had departed, taking their followers with them to Nophos. The soldiers across from Daimon were towering figures, each standing nearly 2 meters tall, robust as mountains. Their discipline was unwavering, their halberds held in perfect unison, radiating a formidable presence. The only solace lay in the fact that the number of Nophos slave soldier guardians was relatively small, akin to other free trade city-states. The Nophosians could sell their unwanted boys to the bearded monks. Through rigorous selection and training, these boys would ultimately evolve into exceptional guardians, shining brilliantly in battle. Elio Herta, the current captain of the Martell family's guard, had once been trained under the bearded monks himself. At a mere glance, Daimon discerned that the enemy's numbers were at least equal to his own, and he recognized the severity of the impending conflict. The 2 armies stood less than a few miles apart, their agile forms unencumbered by heavy armor, allowing them to close the distance swiftly. However, the total strength of the opposing force was undoubtedly lesser than his own. Though fewer in number, they were elite, whereas his own ranks boasted sheer numbers, suggesting that a battle was not beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, if he were to retreat now, pursued by the enemy, the repercussions could be catastrophic. As he scrutinized the Nophosian forces, Daimon's gaze turned increasingly steely. He summoned his officers from the camp. "Esteemed Lord Daimon," Morgan inquired, his face etched with tension. Though he too was prone to arrogance, he had long heard tales of the might of Nophos soldiers and retained a respectful awe in his heart. Do not underestimate them. While their slave soldier guardians number fewer than 2,000, each is a battle-hardened elite, their ranks meticulously organized. Not only are they formidable in individual combat, but their tactical systems and skirmishes have been honed through rigorous practice, proving highly effective. I have completed my reconnaissance and observed that they are advancing directly towards us. As if they already know our position, Daimon remarked, a slight frown creasing his brow as he relayed his findings. Though our forces exceed 5,000. Over half are merely temporary recruits and unreliable in combat. Chapter 60. They have arrived. However, Daemon did not voice these concerns openly, for the issues were evident to all. Yet, no one wished to acknowledge them. At times, individuals prefer to embrace comforting falsehoods rather than confront harsh realities. Nevertheless, Daemon's side still numbered over 5,000. Making a confrontation feasible, even 5,000 swine would prove a laborious task to vanquish. When Daemon disclosed the full strength of the enemy, it naturally elicited gasps from a small contingent, especially upon hearing of the formidable slave soldier guardians and witnessing their imposing presence, which intensified their inner trepidation. The elite troops who accompanied Dorne remained relatively unfazed, accustomed as they were to powerful knightly orders. However, the local wildlings, some of whom lived by the sword, began to contemplate their strategies for survival. Those who typically toiled with shovels in the fields, having been hastily gathered to bolster numbers, were utterly at a loss. While they could muster the courage to fight in a victorious endeavor, the mere mention of over 1,000 slave soldier guardians approaching plunged them into anxiety and fear. Observing these inept allies, Daemon felt an uncontrollable surge of anger and bellowed, "Silence! Should anyone disrupt the morale, do not blame my men for their ruthlessness. Now, heed the commander's orders. In this battle, Morgan shall lead the First Legion to engage the enemy directly, while others will observe from the rear, awaiting the signal to strike. Dispatch orders for all to remain vigilant, fully armed, and ready for combat. Furthermore, the slingers shall move with me and gather together." Daemon issued commands methodically. This region was perilously mountainous. Employing elaborate and sophisticated tactics would be exceedingly challenging. To prevent the enemy from swiftly overwhelming the frontline forces, Daemon deliberately divided the army into 3 factions. The troops engaging in the frontal assault were merely sacrificial pawns, risking their lives. With their sacrifice, the others could launch surprise attacks amidst the ensuing chaos, encircle the enemy, and reap the rewards of victory. The heavy infantry phalanx, led by Morgan, would confront the enemy head-on, likely unable to withstand the onslaught, yet no alternative presented itself. The Second Legion, under Meryl's command, along with Daemon's slingers, represented the core of the assault against the enemy stronghold, albeit in smaller numbers, totaling just over 1,000. How to contend with the elite forces of Nophos amidst such perilous challenges had already crystallized into a strategy within Daemon's mind. "My lord Alex, ahead lies the force that has ambushed our city-state, exceeding 5,000 in number. They appear lacking in vigilance. Our men were detected only 5 miles away. Yet the enemy has also noticed our presence." Hearing his subordinate's words, Alex stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. If the adversary truly lacked the intellect one might presume, how could they have breached the defenses of their own stronghold? This could very well be a cunning ruse by the enemy, presenting an illusion of weakness, and waiting for the moment when vigilance wanes, only to strike unexpectedly, employing the strategy of the weak triumphing over the strong. This encapsulates the essence of feigning ignorance to ensnare a formidable opponent. It appears that their success in breaching the fortress's defenses stems primarily from our negligence in safeguarding it, thus granting them an opportunity. Otherwise, how could such a disorganized assembly have embarrassed us so profoundly? Once we have vanquished them, I shall ensure that each of those murderers faces justice, as a means to honor the spirits of our fallen compatriots. Before Alexius, an advisor spoke with great bravado, seemingly dismissing the individuals on Daemon's side. Yet, the more he exuded confidence, the more the alarm bells rang in Alexius's mind. Nevertheless, the unfolding events aligned with his expectations, dispelling his suspicions one by one. It seemed only reasonable, for the Nophos slave warriors were indeed a battle-hardened force, unmatched by any ordinary army. A disciplined unit such as theirs, clearly incapable of maintaining even basic training, could hardly be expected to employ sophisticated strategies or tactics. If past combat experiences were to be considered, this battle could be won with the utmost ease, requiring no tactical contemplation. Merely a direct assault would suffice to dismantle them completely. Indeed, most battles involving the slave warriors unfolded in such a manner, and they emerged victorious in the majority of those encounters. In conflicts featuring Western knights, the leaders and knights charge forth at the front, eschewing subterfuge and stratagems. The notion of deception in warfare is foreign to them, in their minds. Glory is the sole destination. Naturally, most of their engagements transpired thusly. Perhaps due to disdain for tactical maneuvers or a shared understanding that deviating from this norm would invite scorn from fellow nobles. However, having been influenced by Egan's strategic philosophies and being a bastard son who had never received formal noble education, Daemon did not place undue emphasis on noble glory. Winning, above all, constituted the best strategy. In a fleeting moment, Daemon and his companions solidified their tactical approach. As they awaited the enemy to fall into their trap, he selected 200 elite cavalrymen, outfitting them with steeds and long swords. Although their numbers were modest and hardly constituted a full knightly order, merely a half-battalion of cavalry, they sufficed. Given the disparity in strength between the two forces, the odds of a straightforward confrontation were not in their favor. They would have to rely on various cunning methods to enhance their chances. The slave warriors could aptly be described as resilient shields, high in offense and defense, yet somewhat sluggish in mobility, reflecting their combat style. The cavalry unit could leverage its swift mobility to launch a charge, and if one assault proved ineffective, they could attempt again, much like a child playing with a kite, taunting their adversaries. Thus, when selecting these cavalrymen, Daemon exercised utmost caution. These warriors might very well be the decisive factor in determining the outcome of the battle. Therefore, no oversight could be afforded in their selection. It was imperative that they not only possessed exceptional martial prowess but also exhibited finesse in wielding their longswords and engaging in mounted combat. Such individuals were a rarity. Most only met one or two of these criteria, while those who fulfilled all were but a select few of elite caliber. These chosen few were of paramount importance to Daemon, for they could potentially serve as the foundation of the future Aegon cavalry. If they were to survive this tumultuous trial, their emergence from the chrysalis of conflict into something magnificent seemed highly plausible. They have arrived. Daemon suddenly sat upright, observing the approaching Norvosian forces in the distance. The trepidation that had plagued him transformed into stark reality. Chapter 61. Retreat. The earth trembled, and dust billowed into the air. As he gazed at the advancing Norvosian army, an unusual thought surged into Daemon's mind, gaining strength with each moment, to lead his entire army into a direct confrontation rather than resorting to cunning stratagems. Yet, this thought lingered for but a fleeting few seconds before Daemon wholly expelled it from his mind. At times, standing upon the battlefield would instinctively ignite a man's inherent desire for combat, compelling him to engage in direct rivalry. However, as a leader, maintaining composure and rationality is the fundamental requirement. To challenge the enemy in a straightforward battle when clearly at a disadvantage would be an act of folly. Luring the foe into a deeper engagement, followed by a flanking maneuver, is the prudent path to victory. As the slave soldier guardians clashed violently with Daemon's heavy infantry legion, he did not remain idle. Instead, he grasped his long sword and maneuvered along the periphery of the fray, occasionally confronting stray foes, engaging them in combat. The sound of clashing metal reverberated, and after several rounds of battle, Daemon's opponents fell one by one. Yet, he did not cease. He continued to seek out his next target. Amidst the brutal and sanguinary battlefield, the slaughter unfolded like an oil painting of a landscape, embodying both the grandeur of life and the serene beauty of death. Daemon's presence emerged as an incongruous note, correcting the dissonance in this chaotic symphony. His intent was simple. Since he could not join the vanguard in the charge, he would still contribute to the victory by eliminating a few Norvosian soldiers who had strayed beyond the main theater of combat. Before long, the members of the slave soldier guardians became aware of an individual systematically hunting them down, which rendered them increasingly wary, fearful of becoming entangled with this harbinger of doom. Undoubtedly, their own troops also recognized their leader's presence on the periphery, which significantly bolstered their morale, inciting them to rally with fervent cries. Amidst a tumult of blood and fire, an unknown soldier's voice pierced the chaos, resonating through the ranks of Daemon's legion. The White Knight. The White Knight. The White Knight. Like a beacon of hope, this rallying cry surged the soldiers' spirits, elevating their morale significantly amidst the harrowing carnage. With a fervor that knew no fear of death, they charged forward, drenched in blood yet undeterred. In stark contrast, the forces of Norvis appeared entirely unaffected by the enemy's fervor, functioning like a relentless machine executing their leader's commands of slaughter. However, they soon reacted. An officer commanded, "Archers, step forward." At this order, a formidable contingent of archers emerged from the throng, knocking their arrows, their sights set on Daimon. The distance between Daimon and the archers was considerable, exceeding the range of their projectiles, rendering their arrows ineffective for the moment. Yet, at that instant, Daimon spotted the concealed archers lurking in the rear. A weapon's early revelation diminishes its threat. Arrows rained down like a tempest, but the shield-bearers raised their shields high, deflecting every shot. The arrows thudded into the shields with a cacophony, ultimately thwarted. Thus, one of Norvis's trump cards was successfully countered. With the storm of arrows quelled, Daimon could return to the flanks of battle, mercilessly hunting down any foes that had slipped through the cracks, feeling a newfound assurance without the looming threat of the enemy's guardians. This was made possible by the prior exposure of their hidden weapon. With the archer's cards laid bare, Daimon could now roam freely with minimal concern. This entire scenario was keenly observed by Lymont and his compatriots, who were astonished at their leader's audacity. Showing no fear of being targeted by the enemy, with an indomitable spirit swelling within them, the soldiers felt an invigorating surge of strength, emboldening their ferocity in combat. Consequently, the Norvis forces found themselves beleaguered, as if they had encountered a monstrous adversary, growing increasingly exhilarated by the bloodshed, fearless in the face of death. They were driven to exchange lives, a reckless strategy that even the seasoned guardians of the enemy could not help but admire. It was a veritable nightmare. Observing this unfolding chaos, Alexius could not suppress his frown and commanded, "There stands but a single foe before us. Why can we not vanquish him? Shall we merely watch him flaunt his prowess before us? Relay my orders. Charge forth and tear these wretches apart." As the battle horns blared, they disregarded formations or strategies, plunging headlong into the fray with fervor. This was the prelude to their assault, a flaw in their approach. Watching the enemy's front lines and the commanding officer, Daimon narrowed his eyes. In a melee involving thousands, an individual can accomplish little. As the opposing force launched a full-scale assault, Daimon withdrew to the rear, ceasing his skirmishes. His objective had been accomplished, to bolster morale. Now, the enemy resembled a furious lion, its mane torn, charging blindly into battle. The next steps for Daimon were of paramount importance. The thunderous gallop of 1,000 hooves reverberated through the earth, as chaos ensued amidst the clamor of horns and the clash of weapons, with bloody limbs strewn about. First cohort of the slingers, prepare. Second cohort of the slingers, prepare. Cavalry, ready. At this moment, it was finally Daimon and his officers' turn to take the stage. In the midst of turmoil, they possessed a keen awareness of the unfolding situation. Although Daemon's gaze was fixed upon the soldiers charging below, his thoughts dwelled upon the essence behind them, their core. Commanding the entire operation was Alex, the engine of the slave soldiers, a devout man wedded to his axe. It was his presence that transformed the Norvos army into a voracious force, undeterred by peril and operating with remarkable order. Amidst the earth-shaking battle cries, both armies shed their adherence to formations and rules, merging into a chaotic blend akin to two splashes of paint, creating a sordid amalgamation. The primary tactic employed by Daemon's forces involved a front line of heavy infantry to withstand the charge, serving as a steadfast shield for the rear, complemented by agile archers positioned behind. This coordination, albeit somewhat rudimentary, bore the semblance of a fledgling strategy capable of exerting considerable impact. The front line of combat drew ever closer to Daemon's position, clearly indicating that Norvos still maintained the upper hand. From his vantage point, Daemon spotted a bald figure ensconced behind a heavily guarded contingent, clad in a woolen garment and untreated animal hide, bearing numerous lash marks upon his body. Evidently, this was his target. Chapter 62. Capture alive. Upon witnessing his forces at a disadvantage in battle, Daemon felt a pang of foreboding. The enemy was far from a mere shadow of their reputation. Within a brief span, Alex had swiftly devised the most effective response, relaying commands with clarity to every soldier of the Holy Guard. Attention all troops. From this moment forth, retreat is prohibited, only advance is allowed. Civil, you lead the first column to attack the enemy from the left flank. Ellen, you command the second column to strike from the front. Hutane Greengill, you shall lead the third column against the enemy. Should you encounter enemy cavalry, withdraw promptly and await support. Alex dispatched orders to mount a concerted assault from 3 directions, all the while knowing that the true target was Daemon and the army he commanded. Witnessing this scene, Daemon felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet a surge of delight welled within him. He had feared the enemy might remain passive, but the current situation indicated that they had indeed taken the bait. Wisdom may falter, and in this instance, the general of the opposing forces, despite his extensive experience in the sieges, committed a significant oversight. Upon observing the enemy's troops advancing in three distinct formations from the left flank, right flank, and center, Daemon seized this singular moment of vulnerability without hesitation. Cavalry, slingers, charge with me. To battle. In an instant, a core contingent of 1,000 surged forward. These warriors embodying Daemon's true offensive capability, one faction wielding immense yet uncontrollable power at short range, and another fleet-footed yet somewhat lacking in lethality. As heavy stones struck flesh, blood and viscera erupted as if from a burst watermelon. In the wake of this sudden onslaught, the Norvans fell in droves, decimated by the Slinger Battalion. They could scarcely fathom that such simple devices could manifest such devastating might, and the remarkable effectiveness of these weapons momentarily unnerved even the most stoic of soldiers, causing them to hesitate. The frontline combatants, unwilling to advance into certain death, were met with confusion from those behind, resulting in a comical tangle of feet as they inadvertently trampled one another. What weapon is this? Alex squinted, his keen gaze ever vigilant on the battlefield. And he too noted this unusual turn of events. Yet, before he could react, his forces had already suffered significant losses. His downfall lay in his own arrogance. From the outset, he had dismissed Daemon's siege as a mere ambush, perceiving the enemy's troops as disorganized and inconsequential. Thus, he foolishly revealed his trump cards, only to fall into Daemon's trap, underestimating the opposing weaponry. However, one cannot wholly blame him. Few had witnessed an army employing slings as an offensive strategy, marking this as a hidden asset of the Egnian forces. In a heartbeat, hundreds of the slave soldiers fell beneath the onslaught of the flying boulders. Observing the frontline troops collapse inexplicably, those in the rear turned to retreat. This maneuver caught Daemon's attention. It indicated that despite the sudden losses, the Norvans were not experiencing a complete rout. This suggested that the slave soldiers possessed remarkable psychological resilience, capable of retreating in an orderly fashion, preserving their fighting strength for future engagements. Nonetheless, the act of withdrawal signified their waning desire to continue the battle. Morgan, lead the heavy infantry. Let us pursue the enemy. Daemon withdrew his sword from the neck of a Norvan soldier, blood gushing forth, staining his white cloak crimson, and then bellowed at a nearby combatant engaged in a fierce struggle. Although the initial wave had claimed many lives, a considerable number of Norvan soldiers still remained. If they were not annihilated in one fell swoop, they could pose future threats. Watching the Norvans flee in disarray, Daemon brandished his sword and galloped forward on his steed, intent on the chase. Led by Morgan, the heavy infantry moved at a slower pace, yet they pressed on with determination. Meryl, you shall bear the banner of Yorn. Fanny, my helmet. The girl dashed off to execute the command. Ryman leaned against his chipped and bloodied long sword, his pale eyes wide with anticipation. Fanny assisted Daemon in mounting his steed. All troops, assemble, he bellowed. His magnificent red horse donned a neck guard and faceplate, draped in a scarlet mantle that cloaked its hindquarters, with a chainmail underlayer and a gilded saddle. Fanny presented him with his helmet and shield, the latter crafted from oak, adorned with a red base and embellished with a golden dragon encircling a golden hand. He circled his mount, surveying the assembled troops. Most were awestruck by his valiant appearance, their pale eyes mirroring Ryman's. Daemon regarded the others with calmness, those knights and mercenaries who usually indulged in revelry. After this battle, he proclaimed, "Your name shall be etched into the annals of Anda's city and the very history of the continent of Essos." His words greatly inspired them. A knight, without a helmet, mounted to join, followed by two mercenaries who silently fell in line. More and more joined their ranks. In the midst of this, Daemon's legs trembled slightly. Before long, his company had doubled in size. He had ensnared them with his rhetoric. As I charge into battle, you must follow. This is your chance to immortalize your names in history, to achieve glory in the affairs of men. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining fighting spirit of some soldiers from Nophos evaporated, and they dared not glance back, fleeing with all the speed they could muster. Merely a baiting tactic had shattered the resolve of the renowned Nophos slave soldiers. Such is the allure of strategy. Even the battle-hardened and worldly Alex could not help but marvel at the capabilities of this young warrior. In the future, he would surely become a legendary figure, renowned across the continent. Prior to the commencement of this battle, Daemon held the status of a bastard son from the city of Divine Grace, the illegitimate offspring of Sir Roger Ellion, heir of the Ellion family. His highest title was that of one of Yorn's Iron Guards. After this battle, however, his name would resonate throughout the eastern continent, alongside the illustrious reputation of Yorn, forever to be recounted in every inn and tavern across the 9 free trade city-states. Yet, Daemon did not linger in the triumph of repelling the slave soldiers. Rather, his thoughts grew more audacious, as he set his sights on the enemy's commander, Alex. During the initial clash, he had already taken note of the bald warrior, and throughout the skirmish, his gaze remained vigilant of his defenses. Now, seeing the opponent falter under the onslaught of cavalry and slingers, he was resolute in fulfilling his ambition. Charge with me, capture their commander alive. Chapter 63, To Death Without Hesitation, Daemon issued the command to seize the enemy leader. This victory arrived like a refreshing rain, transforming this band into a finely honed elite force. A surge of ambition ignited within him, and at that moment, the morale of the entire regiment reached its zenith. The thoughts of Norfus and the other free trade city-states were merely this singular notion which burgeoned in their minds. In this instant, they not only underwent a rigorous physical trial through bloodshed, but also experienced a profound spiritual evolution. Confidence became their weapon. Ramon, be sure to strip the armor from the bodies of our fallen soldiers and take it away. Witnessing Daemon's forces commence their encirclement, the supreme commander of the slave warrior guards found himself in a state of distress. His assessment of Daemon's subordinate strength had not been erroneous. Rather, his error lay in the blind assault, dividing his forces into 3 fronts. The left flank was completely annihilated, and the remaining 2 divisions suffered heavy losses, leaving him with a scant number of soldiers. Could these remnants hold off the enemy until the rearguard arrived? This dilemma gnawed at Alex's heart. As the commander, he naturally expected others to come to his aid. However, after this crushing defeat, could the soldiers still place their trust in him? Would the bearded monk willingly transfer the command of the army back to him? They were no longer the invincible warriors they once were. In times of crisis, the capable would rise. Alex's predicament was precarious. If things were as stable as before, he would be eager to reorganize the troops for another offensive. Yet now, he sought only to avoid catastrophic mistakes, to retreat, preserve the living forces, and plant the seeds of vengeance for Norfus. His mission had shifted from the initial goal of decimating the enemy to preserving as many lives as possible. Otherwise, should the entire army perish and he alone survive? Returning to the temple fortress, the bearded monk would not spare him. Contemplating this, Alex's emotions became inexplicably complex. He could have effortlessly vanquished the enemy. Yet a tactical blunder had cost him the initiative. How would he explain this situation to the bearded monk? Should he confess to having squandered an almost certain victory, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of soldiers? A chill gripped Alex's heart. This predicament steeled his resolve. He could not retreat any longer. He must charge back into the fray. He possessed the dignity of a renowned general. He could die standing, but he would not flee like a cowardly hound. Better to fight to the death than return to the temple fortress to face the bearded monk's wrath under military law. If death awaited him, so be it. But should he survive, it would signify a complete turnaround. Once the reinforcements arrived and with adequate preparation, this once victorious army could surely turn the tide even amidst defeat. A mercenary spurred his horse back to the walls of the upper city, the very place where they had initially breached its defenses. The wild man Ramon rose, eagerly anticipating the news he would bring. Though their capabilities were limited, they could only perform the simple task of guarding the city gates. Nevertheless, deep within, there lies a yearning to engage directly in battle, to vanquish foes amidst the bloodshed, and to establish a legacy of valor. Moreover, they are safeguarding the retreat, securing a vital line of safety, which is of utmost importance. From a distance, Rimmond could preliminarily ascertain that his side held the advantage. To his astonishment, the formidable Nofos warrior guards were retreating with their tails between their legs. This revelation greatly bolstered their confidence. As fellow soldiers of Andus, victory would naturally bring them pride. Rimmond leaped down from the city walls and, with exuberance, addressed his compatriots. Lord Daimon has truly excelled. It was high time to diminish the arrogance of these Nofos, so they understand who truly reigns supreme. With that, he mounted a horse and galloped towards the front lines alongside the messenger, entrusting the defense of the city to a trusted confidant. Others remained oblivious to the current circumstances, still reeling from Daimon's resounding defeat of the Nofos army. However, Rimmond recognized that this was the optimal moment to pursue victory. The opportunity for military acclaim was ripe, and if he did not seize it now, it would be snatched away by others. While defending the city certainly earned merit, it was in combat that the greatest accolades lay. War presents scarce opportunities for military advancement, and in moments of overwhelming triumph, recognition is practically handed out freely. If not now, then when? Meanwhile, Alex found himself in a perilous predicament, realizing that, unbeknownst to him, he had been encircled by Daimon's forces. As the commander, he only became aware of the encirclement once it was fully formed, questioning the efficacy of his vanguard troops. Had he known their morale was so low, he would never have anticipated their failure to conduct even the most basic reconnaissance. It appeared that the recent defeat had severely undermined the confidence of the warrior guards, who had utterly failed to detect the presence of their unsuspecting adversaries. This was perplexing. How could seasoned soldiers become ensnared without their awareness? Moreover, The discord that emerged following their defeat, which had previously remained hidden, now laid bare under the ignition of their rout, plunging the Nofos into a spiral of relentless blame. In the face of death, they had abandoned all hope. Whether they perished in battle or attempted to flee, their fate remained unchanged. Confronted with mortality, they had surrendered completely. Listening to the resounding battle cries of Daimon's forces, Alex understood that his end was nigh. These sounds would compose the symphony of his demise. The banner adorned with the image of a sharp-bladed axe was toppled by the wind. A standard that typically heralded their victories now fell as if by fate, signifying their downfall. It was unfathomable that a once great general would one day become a mere stepping stone for a youth. Gazing at the fiery sunset, Alex uttered his final reflections on life. He was originally an unwanted abandoned infant from a household in Novafos, later esteemed by Governor Magna and adopted as his son. Alex, in turn, did not betray his adoptive father's tireless guidance. From a mere soldier, he ascended step by step to the position of commander-in-chief, achieving numerous victories throughout his life. Even engaging in battle against Loras, ultimately returning triumphantly with dominion over the Nan River's waterways. However, as time passed, he found himself, due to a moment of arrogance, utterly destroying all his efforts, his once illustrious name reduced to a mere stepping stone for others. Reflecting on this, Alex could not help but feel regret. Yet he soon found solace. After all, death is inevitable. Why not succumb to the hands of a stronger opponent? Chapter 64. Great victory. Alex's defeat was, in fact, inevitable. He had claimed victory too many times, having turned the tide in countless situations deemed impossible by onlookers, which fostered an unwavering belief in his invincibility. Yet, as the old adage goes, those who excel in swimming often drown, and the best riders may fall. Each skill has its peril. He had grossly underestimated demon strength, dismissing the newly established city-state as nothing more than a den of miscreants. The signs along his path led him to erroneous judgments, causing him to scorn his adversary during tactical maneuvers, a feeling most disheartening. He could have won, yet his own folly led to his downfall, making him wish he could extinguish his own life. Now, it was too late. He had suffered defeat and was silently encircled by a small contingent. At this moment, he could almost envision his demise. During a cavalry charge around the camp, he witnessed his guards, wielding long axes, retreating in disarray. With each valiant individual he could name vanishing from the world. Faced with this heartbreaking scenario, Alex could no longer remain passive. He rose to his feet and commanded the remaining men to gather and heed his orders. In the distance, Demon, mounted by the stream, observed Alex's defiant stance, a stern expression gracing his face. His ability to decimate Novafos' troops relied on an element of surprise and a well-trained slingshot brigade in a direct confrontation. Their newly formed army would undoubtedly falter. Yet, as if guided by destiny, they achieved the impossible, as though each step was blessed by fate. However, even with the remnants of his forces gathered, the prospect of the coming battle appeared grim as they awaited further reinforcements. After enduring severe losses, these men were like enraged buffalo, singularly focused on vengeance. In several rounds of skirmishes during the encirclement, their casualties were comparable to those of Novafos. At this juncture, the quality of individual soldiers and their collective combat prowess became evident. You cannot escape. Suddenly, a group of fully armored cavalry appeared in the distance, joining the fray on both sides. The individuals who arrived to provide support were Rimmon and his companions, while the soldiers of Novos finally revealed their trepidation, their morale shattered by the final straw. These enslaved warriors no longer adhered to absolute obedience to their commander, instead breaking through from all directions. In the face of these panicked souls fleeing for their lives, Daimon's forces found themselves unable to resist the fervent desire for survival. However, this scene dealt a devastating blow to Alex, indicating that defeat was imminent, and he could no longer control his cavalry. Realizing that a fight was futile, the only option was to flee. Unfortunately, Rimmon, who was advancing with his troops from the rear, completely sealed off their escape route. In the past, during such a large-scale battle, especially against the renowned elite of Novos, even with 100 times their courage, they would not have dared to engage. But times had changed. Now, intoxicated by the taste of victory, they were consumed with the desire to fight and accumulate military merit, fearlessly charging forward. When officers can no longer command their subordinates, the formation inevitably collapses, and when faced with Rimmon and his determined forces intent on annihilating the remnants of the enemy, the outcome is predictable. Even so, the task of eliminating the remaining Novos soldiers proved to be exceedingly arduous. Each of them exhibited remarkable resistance. Yet this could not deter Rimmon and his allies from their ambition for glory, and soon they launched a second wave of assault. The slave warriors, renowned for their tenacity, Although frequently ambushed and cornered, stubbornly persevered. Spears, weapons, and arrows rained down upon them as the two sides engaged in their final struggle. Behind them, Daimon had arrived with his cavalry and slingers, his resolve to utterly annihilate the slave warriors solidified. Surrounded by enemies with ravenous ambitions and beset on all sides by peril, their attempts to break free only led them to greater calamity. After encircling them, Daimon refrained from allowing his infantry and cavalry to charge directly. Instead, he commanded the archers to unleash a volley. These bald giants, who had previously held the advantage in close combat, now resembled fish on a chopping block, mercilessly slaughtered. One by one, their comrades fell, their dying cries mingling with the fully armed enemies, leading them to the grim realization that perhaps today marked their last day. Alex watched helplessly as his hard work was obliterated before his eyes, his expression twisted in anguish as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Breakthrough! We cannot all perish here." With that, he spurred his steed, which dashed away like a streak of light, vanishing amidst the encircling forces. Without a commander among the slave warriors, chaos ensued. They could no longer distinguish friend from foe, each one desperately charging toward the perimeter. In times of peril, when life hangs in the balance, every individual unleashes potential that surpasses their own limits. This sudden outburst left Daemon questioning the capabilities of these people. However, their indomitable spirit was not directed towards self-destruction, but rather towards breaking free and surviving. Once Daemon recognized this, he exhaled in relief. If they persevered and organized their ranks, even with Daemon and Ryman launching a pincer movement, it would not be an easy task to dismantle their stronghold. Yet, in their current disarray, the situation had drastically shifted. The cavalry, mounted on steeds, showcased their superiority, outrunning the infantry. Their sole requirement was to outpace the foot soldiers. Meanwhile, Daemon's subordinates endeavored to eliminate every soldier who lagged behind. The encirclement operation unfolded throughout the afternoon, from the zenith of noon until dusk. With rivers of blood flowing from the fallen, creating a gruesome pyramid of corpses. It was only after this that Daemon could unequivocally declare victory. Aside from a few cavalrymen who managed to breach the encirclement and flee the relentless pursuit, a significant number of the enslaved soldiers perished in this battle. However, upon post-battle scrutiny, Daemon discovered that the enemy commander, a figure named Alex, had escaped the trap. This realization brought him some dismay, yet he soon reconciled with it, as the spoils of war were already considerable. Moreover, he had no intention of pursuing further. Instead, he chose to seize the moment. After all, this battle had established the might of his forces, and should they push the nobility too far, they could not rely solely on their numbers to overpower a free trade city-state. At this juncture, Daemon had two primary tasks ahead of him to account for his troops: tend to the wounded and enter the dead, as well as to collect and distribute the spoils of war. All these tasks were to be undertaken by the living, for those who had fallen would never again witness the dawn. Thus, even the injured were fortunate, as long as they survived. Those once regarded by Daemon as mere inexperienced recruits indulging in revelry would undergo a metamorphosis as the victors of this arduous battle. The most joyous aspect for them was the celebration that followed. With skilled scholars present to oversee their care, those with minor injuries would quickly return to full health, while the severely wounded would find solace in their rightful places. Were it not for the conflict, the expense of summoning these scholars for treatment would have been considerable. Given the scarcity of medical practitioners, especially in an era where medical knowledge was scarcely developed, a mere arrow wound could prove fatal. Hence, seeking medical attention entailed substantial costs. Yet, following this triumph, there was no doubt that Egan would allow the scholars to treat the soldiers free of charge. This was the privilege of military service. Egan was never reluctant to showcase his benevolence to his subjects whenever he deemed fit, not only pertaining to medical care, but also extending to provisions, housing, and spouses. All were selected from the finest. Even the treatment of laborers was afforded a lesser priority. The soldiers subsisted on whole grain bread, while the provisions for others were often tainted with various impurities, not of wood shavings or the like, but rather infused with vegetables. Furthermore, meat and carbohydrates were prioritized for the soldiers, along with dairy products. Such privileges served as rewards for their valor on the battlefield, a recognition unattainable by ordinary citizens who had not risked their lives. These advantages were evident, prompting many to aspire to become soldiers. Those who met the rigorous standards of Aegon could enlist as guardians of Andus. Following the battle, Daemon led the remaining troops through the upper city under the cover of night, departing from the hills of Novafsi. After a day of arduous travel, they found respite. As night fell and a cool breeze swept through their collars, they experienced a profound realization of life's beauty, rendering the preceding chaos akin to a fleeting dream. The echoes of fallen comrades, their final cries, severed limbs, and the mountain of corpses appeared as mere phantoms. In the command tent, Daemon and his subordinates began to deliberate on the outcomes of the conflict and distribute the spoils of war. The casualties within his legion during the surprise assault on the upper city were significant. During the initial clash with the slave warrior guards, heavily armored infantry wielding shields successfully withstood the enemy's fierce charge. Subsequently, Daemon led a cavalry charge on the flank. Both engagements resulted in decisive victories. Yet the toll was steep. Hundreds lay dead, and thousands were injured. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the scholars, some were snatched back from the brink of death. After a period of recuperation, this force would soon be invigorated and ready for combat once more. The cavalry suffered the most grievous losses, having sustained considerable damage in direct confrontation with the slave warrior guards. Yet, in the chaos of encirclement and pursuit, their unleashed power inflicted significant harm upon the cornered enemy. The grim tally of casualties weighed heavily on Daemon, as these were soldiers he had painstakingly trained, investing considerable effort into their development. Nevertheless, this sacrifice was not in vain. It was precisely their valor that rendered this conflict monumental. The slave warrior guards faced near annihilation, defending Novophis as one of the most renowned elite forces on the continent of Azyros. Thus, Daemon's troops successfully encircled and eliminated them, creating a monumental pyramid of bodies. This marked not only Daemon's inaugural battle, but also the first triumph for Andaz on the broader stage, heralding a stroke of good fortune. This victory would greatly assist Aegon's subsequent endeavors, as the renown gained would instill confidence in his capabilities and attract more recruits. Additionally, it is customary for the accounts of such victories to be embellished through word of mouth, with the enthusiasm of those who bear witness. The achievements are often exaggerated to some degree. In truth, few possess knowledge of the precise data, and the Norvosians would certainly refrain from acknowledging any figures, as that would be akin to striking themselves. Moreover, in the chaos of war, survivors are a rarity. All are engaged in a life-or-death struggle, with no one remaining behind. What is most commendable is that the individuals under Daemon's command, though largely unremarkable, were predominantly wild men wielding shovels. In the initial battle, faced with the renowned elite forces of the eastern continent, they displayed remarkable bravery, and under Daemon's leadership, they utterly decimated the illustrious slave soldiers. This is truly astounding, considering this was one of the 9 trading city-states, descendants of the original Valyrian colonizers. Although rumors persist that the free trade city-states wield currency instead of swords in battle, and gold certainly holds its value, victory in war ultimately relies on steel. This conflict is no less significant than the Blackfire Rebellion of 258, when an organization known as the Brotherhood of the Nine wreaked havoc in Essos, convening under the Crown Tree in disputed lands, vowing to aid one another in their ambitions. Among them, the most infamous was Maegor Blackfire, said to have devoured his own brother in the womb, resulting in a second head growing from his neck. Years prior, Maegor had slain his cousin Daemon Blackfire to seize the leadership of the Golden Company, and he was the last of the Blackfires coveting the Iron Throne. Upon learning of these matters, Prince Duncan Targaryen famously remarked that 9 crowns are worth only 9 copper coins. Henceforth, the Brotherhood of the Nine became known as the 9 Copper Kings. Nevertheless, many believed the free trade city-states possessed sufficient strength to manage them. Though Aegon V made certain preparations to avert an assault by Maegor and his allies on the 7 kingdoms, several young knights and dukes distinguished themselves in this war, including Brynden Tully, Stephen Baratheon, Tywin Lannister, and Aegon. Ultimately, it was the young Barristan Selmy who carved a bloody path, personally slaying the ferocious Maegor, extinguishing the final threat posed by the Blackfire Pretender. This achievement, upon his return to Andalos, would warrant no surprise if Aegon were to bestow upon him a city. To repel a free trade city-state would certainly be a point of great pride. The evidence of this victory lies in Norvos, the slave soldiers, and the pyramid of corpses in the upper city. These records of valor are indelible, and with proper promotion, they could incite a tempest in the eastern continent. Chapter 66. Battle Report Lord Daemon. Here are the compiled results of the campaign. Raimon presented a stack of data reports. This information had, of course, been meticulously adjusted. Though the alterations were slight, they were absolutely essential. Firstly, it is customary in this era to boast of one's accomplishments. And as long as the embellishments do not stray too far from the truth, others will tacitly accept them. Secondly, presenting a polished account of casualties would significantly enhance the sense of honor among the troops, also yielding further benefits to Daemon, the de facto leader of this engagement. In our recent confrontation with the 20,000 soldiers of Nophos, we claimed the lives of over 2,000 foes and secured 1,327 severed heads. We also vanquished 2,324 of their enslaved warriors, including 1,252 cavalrymen, and confiscated 723 longswords. 52 meteor hammers, and 200 shields. The meticulous details of these battle reports were presented in the documentation, which Daemon scrutinized. Very well, let us proceed accordingly. Everyone, please inscribe your names, Daemon declared with a stern countenance. As a bastard, he did not regard himself as such. He viewed himself as a noble knight, strictly adhering to the chivalric vows. The exaggeration of accomplishments stirred a slight disquiet within him. Yet, it was the common practice, and his subordinates unanimously agreed that, were it not for his reputation, the accolades would have been further inflated. Moreover, among the names on this roll of honor, Daemon was the principal beneficiary. However, regardless of his internal resistance, he gritted his teeth and accepted the tributes from his comrades. The need for Andis to revel in a resounding victory was paramount. The soldiers were in favor, the commanders were supportive, and the citizenry adored him. What right did he have to oppose? Upon the submission of this battle report, Ijon remained silent, smiling at him for a moment, clearly aware of the embellishments contained within the figures. Not everyone was oblivious, and as an old neighbor of Nophos, Ijon was well aware of the actual statistics. Thus, when he beheld the exaggerated casualties and the purported triumph, he shared a knowing smile. Yet, Ijon found the data acceptable. Any further discrepancies would warrant a reprimand for his subordinates, for being discovered in deception would be quite disgraceful. Observing the jubilant expressions of those around him, Ijon abruptly interjected, dousing their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. This victory in our ambush will not be overlooked by the Nophos people. Their enslaved warriors undoubtedly exceed 2,000. And with those currently in training, they are likely amassing forces to seek retribution against us. After all, we are but a nascent city-state. And engaging in direct combat in mountainous or open terrain poses significant challenges for us. This statement struck the assembly like a heavy stone lodged in their throats, casting a shadow over the previously exuberant warriors. The daunting dilemma loomed before them, the greatest challenge they faced. Would they dare to confront them again? We may triumph in sieges, but defending is a different matter. Battles have always favored the defender. Morgan expressed his frustration, acknowledging that this victory was partly due to fortune. Having encountered a commander who underestimated them, however, should they face a more diligent adversary, total annihilation could have been a possibility. Indeed, at this juncture, whether they chose to fight or negotiate, Ijon needed to prepare well in advance. If we seize this opportunity to trample upon Novos, we shall undoubtedly establish the illustrious reputation of the prosperous land of Andis. The night was as dark as the depths of the sea, and at that moment, the upper city of Novos lay under a curfew, devoid of life save for the patrolling slave soldiers. An urgent battle report was dispatched from the front lines, rousing the silent city from its slumber. A report from the front. Please review it, esteemed governor. The resounding voice penetrated the walls, awakening Governor Magna from his dreams. Yet, rather than feeling disturbed, the awakened Magna was filled with exhilaration. In his mind, the slave soldiers under the command of Alex had always been an undefeated force, never failing to meet his expectations. The news of the surprise attack on the upper city of Novos weighed heavily upon his chest, suffocating him like a boulder. As the daughter of Valeria and the queen of the Nane River, when had Novos ever endured such humiliation, especially from a newly established city-state? If one seeks to establish authority, they must first consider their own strength. Magna rubbed his hands together, a genial smile gracing his face. Given Alex's speed, a decisive victory over the enemy should have already been achieved, with the head of Daemon brought back as a trophy. Magna had experienced such scenes countless times before. Accustomed to the honor and glory Alex brought him, and he had already formulated his plan. Should Alex once again deliver a momentous victory for Novos, he would recommend him to the bearded monk as the next governor of Novos. Commander Alex of the 2nd Legion reports to the esteemed Governor Magna. Our forces encountered 5,000 troops of Andis at noon and engaged in battle. Alex, bearing numerous wounds, his shoulder pads and cloak seemingly lost, bore the marks of a fierce struggle upon his bloodied face. However, this unusual sight did not escape Magna's notice. He continued to smile warmly as he approached the kneeling Alex outside the hall. Truly, my son, you have not disappointed me. You have once again brought glory to the people of Novos. Against overwhelming odds, you have vanquished all those who breached our defenses. I only regret not being by your side at that moment. I would have been filled with fervor. Nevertheless, your return with Daemon's head is sufficient. I shall recommend you to the bearded monk as the next governor. With this glorious victory, even the monks will have little to say. As Magna's face radiated with enthusiasm and his words flowed unabashedly, Alex, kneeling ever more respectfully, lowered his gaze. The fortunate escapee, Alex sought no forgiveness. Yet articulating the painful truth of his defeat proved daunting, especially in light of Magna's demeanor. In truth, Magna's appearance is quite reasonable. Everyone believes that this offensive is a nearly certain victory. The slave soldier guardians are renowned elite troops of the eastern continent. While the insignificant Daimon and Andes are mere unknowns, unheard of in the annals of history, it is hardly a matter of contemplation who would emerge victorious. Chapter 67. The defense. The training of the slave soldier guardians is exceedingly arduous. At the age of 16, a youth who undergoes the rigorous tutelage of the bearded monk shall be united with his halberd and make a solemn vow. Such is the simplicity of the oath: to serve, to obey, to protect. A mark of the axe is seared upon their chests, a constant reminder to keep their halberds ever sharp. Listening to Governor Magna's grandiloquent rhetoric, Alex could no longer contain himself and, with a firm resolve, retorted, "My lord, I am incompetent and have failed, and the First Legion is nearly annihilated." Upon utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly, astonished by the revelation. "Are you implying that Andes and his men audaciously launched a nighttime ambush on the patrols, penetrating the fortress defenses and defeating our sacred guard?" "Indeed, this fact can be verified with a mere inquiry. Governor Magna has not yet overstepped. By admitting the truth of his failure, perhaps he can salvage some semblance of honor. Should he await the fulfillment of promised rewards only to discover the illusion of his victory, it would spell complete ruin. Given his understanding of his adoptive father, it is likely that such a revelation would drive him to self-destructive fury. I understand now." The countenance of Governor Magna paled instantly, his lips quivered, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed back into his seat. Just moments ago, he was extolling Alex's bravery, and now his words hung suspended in the air. Since Alex has confirmed it, the reality of the defeat is indisputable. Over 5,000 Andes soldiers can traverse the upper city of Norphos as if it were their own domain, a humiliation that is unbearable. Moreover, even with Alex's vast combat experience, he was unable to turn the tide and eradicate this army. One can only imagine the repercussions when this news spreads. The perception of Norphos would be irrevocably altered. Dispatch orders to have the supervising officer review the details of the Andes soldiers' raid. The causes of this outcome must be thoroughly investigated. This will provide a logically coherent explanation to the bearded monks and others involved. Such an occurrence cannot be tolerated a second time. Even if the First Legion is decimated, the training of the Second Legion will swiftly fill this void. He has already devised a plan for the ensuing actions. Revenge. He shall ensure that the impudent Andes pays dearly. This matter pertains to the 9 great trading city-states, and the impact of such a campaign would be unparalleled. Moreover, it involves the slave soldier guardians in the heir of the former Westeros continent, Aegon. All are eager to witness Aegon's true capabilities. Through the deliberate promotion of Aegon, news of this battle swiftly spread across the entire Essos continent. People extolled the name of Aegon, as if they possessed profound knowledge of both Andes and Aegon himself. He emerged as a prominent figure in the eastern continent. The conquest of Novos and the defeat of the slave warrior guardians led by Alex were remarkable achievements, each body forming a staggering pyramid of victory. Furthermore, the developments in Andes were gradually unveiled to the public eye: sugar factories, statues, churches, and congregations. It was only at this moment that people were astounded to discover that a colossal force had silently risen on the eastern continent's landscape. Although most had not witnessed the battle firsthand, nor had any evidence to support the claims, each individual spoke as though they had seen it with their own eyes, inflating the figures to an astounding 100,000. The slaying of 100,000 slave warrior guardians and the decapitation of 7,000 individuals made Aegon's accomplishments increasingly formidable. Such a number was so vast that it could be inscribed in the annals of Eastern Continent warfare. Andes required this victory. Aegon needed this triumph. And both Valis and Illyrio craved this success. Amidst the subtle orchestration of events, the name of Andes resonated far and wide. This battle was heralded as Andes's inaugural triumph, decisively turning Novos into a mere stepping stone. In this manner, Aegon, who once held only a modest reputation, instantly gained renown, emerging as a rising military leader. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he was troubled by the assessment of his military achievements. Following the battle, Daimon's reputation surged, his governance over the troops even surpassing Aegon's own. After all, they had shared the trials of a bloody conflict, and the soldiers held a deep respect for Daimon's capabilities, while Aegon and his followers had minimal contact with him, their only connection being the prayers uttered during church services. Thus, how should Aegon navigate his relationship with Daimon? After contemplation, he chose to place his trust in Daimon. He was a knight of Westeros, a squire trained under Oberyn, steadfast in his loyalty to oaths. Since he had previously sworn allegiance to Aegon, betrayal was not in his character. Having won this battle, generous rewards were certainly warranted. Naturally, the rapid spread of this victory's news was influenced by others, those who had once been adversaries of Novos. In the past, Novos had been a formidable giant among trading city-states, and when it faced defeat, former rivals, previously subdued by its might, now resurfaced. In these days, Egan made provisions for ample meat supplies, slaughtering pigs, sheep, and cattle to sustain the soldiers, who deserved abundant rewards following their resounding victory. By showcasing the bountiful provisions afforded to the troops, he aimed to entice more citizens to join the defense of the city. In a fleeting moment, the air of Andes was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meats and the sweetness of fruits. These revelations were entirely novel to the subjects, who felt immense satisfaction merely from having their hunger sated. Yet, Egan, in his remarkable generosity, bestowed upon them the luxury of meat, showcasing his benevolence as a lord. They marveled at the kindness of their ruler, while across the streets and alleys, recruitment notices were plastered everywhere. As he increased the incentives for military service to entice more volunteers, Egan understood clearly that, in the near future, they would face further conflicts and that preparations must commence promptly. Relying on agriculture and hunting as primary industries would yield results only after many years, potentially a decade or more, while warfare bore no cost. Victory would bring bountiful rewards. Thus, after ensuring the satisfaction of his subjects' appetites, Egan gradually shifted his focus towards military and political affairs, establishing a comprehensive military structure. He ingeniously implemented the bulge system, a household registration system imbued with military governance, which had long been a means of social control during dynastic times. Its fundamental characteristic was to regard the household as the basic unit of social organization, contrasting with the Western emphasis on the individual. The bulge system organized households into groups, appointing a head for each household. 10 households formed a jia, with a jia head, and 10 jia constituted a bao, led by a bao head. The essence of the bulge system lay in transforming the nation into a vast prison through a system of collective responsibility, where households mutually guaranteed each other as conduct. If one household committed an offense, the others were obligated to report it. Failure to do so would implicate all 10 households. The training of the slave soldiers was exceedingly arduous. At the age of 16, boys undergoing training under the bearded monks would forge an unbreakable bond with their long-handled axes, pledging a simple oath of service, obedience, and protection. They would bear the axe symbol emblazoned on their chests, a reminder to keep their axes ever sharp. Listening to Governor Magna's grandiloquent boasts, Alex could no longer contain himself and boldly interjected, "My lord, I have failed. The First Legion has nearly been obliterated." His proclamation left the assembly in stunned silence. Did you imply that the Andes forces audaciously ambushed the patrols under the cover of rain, penetrating the fortress defenses and vanquishing our sacred guard? Indeed, he affirmed. This truth could be verified with minimal inquiry. Magna's words were not overly exaggerated. By admitting the failure, he might salvage some semblance of honor. If he were to fulfill the promised rewards only to discover that his claimed victory was a mere illusion, it would spell complete disaster. Knowing his adoptive father, he would likely resort to self-mutilation in a futile attempt to quell his humiliation. "I understand," came the response. In an instant, Governor Magna's complexion paled dramatically, his lips quivering as he sank back into his seat. Just moments before, he had been extolling Alex's bravery. But now his words hung in the air, frozen in disbelief. Since the confirmation came directly from Alex, the reality of the defeat was indisputable. More than 5,000 Andes soldiers could traverse the upper city of Norvos as if it were an unguarded expanse, a humiliation he found utterly intolerable. Moreover, even the seasoned warrior Alex could not reverse the tide and eliminate this formidable army. It was easy to foresee the repercussions of this news. The perception of Norvos would undoubtedly be tarnished. He ordered a communique to be dispatched, instructing the supervising officer to review the circumstances surrounding the Andes soldiers' covert assault. He was determined to uncover the reasons behind this outcome, providing a logically coherent explanation to the bearded monk and the others. Such an occurrence was one he could not permit to transpire a second time, even if the First Legion were to be obliterated. The swiftly trained Second Legion would soon fill the void. He had already devised a plan for the forthcoming steps. Revenge. He would ensure that the brash youth of Andes would pay a steep price. This matter was pivotal to the 9 great trading city-states, and the ramifications were unparalleled. Additionally, it involved the slave soldiers and the heir to the former continent of Westeros, Aegon. Everyone was eager to witness Aegon's true capabilities. With Aegon's deliberate promotion, news of the battle soon spread across the entire continent of Essos, and people spoke reverently of Aegon's name, as if they were intimately familiar with both him and Andes. He had become a rising star in the eastern continent. The assault on the upper city of Norvos and the defeat of the slave soldiers led by Alex resulted in a staggering array of corpses, each a testament to an astonishing achievement. Furthermore, the development of Andes began to manifest in the public eye: sugar factories, statues, churches, and congregations. It was only at this juncture that the populace was astounded to realize that a new titan had quietly emerged on the landscape of the eastern continent. Although most had not directly witnessed the battle, nor possessed evidence to substantiate their claims, each individual spoke as if they had seen it with their own eyes, even exaggerating the figures to an astounding 100,000. The slaying of 100,000 slave soldiers and the decapitation of 7,000 had made Aegon's accomplishments increasingly formidable. This figure was so monumental that it could be enshrined in the annals of Eastern continental warfare. Andes required this victory, Aegon needed it, and both Varys and Illyrio shared in this necessity. In the silent yet potent swell of support, the name of Andes resounded. This battle was heralded as Andes's inaugural triumph, unequivocally transforming Norvos into a stepping stone. Consequently, Aegon, who had previously held only a modest reputation, suddenly rose to fame, emerging as a promising military figure. Yet, Aegon remained unaware of the weight of his achievements, preoccupied with the evaluation of his military accolades. Following the battle, Daemon's reputation soared, his governance over the troops even surpassing Aegon's. After all, they had endured a bloody conflict together, and the soldiers held great respect for Daemon's capabilities. While Aegon and his companions had limited interactions with him, their only connection being the proclamations made during church prayers. Thus, how should one navigate the relationship with Daemon? After careful consideration, Aegon ultimately chose to place his trust in Daemon. He is a knight of Westeros, a squire trained by Oberyn, unwavering in his commitment to oaths. Having once sworn allegiance to Aegon, he would not betray him. A resounding victory in this battle would undoubtedly merit substantial rewards. However, the swift dissemination of news regarding this battle undoubtedly reflected the influence of others, particularly the former adversaries of Norvos. Once a formidable titan among trade city-states, Norvos had fallen. And now, those previously subdued foes were emerging from the shadows. In recent days, Aegon had loosened his grip on the supply of meat, slaughtering vast quantities of pigs, sheep, and cattle to nourish his soldiers, who deserved ample rewards following their triumph. It was imperative that all witness the generous provisions afforded to the soldiers, in order to entice more vassals to join the defense of the city. Consequently, the air of Andes was filled with the enticing aromas of roasted meats and the sweetness of ripe fruits, delicacies previously unknown to the common folk, who were now simply content to have their fill. Aegon's generosity in providing them with meat rendered him an exceptionally benevolent lord. The populace expressed their gratitude, proclaiming Aegon a commendable leader. Meanwhile, recruitment notices were plastered across the streets, emphasizing increased benefits for those who would enlist. As Aegon understood the impending conflicts that lay ahead and the necessity of early preparations, relying solely on agriculture and hunting for sustenance would yield results far too slowly, potentially taking a decade or more, whereas warfare bore no initial cost. Victory would yield all. Thus, after satisfying the hunger of his subjects, Aegon gradually shifted his focus towards military and administrative matters, establishing a robust military framework. He also innovatively implemented the bulge system, a form of household registration imbued with military oversight, which had been a long-standing mechanism of societal control since the dynastic era. Its fundamental characteristic is to organize society based on households rather than individuals, distinct from Western paradigms. The bulge system groups households, appointing a head for each. 10 households form a jia, overseen by a jia leader, and 10 jias constitute a bao, led by a bao leader. The essence of this system lies in transforming the nation into a vast prison through mutual assurance and collective accountability, wherein if one household falters, the others must attest, and failure to report results in shared culpability. The training of the slave soldiers, known as the Sacred Guardians, proved to be exceedingly arduous. At the age of 16, a youth undergoing training under the bearded monk would forge an unbreakable bond with his long-handled axe, pledging a vow of service, obedience, and protection. A mark of the axe would be branded upon their chests, serving as a constant reminder to keep their weapon sharp. Listening to the Governor Magnus's grandiose proclamations, Alex could no longer contain himself and, mustering his courage, interjected, "My Lord Governor, I am but a failure. I have faltered, and the First Legion has nearly been annihilated." This declaration left the assembly in stunned silence, a profound gasp echoing through the crowd. "Do you mean to say that the Andesi are audacious enough to launch a nocturnal ambush on the patrol forces, penetrating the fortress barriers alone, and even vanquishing our sacred guard? Indeed, this fact can be confirmed with just a slight inquiry. As for Magnar, he has not yet spoken extensively. His admission of defeat may yet salvage some semblance of dignity. However, should he fulfill the promised rewards only to discover the fallacy of his victory, it would spell utter ruin. Given his understanding of his adoptive father, he might very well resort to self-destruction in his quest for retribution. I comprehend now. The countenance of Governor Magner turned an ashen hue, his lips quivering as he sank back into his seat. Just moments ago, he was extolling Alex's valor. And now his words hung stagnant in the air. Since it has been confirmed by Alex himself, the reality of the defeat is indisputable. Over 5,000 Andesi soldiers traversing the upper city of Norvos as if it were their domain is a humiliation that is intolerable. Moreover, even the battle-hardened Alex was unable to rectify this dire situation and eliminate the invading force. One can only imagine the ramifications when this news disseminates. The perception of Norvos will be irrevocably altered. Issue a command to have the supervising officer review the circumstances of the Andesi's incursion. He must ascertain the causes of this outcome with clarity. This will provide a logically coherent explanation to the bearded monk and others. Such an occurrence cannot be permitted to transpire a second time. Even if the First Legion were to fall, the newly trained Second Legion would swiftly fill the void. He has already devised a plan for the ensuing actions. Revenge. He intends to make the Andesi pay for their impudence. The stakes involve the 9 great trading city-states, and the repercussions will be unparalleled. Furthermore, it implicates the enslaved warriors and the heir to the former continent of Westeros, Aegon. Everyone yearns to witness Aegon's true capabilities. With Aegon's deliberate promotion, news of this conflict will soon spread across the entire continent of Essos. And people will extol Aegon's name as if they possess an intimate understanding of both him and the Andesi. He has become a celebrated figure on the eastern continent. The assault on the upper city of Norvos, the defeat of the slave warrior guards led by Alex, and the pyramid of corpses all represent staggering accomplishments. The developments in Andesi are gradually being unveiled to the public. The sugar factories, the statues, the churches, the congregations. Only at this juncture do people begin to realize that a colossal power has quietly emerged on the eastern continent's geopolitical stage, although most have not directly witnessed the battle. And there exists no evidence to substantiate the claims. Every individual speaks as if they had seen it firsthand, exaggerating the figures to an astounding 100,000. The slaying of 100,000 slave warrior guards, the decapitation of 7,000. Aegon's achievements grow increasingly formidable. This figure is indeed monumental, capable of being inscribed in the annals of the eastern continent's military history. Andes requires this victory, as does Yegan, while Valis and Illyrio also yearn for it. Amidst the silent yet powerful tides of influence, the name of Andes reverberated far and wide. This battle has been heralded as Andes's inaugural triumph, utterly transforming Norvos into a stepping stone. Consequently, Yegan, who previously held only a modest reputation, has suddenly risen to prominence, emerging as a burgeoning military leader. Unbeknownst to him, he is currently troubled by the assessment of his merits in battle. Following the conflict, Daemon's renown has surged, and his governance over the troops has proven even more formidable than his own. After all, they have shared the crucible of a bloody battle and recognized Daemon's capabilities. While Yegan and his compatriots seldom had the opportunity to engage with him, their only connection being the proclamations heard during church prayers. Thus, how should Yegan navigate his relationship with Daemon? After contemplation, he opts to place his trust in Daemon. He is a knight of Westeros, a squire trained by Oberyn. Steadfastly loyal to his oaths, having sworn fealty to Yegan, he would not betray him. Having secured victory in this battle, lavish rewards must naturally follow. Of course, the swift dissemination of news regarding this triumph surely owes much to the influence of others, particularly Norvos's former adversaries. In the past, Norvos was a colossal entity among trade city-states, and while others refrained from speaking ill of him, his catastrophic defeat has allowed those previously overshadowed by his might to emerge. In recent days, Yegan has fully embraced the provision of meat, slaughtering vast quantities of pigs, sheep, and cattle to supply his soldiers. For those who have achieved such a resounding victory must be rewarded generously. He understands that showcasing the bountiful rewards of military service will entice more subjects to join in the defense of the city. Consequently, the air within Andes is now saturated with the aromas of roasting meat and the sweetness of fruits, delights previously unknown to the common folk. They are immensely satisfied simply to have their fill, yet Yegan's generosity in providing them with meat has led them to regard him as an exceptionally benevolent lord. They express their admiration, recognizing him as a commendable leader. Meanwhile, recruitment notices have been plastered across the streets as he increases the incentives for military service, seeking to attract even more recruits. Yegan is acutely aware that in the near future, they must brace for further conflicts and must plan accordingly. Relying on agriculture and hunting as primary industries would take far too long to yield results, perhaps a decade or more, while warfare incurs no costs, with victory promising boundless rewards. Thus, after ensuring the sustenance of his subjects, Yegan gradually shifts his focus to military and political affairs, establishing a comprehensive military framework. He has also ingeniously implemented the bulge system, a military-managed household registration system, which has been a long-standing method of social governance since the dynastic era. Its fundamental characteristic is that it organizes society around households as the basic unit, in stark contrast to the Western focus on the individual. The bulge system organizes households into units, designating a head for each household. 10 households form a jia, overseen by a jia head, and 10 jia constitute a bao, led by a bao head. The essence of the bulge system lies in its implementation of a mutual guarantee and collective responsibility mechanism, transforming the entire nation into a vast prison. Mutual guarantee entails cooperation among households to ensure accountability, collectively binding themselves to refrain from engaging in any treasonous acts. Collective responsibility dictates that if one household commits an offense, the other 9 are compelled to report it. Failure to do so results in shared culpability for all 10 households.